They said it couldn't be done, that it would never happen again. And yet, somehow, I returned. But hey, I kinda had to. I mean, there was no way I was gonna miss out on an anniversary this important. That's right. We are right on the eve of the 3rd anniversary of my previous stream. Yay! Woo! Let's go! How did we end up here? How did this happen? Oh well, it did, and here we are now. So, if there's anybody who's gonna watch this that saw my previous stream, you're probably gonna be wondering, where's the Silent Hill 2 playthrough part 2? And to that, I have to apologize, but this time I got this sudden urge, this really strong urge to play something else. So I decided, what the hell? It's my channel. I choose how I want to do things, and my decision for this time was to stream something other than Silent Hill 2. Now, that doesn't mean that I won't be going back to it. I have historically had a pretty bad reputation when it comes to staying with a stream series consistently, where, especially if it extends to like more than 2 parts, there's a real chance that I will never end up finishing it, and then I lose interest and move on to something else. My intention with this stream series, the Silent Hill 2 stream series, is not at all for that to happen. And indeed, I can promise you right now that next time I stream, we will be playing Silent Hill 2. We will continue things from right where we left off, and it'll be like nothing ever happened, even though it's been 3 years. But this time, we're not going to be focusing on Silent Hill. Instead, we'll be going back to the very first Resident Evil. And there's a couple of reasons for that. Number one is what I already mentioned, which is that I was just dying to play the game. So that's what I decided to do. But there's a special reason for that, or well, a couple of special reasons, really. Number one, just a few days ago, it was actually the 29th anniversary of the original Resident Evil, so I just thought, that's too perfect. I gotta stream it. Of course, I missed the actual date. That's because I wasn't able to stream on that very date. I actually found out pretty late that day that it was the game's 29th anniversary, so I couldn't have planned for that. But we're close enough. We're less than a week away from that date, I believe, even now. So, you know, we're in the general ballpark of when the right time would be. But then there's another reason, and that is that for a while now, I have been mulling over this new kind of challenge idea I had for the game, and we're going to go into the details very soon. You can bet on that. But for now, I'll just say that suddenly I just got this weird idea for a new kind of challenge for the game that I haven't seen anybody do before. I've seen plenty of different kinds of Resident Evil challenges in my day, but hold on, I lost my train of thought because I'm getting messages. Where was I? Professional streamer here. No, I'm not actually professional, so it's okay. It's okay because I don't get paid for this, so you know it doesn't always have to be at the very peak of what is possible in a stream. Anyway, I've seen many kinds of Resident Evil challenges over the years, but I've never seen anybody do anything quite like this. So when I got the idea, I just kept thinking about it over the course of a couple of weeks, and then ultimately I came up with a specific rule set for that challenge, and now the intent is to try that out in practice and see how it works. And I think the perfect game to test that out with is Resident Evil, the first one specifically, for reasons that we will get into very soon. But that'll come when the time is right, which is soon enough. But then there is one more additional reason that I specifically decided to stream Resident Evil 1 right now, and that is that, well, since it did take me about 3 years to come back after my previous stream, since I went on this impromptu hiatus that definitely wasn't supposed to last for 3 years, and definitely shouldn't have lasted for 3 years, I thought that to mark my return, to celebrate the fact that I'm now back in full force. I don't intend for this to be just a one-off thing and then I disappear for another few years. But to mark the occasion, I thought what better game to pick to stream than the very first game that I ever streamed on the channel, which is of course Resident Evil 1. And I especially wanted to do that because when I streamed that game, it was indeed my very first time, and if you go back and watch that, which I don't recommend, I think personally that stream is pretty terrible. I can't recommend it. Like, I barely talk in it at all, and I'm like, towards the end of the stream I'm really tired, so I bet you can even see on my face that I'm just kind of out of it and kind of done, if I'm honest. So I'm gonna fix that, because this game deserves much better than what I gave it back then. It deserves to be shown off in a better light. So that's what we're gonna do tonight. I planned out a rough structure for this opening spiel, but now I'm blanking out on what I was supposed to say next. To bide the time, or to pass the time. Rather, let me check those messages. Okay. Right. Yep. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, hey. Hey. Hello once again, friend in chat. It is nice to see you here. Yeah, the messages are fine. I mean, I expect that to happen, and if I wanted to avoid getting disturbed during the stream, I could just have turned off my phone or just put it away somewhere, but I specifically left it here because I wanted to be able to see if you would send me any messages or if I'd get any other kinds of important messages during the stream, because I don't want to miss out on those even though I'm doing something else right now. So that's just something we're gonna have to contend with, but I'm glad you like the lighting. I actually did something pretty similar back when I streamed Silent Hill 1 3 years ago. Yeah, I just decided to stick with this. I think it works really well when you're playing a horror game, so we're definitely gonna stick with that. But yeah, what was I gonna mention? The next major thing is to jump into the rules of the challenge I'm gonna be doing. But I'm just wondering if there was something else I wanted to mention. Well, I guess not. But since you're in the chat right now, can you confirm if the background music you should be hearing right now is at a comfortable volume, or should I lower it further? I'm pretty sure it's not too low, but it could be too high, so I just want to confirm that. Not that background music will be heard during most of the stream, but now that we're not in the gameplay view yet, and you don't hear any game audio, I just want to confirm that it's okay. Assuming that you are still there. There might be a delay, but it's hard to say. Oh, I can actually see the chat message in the stream window rather than the Streamlabs desktop window. Music's okay. Yeah, it's a little small, but I try my best. Okay, so I don't know what the delay is actually like, but in the stream window that you can see, or I should say the chat window that you can see right next to me over there. Hold on, there. Yeah. The chat message appears a lot sooner than it does in this streaming setup window that I have that you guys don't see. But yeah, I guess the fact that I get the messages earlier somewhere is the main thing. Although they are so like the font size is so small that I have to go up and close like this. But yeah, anyway, if the music's okay, then let's move on to the rules of the challenge. Um, yeah, I expect there to be a delay, of course. It is a stream, it can't be helped, but I did my best to try and lower that. And if it's about 5 seconds or so, that's okay. If it's more than that, then I don't know what that's about. But you know, if it's bearable, then I guess let's not worry about it too much and just move ahead into the next segment, I guess. One thing I wanted to say is that even though there might definitely be some things that I forgot to say in this preamble of mine that I always tend to do. Why don't we just go into the rules right now, and I'll explain that. And if the other stuff comes to me later, then we can, get back to it then. Let's not waste time with me trying to remember something that I don't necessarily even have to remember right now. Anyway, enough with that. Let's jump in over here. You should be able to see my desktop right now. I'm sharing my screen. Can you confirm whether or not that is the case? I also have the chat open on my phone here, just in case. It's good to have it in multiple places, just in case something goes wrong, and I can see it just fine, so of course that confirms it. But something I also want to know is if the font size in this notepad window here, if it's comfortable for reading. I bet you're watching this on the PC though. It would be really helpful data for me, especially for later streams, if I knew what it looked like on mobile screens. But I have my own phone here, so I can just look at that and try to determine if it's legible, which it is. At least on my screen it definitely is. I'm going to trust that's okay. I did make it bigger because I anticipated that it might be too small on small screens. Okay, good. That's good to know. That's important data as well. I think with that, we can probably move on into the rules. So, what we're going to be doing here is what I coined the Odd Couple Challenge. I wanted to give it a name that has a nice ring to it that you can easily remember. And I think that's a pretty good one. And if this stream goes well, if I have fun with this challenge, and if I deem it worthy of like developing further and continuing into other games, I will definitely be doing that. Like I'm already thinking about how I could achieve this, or a very similar challenge in Resident Evil 2. But of course, let's not get ahead of ourselves right now. Let's go over the rules for this game's version of the Odd Couple Challenge. So, what does this whole name Odd Couple even come from? Or where does it come from? Well, in this game, specifically Resident Evil 1, there are 6 bosses in the game. And there are also 6 weapons. Well, when I realized that, I decided that maybe I could do something with that, some kind of fun challenge. So what I came up with is that when you face a boss, you have to choose one of those 6 weapons. Of course, you're not going to have all those 6 weapons throughout the entire game. Like, it would be very boring if you started with all 6 weapons and you have them throughout the entire game. So of course, you'll be picking them up in various locations throughout the game. But of the weapons that you have available at any given time, when you face a boss, you must choose one of those weapons, and that is the only weapon you're allowed to use in that boss fight. And once you beat the boss, that weapon becomes unusable in the sense that you have to put it into the item box and you can never take it out again. So if you pick, let's say, the handgun for the first boss, then you have to commit to having picked the handgun And if you manage to defeat the boss with the handgun, you have to put the handgun away into the item box for the rest of the game, and you cannot use that weapon again. And of course, that means that any ammo you might have had left lying around in the item box, in your inventory, or just out in the game world for you to pick up, you cannot make any use of that at all. So the point of this challenge is to carefully weigh your options and pick boss weapon combos that make sense. Basically, the idea is that you have to push your limits, or yeah, I mean that's an expression. Push your limits, or yeah, I guess. I shouldn't get stuck on this. You need to keep pushing and see what you can get away with in terms of choosing the worst weapon possible for each boss, because of course early on in the game you don't want to get rid of your more powerful weapons. They would make the bosses easier to defeat, and they are most likely going to be the recommended weapons for each boss. But if you can get away with using the pistol, or God forbid the knife, to defeat a boss, that's huge, because then you can get rid of an early game weapon that won't be useful later on, and then you can focus on your heavier weaponry later on in the challenge. But there's also the angle that, of course, if I choose to use the handgun in the first boss, and then I have to get rid of that. Yes, that's not a very powerful weapon, but that is a weapon that you get tons and tons of ammo for throughout the game. And if I lose it after the first boss fight, then of course all of that ammo will go to waste. And that is great against like zombies and some other smaller enemies. So I have to carefully consider which weapon I want to throw away at which point, because it could be that while the weapon's not very powerful, it has a lot of ammo for it. So there's a lot of layers to this, and choosing to put away the wrong weapon at the wrong time could be fatal. So I'll have to be very careful. But yeah, is there anything else I should mention? I realize I'm not seeing the chat right now, so if you're commenting on any of this, then I'm not seeing it. Doesn't look like it. Okay, that's good. Didn't miss out on anything. Anyway, yeah, just one more thing I should mention right now is that because this challenge will be quite tough, I will not be limiting myself in terms of numbers of attempts or deaths or saves. So in essence, I can save as many times as I want, and I can keep retrying bosses as many times as I want with different weapons. And it's only once I choose that, okay, this is the setup I want to go with, this is the weapon, and this is the boss I want to couple, I guess. Um, Only then does it become permanent. But if I beat a boss with a weapon and then I realize, well, that was kind of easy, maybe I should try for a harder one, then I can always try again. And of course, if I die like 10 times, doesn't matter, I'm just going to keep going. So the only situation in which I can lose this challenge is if the game becomes so difficult that I just can't beat it. No matter how many times I try, I just can't beat the boss or any other sequence in the game. Or if I just simply run out of ammo. If I handle my resources such that I end up in a boss with a weapon that doesn't have enough ammo to beat the boss, then of course I'll have failed the challenge. But if neither of those two things happens, I will keep going, and my aim is to beat the game in one go in this one stream, so I don't risk running into that issue I've had before where I stretch out a game for more than one stream, and then I end up just forgetting about it and moving on to something else. So this will be a one-off. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I win. And that's the long and short of it. That is it for the rules, though, I believe. So let's actually jump into the game here. Hold on. There we go. Now you should be able to see the game. Please confirm. I mean, I don't know why I keep asking. I can always get out my phone and check for myself. But it is always appreciated if you can also confirm that you can see it on your end, so that I can confirm that it's not... I don't know why only I would be able to see it. That doesn't really make any sense, because I'm watching this as a viewer, not as the streamer, so... you know, I should be seeing exactly what you see, but just in case, if you'd like to confirm, that would be great. Good, good. Of course, that is not actually the game itself. That is just the menu of the console that we will be playing on, which is the Sega Saturn. I will get into the whys of well, why we're playing on the Saturn and not the PlayStation, for example, or PC a little bit later. But let's not waste time on that right now. Let me just set the date and time here, or well, the date is already set, but I'll have to adjust the time. Based on the time that's on screen right now, you can tell how long these things take to set up because I kept adjusting the time to when I thought I would start the stream, and then ultimately, like I kept changing it like 5 times, and then at the end, I think the final time when I started the stream was like at about 11, maybe a bit before that, but like even after the very last time I decided to update the console clock, it still took me like 30 minutes to get started. But yeah, anyway, that's not relevant. Let me just adjust this. Oh, actually, I should mute the TV so you guys don't hear that because I have a pair of earbuds here. It's not great that I got started this late because this will be a long stream. I think this will be easily 6 hours. And of course, I don't expect you to stick around for that long, but any amount of time is greatly appreciated. But I am committed to this. If it means I'll go to sleep at like 4 to 5 a.m., so be it. I am willing to make that sacrifice. And it's totally on me that it took this long to get started. Like stuff just keeps cropping up, things that you didn't expect. Something always goes wrong, and I really wanted to make sure that for this like special stream for the first time in 3 years, almost 2 weeks short or so, that nothing goes wrong. So I really painstakingly went through every little thing to make sure that everything is as perfect as it can be. So that's why it took so long. But anyway, let me set the time here. The TV is muted, right? That's right. That's good. That's good. Okay, what is the time actually? 11:14 for me in this time zone. And the 27th of March. Yes, let's go. Now, first, before we head into the game, of course, we will be greeted by the beautiful boot up sequence of the Sega Saturn. Enjoy. You don't see that very often because nobody ever plays Sega Saturn games, which is a shame. It's a great console. I love it. I'm very glad to own it. And a copy of Resident Evil on the console, which you can see right here. Well, it's not very clearly visible, but you know, there it is. Oh no, he died. One of the things I painstakingly did was to make sure that the audio desync issue that you can easily have in streams where the stuff that happens in the webcam view is completely misaligned with what happens in the game view. Like there could be like a 2 second delay between the two. I really wanted to make sure that there is as small a delay as possible to the point where it's not even noticeable. So hopefully I managed that. I think I did pretty well. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Let me know if you can notice anything like that where it looks like I react to something late or too early or anything like that, where there's a clear discrepancy between the game view and the webcam. Anyway, let's go into the options before anything else.
Resident Evil.
Doesn't really make that much sense to do the title voice thing when you go into the options menu, but okay. Real quick, I'll just touch on the fact that in this game you have a couple of control type options, and when I last played this game, I kept switching between A and B. I couldn't decide for the life of me which one's better, but we're gonna go with A right now, and hopefully I'll get used to that so I don't have to like quit the game and go and adjust it, because I don't believe you can go into the options menu while you're in game. You have to quit back to the main menu. It's not a big deal, but still, you know, it's better for the stream if I don't have to interrupt it like that. Anyway, that should be about it. Although I do have to, or do want to point out that the controller that you're seeing on screen is actually the very controller that I'm using for this stream, the Saturn Mark II. Not sure how well you can see it, but it is the same one, trust me. I actually have all three controller types for the Saturn, but I think this one might be my favorite. It's quite comfortable to use, and well, that's really it. That's about it for the benefits, but it's like so much more comfortable than the other two controllers. I would show them, but I don't have them on hand right now, so let's not waste time with that. Yeah, anyway. Oh no, he died again. Fun fact, that sound of the logo hitting the screen is actually different from other versions of the game. I'm pretty sure that's exclusive to the Saturn. You'll be hearing little fun facts like that throughout the stream, I'm sure, when they come up, but that's one of them. For some reason, they decided to change that sound effect. I like the original better, but that's, you know, it's a fun little thing to be aware of, I guess. But anyway, now for real, let's get started with Resident Evil. But you do it better, game.
Resident Evil.
There we go. Now, there's the opening cutscene. First of course, before the opening cutscene, I know this. I know these things. I'm a pro. I played this game so many times. I know how these things work. Of course, first you choose a character, and you don't just choose the character, you also choose the difficulty. Chris Redfield is hard mode, and Jill Valentine is easy mode, and we can go into the differences between the two later on. But for now, all you need to know is that I designed the challenge specifically with Jill in mind. There are specific crucial differences in her playthrough that make her a better option for this challenge. Also, I prefer Jill as a character. Also, I prefer Jill's story in this game, so that's what we're going to do, because we would be missing out on the legend, the absolute legend that is Barry Burton, if we don't do this. So even though I like Rebecca Chambers as well, who appears in Chris's campaign, Barry is the man. So we're going to have to go with Jill, even if that's easy mode. But trust me, this challenge will still not be easy. But here we go. Jill Valentine. And here is the opening cutscene. Pay attention. (1998) July. Raccoon Forest.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we're searching for the helicopter of our compatriots Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of our mission. No, I haven't found it yet.
Stereo audio. Not sure if you can hear that.
Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people.
Attacked?
Victims were apparently eaten.
Eaten?
Bravo Team went to the hideout of the group and disappeared.
Look, Chris!
Get ready for some cheese. Some real grade A cheese here. This is a great opening. I love it. In all its cheesy glory.
It was Bravo Team's helicopter. Nobody was in it. But strangely, most of the equipment was still there.
That's right, live action, baby.
However, we soon discovered why.
Well, why? What was the reason? There's Jill and Chris, the last two, in line. Huh? What was that? I guess I could have introduced all the characters while they were shown. What is that? Although the game will do a good job of introducing them anyway, very soon. I don't need to do it. Ah! It's a severed hand! Oh my god. What a massacre. No! Don't go! And now the helicopter pilot is taken off. That's great. Left stranded, I guess.
Jill, run for that house!
Yes, it's a great idea to take refuge, I'm sure, to get out of the woods. What could go wrong? And here's the introduction. Cast.
Chris Redfield. Jill Valentine. Barry Burton.
My man.
Rebecca Chambers.
We will not be seeing her, sadly. Well, what can you do?
Albert Wesker.
My other man.
Resident Evil.
Hell yeah, man. I'll read the comments in a bit. There's going to be another cutscene. So, keep paying attention. They have escaped into the mansion where they thought it was safe. Yet. Graphics are going to take a hit, though.
What is this?
Wow, what a mansion!
Captain Wesker, where's Chris?
Stop it! Don't open that door!
But Chris is...
What is it?
Maybe it's Chris.
Oh, maybe.
Now, Jill, can you go?
I'm going
What a
with
hero.
you. Chris is our old partner, you know.
Okay, let me handle this.
You and me, Barry. Let's go.
Stay alert!
Of course. Captain. There's just one more line, and then I get to play the game, so then I'll react to your comments. Just a sec. Classic door loading screen, of course. Iconic to Resident Evil.
A dining room.
That's right, Barry. Okay. Before we go on, let me react. It's interesting that there's live action mixed in, in 98's computer graphics weren't the best. In 98, computer graphics weren't the best, but I also like it as a detail. It's a 97 game, get it right. Anyway, yeah, I agree. It's a pretty clever way to get cutscenes in a game that, well, looks like this. I love the look of like these early PS1 fixed camera angle games with their pre-rendered backgrounds and then the low poly characters against that backdrop. I can't get a close-up view right now, but I'm sure you'll see it later. I love the look. It's very iconic, just like the loading screens. But of course, in terms of like pure graphical fidelity, it's not the best. So it makes sense to use live action. Of course, it is very cheesy. But sadly, don't get too attached to it because there is only one other live action cutscene in the whole game, sadly. All of the rest of the cutscenes will be like what you just saw in the main hall. But yeah, the opening it's a bop for sure. Love it. This is the only Resident Evil game that has anything like that in it, so I appreciate that. I appreciate that this game does something unique compared to the other games. A dusty-looking grandfather clock. What about this? A picture of a woman. Kind of looks like Jill with the beret and everything, if I'm not seeing that wrong. Anyway, let's move on.
What? What is this?
What is it, Barry?
What is it?
Blood.
Huh?
Jill, see if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this.
Hope this is not Chris's blood.
Hope this is not Chris's blood.
Yeah, that would be bad. Barry is investigating. So of course, it should be stated that the dialogue in this game is quite cheesy, but I love it for it. This is the only Resident Evil game that is this hammy with the character dialogue. But I think when the remake tried to change that, make the game a bit more modern, it just lost a little something. I don't like the remake as much. I think this is very charming. But yeah, of course, the setup here right now is that we are the alpha team of STARS, which is a special unit of the police that was sent to investigate these weird murders that occurred in the Raccoon Forest, which is situated in the Arclay Mountains. And before us, Bravo team went in, and then they went missing, stopped keeping in contact, so we went in to investigate. And then, of course, we were attacked by some kind of strange creatures outside in the forest. And then we took shelter in this mansion. But in the ensuing chaos, of course, we lost sight of one of our team members, Chris. So right now we're looking for him. And hopefully this blood is not his, because that would bode pretty badly for our other protagonist. But what's this? Will you take the emblem? Why, yes. Not a crucial item right now, but because I know it's there, I might as well take it. It's the hollow that an emblem was in. Great. Okay. Do I have weapons equipped? No. So I should do that. Okay, so as Jill, you start the game with the combat knife and the Beretta. All you need to know about the combat knife is that, well, you should never use it for anything. Of course, for the purposes of this challenge, I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to beat at least one of the bosses. Well, why did I say at least? I'm going to have to beat one of the bosses using this combat knife. That's going to be fun. That is something I have never, ever done or even tried. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. But you can also examine items in this, just as with most other Resident Evil games. This doesn't seem to be enough for this mission. Yes, I agree. Yet I'm going to have to use it anyway. And then, of course, you could spin it around as well in 3D if you want to. No need to do that right now, though. And then there's the Beretta, the handgun, our trusty handgun that will be serving us well throughout this mission, so long as we use it properly. Which is to say, not waste it on the first boss. Beretta M92 FS, automatic, loaded with 9mm bullets. And then, of course, we have a first aid spray, which heals me up to full from any state. So even if I'm at like literal lowest health possible, one hit away from death, this will heal me back up to full. Let's check it as well. I can heal any wound with this. That's right. And then, of course, we finally have the emblem that I just picked up. There's a scratch. Someone may have used it. Yeah. Well, we don't know what to use that on right now, so let's move on, and I will be equipping the pistol. Definitely not the knife. Oh, but first, most players don't tend to do this, but let's try going back into the main hall where our Captain Wesker is situated. We'll see what happens. What if I don't want to investigate?
Investigate if you hear any gunfire.
Well, I did hear gunfire, so I guess that means I'm gonna go investigate. Captain's orders, after all. Now, at this stage, I could just, once I go through the doors, I could just turn around and go right back, and that will result in a different scene. But because that robs us of another scene that we could get instead, which is far more iconic, and I think it is. If you're going to play through Resident Evil and you don't know the game beforehand, it's a scene that you must see. It's so iconic, so legendary that we just can't skip it. So sadly, we won't get to see that other scene, which is also cool. But yeah, I think this is a better bet for us. Before we go in there, let me just check the lay of the land. It's locked from inside. Okay, so we won't be going there for now. Locked. Use the lockpick to open the door. But I don't have a lockpick right now, so nothing I can do about that. It's locked from inside. Okay, so if I get a lockpick, I can come back here and open that door, but the other two are blocked for now. So I'll remember that for later. Anyway, what's over here? What is that? Sir? Sir, hello? Sir, can you hear me? Do you require assistance? Oh no. It's a Zamboni. And then the game needs to load for a bit. It's okay. He's coming. Now, because this is a challenge, I'm not gonna just, I'm not just gonna waste ammo on him, because I don't need to. I need to conserve it for later. I would have killed him if this wasn't a challenge run, but because it is, we'll just keep going. Because Barry can take care of it for us.
Barry?
What is it?
Watch out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of this.
Please, Barry, quick. Hurry up. Nice headshot.
What is it?
It's a Zamboni, like I said.
Kenneth was killed too. Maybe by this creature. Anyway, let's report this to Wesker.
That's probably smart. Anything to say on the matter, Joe? Guess not. Yeah, I wouldn't either. Let's go. Although, let's go here first. I've got to report this to Wesker. Okay. We'll do things in the order that the game wants me to do them in. Wesker. Where are you? I mean, in the mail hall, obviously. That's where we left him.
Wesker! Help me look for him, Jill. And don't leave this hall for the time being.
Weird. Okay. Wesker. Where are you, Wesker? Are you here? No.
Find anything, Jill?
Nothing. What is this all about? I can't figure it out at all.
Beats me, too.
Now it's Wesker's time to disappear. I don't know what's going on.
Well, it can't be helped. Let's search for him separately. I'll check the dining room again.
Okay, I'll try the door on
But
the
we were
opposite
just there,
side.
Barry. We were just there.
This mansion is gigantic. We could get into trouble if we get lost. We should start from the first floor, okay?
That makes sense.
And Jill, here's a lockpick.
A lockpick?
It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
The master of unlocking, huh?
Thanks. Maybe I'll need it.
Thanks, Barry.
Listen, if something happens, let's meet up in this hall. This time, I'll be there.
I trust you, Barry. You always come through, just like you did just now. Allowing me to save ammo. Is there, hold on. There's a lot to say. Let me just check. Okay, so there's ink ribbons here. Of course, ink ribbons are the limited resource that you use to save in this game, and many other Resident Evils. I'm not going to be taking it right now, I don't think, because I don't need them right now, and I'll find plenty lying around elsewhere, and I need to conserve space. So I'll just leave them for now, and remember they're there. Right, there was a comment. Yeah, it's the characters don't seem to have too much problem with like walking over corpses in this, which is good. It would be annoying if you had to like walk around them or something, because you can't get your boots dirty or whatever. But these are hardened veterans. They know what's up. Okay, so in a similar vein to how I didn't necessarily want to go in and investigate further, and I tried to come back, and then Wesker told me to return to the dining room. What if I just decided, screw it, I don't want to do this. I mean, I'm clearly way in over my head. There's zombies around. I'm going home. Whatever. Screw Wesker. Screw Barry. I'm out. Hi, doggy. So I guess we're not going there. Okay. If this was a more modern game, I feel like that could have been an ending where you just realize that you can always go through the front door and just leave. You don't have to explore the mansion. You don't have to survive all these death traps and uncover the truth. If you don't want to do it, you can just go home. But this is not one of those games. But there's a cool scene if you do that, so I wanted to showcase that anyway. Although I can also investigate the door again. It's too dangerous to go outside. Yeah, I kind of agree. There's a fun Easter egg related to this in Resident Evil 5 as well, but yeah, that's not really relevant right now, so let's not get into that. Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, I can't say I have too much love for what they did in Resident Evil 8 in terms of the fantasy setting. Like, I think Resident Evil has always been about sci-fi and like things that aren't necessarily realistic, but you could kinda sorta, if you what's the word? Suspend your disbelief a little bit. Or the expression, if you suspend your disbelief a little bit, you could kind of see how these things could happen if some crazed person like creates mutants in a lab, and then they run rampant, and then stuff like this happens. You could kind of sort of see that, but Resident Evil 8 kind of borders on, well, like you said, fantasy, where stuff happens that could never happen in reality. Some completely crazy things, and crazy things happen in this game as well, and other early Resident Evil games, but this is definitely like more grounded, and I prefer this, even though I liked Resident Evil 8. I think definitely some of the more fantastical elements in that game were a little overblown, I guess. This is more my speed. But in addition to the setting and like what's going on in the story and all that, which of course, I mean, we just got into it, so it's early days, but of course I know what's going on in the story as a veteran player, and as one of those, I can say that this game in many ways, it's more understated, even compared to like Resident Evil 2. Resident Evil 2 feels a bit more like an action blockbuster. Well, action horror, but still, where it's more like highly produced and has a higher budget and everything. You can clearly tell this game is a little more, well, like I said, understated, and I quite like that about it. It's maybe not as exciting, but it has a different vibe to it that no other Resident Evil game has. There is the Kadu, which could be tied in, but they may be short. Slower transition. Yeah, I mean, they tried to explain it with the Kadu and other concepts, but I think, I mean, they did kind of manage to technically have the things in that game relate to science and like maybe not facts, but well, I guess in the end they managed to explain how it is still based on science rather than fantasy, but I think they're kind of stretching what you can do with science, because there's like hallucinations, and well, the hallucinations were more in no, there's definitely, I was gonna say there were more hallucinations in 7, but they're definitely there in 8 as well. And then of course there's the, well, I'm not gonna go too far into the problems I have with 8, but safe to say that it does stretch the definition of science fiction a little bit. But there was another comment. Hold on. Yeah, I feel like I would be the same way. Like, even if I'm armed to the teeth, I'd just be like, yeah, this isn't for me. Take me, zombie. And I just lie there and die. Not for me. But of course, when I can be an observer, an active observer, in the sense that I'm holding a controller and actually controlling the character, but, you know, I'm not in there myself. If they die, I don't die. But anyway, a woman drawing water is what it says on the plaque on that statue. Okay. There's a bunch of paintings as well. Picture of steep scenery, nothing unusual. Could be a picture of the Arclay Mountains. Hard to say, which is, of course, where we are right now. A picture of a beautiful woman. Nothing to bother about. I think towards the latter half of the stream, I'm not going to be examining literally everything. But in these early sections, I think it's fun to just kind of see what kind of flavor text you can get by examining random things. Don't do anything. A beautiful oil painting. Anyway, the game on my screen is actually considerably darker than it is for you, so it's a little hard for me to see that there's a stair, not really a staircase, I mean stairs. There's like movable stairs here. You can see it better. I can see from the stream window, so that's great. The main thing is that you can see it. I know where everything is. I don't need to see. I could almost play this blindfolded, which could be a later challenge I do. Great idea. Me. So I'm not gonna spend too much time pretending like I don't know what I'm doing. Hold on. It's a map of first floor. Will you take it? Yes. You got the map of first floor. Let's take a look. Mention first floor. Nice. So we're in the room glowing in red, and the green rooms we have already been to, and everything else we have yet to explore. And there's you can see staircases and doors and such. Say bye to the map screen, everybody. This is the last time we'll be looking at that. Well, maybe when we get a new map we can take a look each time, but I don't need it. I definitely don't. A picture of a chubby woman. Well, that's not very nice, Jill. Didn't think you were so judgmental. Anyway, what's over here? Huh. Maybe I could inch my way around? No. So, there's ink ribbons here. But I feel like I still don't want to take them. I'm going to leave them for now. Don't get up, mister. Thank you. Maybe I'll come back here later if I need the ink ribbons, but I probably don't. So let's move on. Oh, right. Now that I used the lockpick to open this door, I just realized that there's that other door back the other way where Barry went, for some reason, that I can use the lockpick on, but let's go there later. Pretty sure I had actually never played this specific Resident Evil back when I played this during the sleepovers. I definitely played Resident Evil 5, maybe some other ones, but not this one, if memory serves. I actually got into this pretty late. Like, I had played, I believe, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the very least before I played 1. Because I just didn't have easy access to it. Well, there's a bit more to it than that, but I'm not going to get into it right now. But the point is, it took me quite a while to get into this, but once I did, I like kind of fell in love with it instantly. The charm of it, everything, and the fact that this is like just Resident Evil in its purest possible form, I guess you could say unfiltered or unmarred by any of the changes that would come in later games. So I really appreciated it for those things. And even though I have not been playing this game for that many years, I mean several years, yes, but not nearly as many as like Resident Evil 2, for example. I've played this many times since I first got into it. And if I had to guess, I'd say probably about... Well, you know, it's kind of tough. Like, how do you even quantify something like that? Because this is a game that has 2 separate campaigns, and I would count a full playthrough, like a full playthrough of this game to consist of both campaigns. It's kind of the same story with slight differences for the most part, but I feel like it's part of the experience to play through it twice with different characters and see what changes. But if we consider, like, let's say one Jill run or one Chris run, one playthrough of the game in that case, which is valid, I think. You can say that, for sure. I'm not sure if I agree, but it is a playthrough of sorts. In that case, I must have played through this game at least 10 times. I don't know how many. It's like, I would say, somewhere between like 8 and 14, something like that, to the point that I basically know the lines that the characters say in each cutscene by heart. I could just like speak over the cutscenes and like repeat the lines along with the characters, but I think it hinders the story experience quite a bit if I do that, so I'm going to refrain as much as possible, but maybe sometimes I can't help it, and I apologize. Anyway, I really need to try my best not to just like stand still for a while and talk. I need to move forward with the game because it's gonna be a long one. What's this? Oh, nothing. Okay. Well, you could move it anyway, so that's good to know. Not that there was anything there. Anyway, let's move on. Ah! No, not another one! Please! I think this is a good time to mention that the audio quality in this version of the game is considerably lower than PlayStation, especially with the music you can hear it, but if you don't have a point of comparison, I guess you wouldn't be able to tell. But, you know, it kind of has its own charm as well. That it sounds so... not CD quality, which it should still be, because the game is on a CD, but I don't know, there's a huge difference compared to PlayStation. Anyway, now we can actually see the character model up close. So you can see that it's quite low poly, and especially compared to the wallpaper on the door, you can see that the background is considerably higher quality, I guess, or higher fidelity. And it's an iconic look to these early Resident Evil games, which I quite like. I kind of prefer it more when the game is fully in 3D, but of course the visuals do take a hit in that case. But there's something about it that I quite like. But there is no denying that if you want the best possible looking game, this is the way. Like with these limitations, doing these 2D backgrounds that are actually just pictures, but they're like laid out to resemble 3D environments. It's a clever way to avoid the issue of having the game look like ass. There's an item there. Let's take that. A green herb. Okay. There is also a comment which I should react to. Do you think the remakes are necessary? Would you rather have them working on new games? Necessary? No. But like, I understand why they exist. Going back to a game like this, of course, there isn't like a true modern remake of Resident Evil 1. The one that we do have is from 2002, and it plays very similarly to this one. It looks really great, even today, because of the pre-rendered backgrounds that I just talked about, largely. But yeah, that's not one of the modern ones. But if we're talking about 2, 3, and 4, I just spat a little. Sorry about that. Not sure if you can see it on camera. Whoopsie. Yeah, anyway, 2, 3, and 4, when it comes to those, I don't think the remakes are necessary per se, but I do understand why they did them, because going back to a game that plays like this for somebody that isn't intimately familiar with games of this style, for someone who didn't play them back in the day, or isn't intimately familiar with them like I am, as someone who plays these games constantly, I can understand that these aren't going to be a good experience for most people. So it makes sense for there to be a version of these games that is more palatable for modern audiences. But the problem that I have with those remakes, all of them, even though especially 4 is actually really great, the problem I have with all of those remakes is that they're really not remakes. They're more like new games that take the same name and the same story and the same characters, roughly, and then they change everything else. Like when the games don't play anything like the old ones, it might as well just be a new game set in the same world. So that's the problem I have with those. Like calling Resident Evil 2 remake Resident Evil 2 suggests that that is a newer version of Resident Evil 2, but I would argue that that is not the same game at all, but a completely different one that just uses certain ideas from the original. So I don't like that really, but I can understand why they kind of need to exist. Or I guess in that sense they are kind of necessary, sort of. But yes, I would definitely prefer it if they worked on new games rather than just remakes. I enjoy the remakes for what they are, but certainly I'm more excited when they do a new one, like Village or 8, whichever you want to call it. But yeah. Yeah. I of course I would love to keep you around for longer, but you make a good point there. I keep stopping constantly, and the game and the challenge are just not progressing while I stop to talk for a while. I'm just really bad at like trying to focus on the game and talking at the same time, especially when I'm talking about something that's not directly related to what's happening in the game right now. So maybe it's better if I just focus on the game more. But thanks for being here, and thanks for the good luck wishes. Let's hope the challenge goes well, but yeah, I'll be seeing you some other time for sure, maybe for the next one when we get back to Silent Hill 2, which is a promise I can make right now. That's the one we're going to be playing next time. Unless something happens where I just like am nowhere close to beating this and I want to come back to it and then I just feel like finishing it or something. But let's not go there yet. The point is I will be playing Silent Hill 2 soon. once again, and maybe we'll see each other again then. But yeah, thanks for watching, and I'll be seeing you later. But yeah, back to the game. Now, it's locked. A carving of armor. I feel like in the original version, which is the PlayStation version, they say a carving of armor is like etched on the door or something like that. That explains the context of what this means a little better. But yeah, that's what it means. There is a carving of armor on the door, whatever that means. Let's check out this room. Nothing in the bathtub. Nothing on the counter. It's nice that in a game this old you can see a reflection in the mirror. Like, there are modern games, such as the modern Resident Evil games, that don't actually allow you to see a reflection on glass or windows or whatever for some reason. I believe, if memory serves. But even in Resident Evil 1, all the way back in 1996, which is when the original version released, even though this is a 1997 release, the Saturn version that is, you could already see your reflection in not windows, but mirrors. That is cool. Nothing useful. Okay. So it might seem a bit random that there's a room with nothing in it, not a single item, not an enemy, nothing. But the reason for that is that in the Chris playthrough, there is actually an item there that you don't need as Jill. So that's why. Now, I feel like I might want to go here first. Knowing what's in each room. Sometimes I might pretend like I don't know, but I do know what's in every room. Yeah, I think this is a smart play. What a weirdly vertical room with nothing in it. Okay. Very tall, for no apparent reason. Very well. But the real oddity about it is that there's nothing in it. It seems a little bit unnecessary for that room to even be there. Okay, so there should be more ink ribbons here, which I guess I could take at this point. A tapestry. Nothing unusual. I could swear that there's ink ribbons on the table somewhere. I see you over there on the wall, my beauty. Hold on, just 1 minute. I could swear there's ink ribbons here. Am I wrong? Do I not know this game as well as I thought? I mean, I don't need the ink ribbons. But, you know, I just thought there were some. Maybe in a different version of the game? Not sure. Anyway, what's this? Could it be the shotgun? No, sure, I'll take it. Now, what could that mean? Well, let's not worry about it too much right now. I forgot to check this green herb. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be checking every single item in the game, but you know, to start, I guess we can see what the characters have to say about them. Jill in this case, of course. It's a local herb. In later games, they explain what it does, but in this one, they handle it a bit differently, which I appreciate. And then there's the shotgun, of course. Amazing. Can you zoom in this? I forget if you can zoom in. I guess not. Oh, you can't? Hold on. I pressed the wrong button. Remington M870, a pump action shotgun. You can zoom in, but not out? Is that right? Okay, well, you can zoom at least. There's a bunch of buttons on this controller, but they just don't do anything. Not that this is important. It's really not. But, you know, it's just something to note, I guess. anyway, now we have the shotgun, which is great. Of course, early on in the game, we might want to conserve it because it is very valuable, very strong, but especially against early enemies. But yeah, at least we have it now, which is awesome. Okay, so that's why it was a tall room. Let's go back. But of course it's locked. Well, let's just leave. But that's locked too. Well, this is a predicament. Maybe if I tried 50 times, it'll open.
Hey, what's going on?
Jill? Is that you, Jill?
Yeah, that's right.
What happened?
Barry, help me, please. The door won't open. Quick!
Stay away from the door, Jill. I'm gonna kick this door down.
Hurry! This way!
Thank you, Barry. I just realized I made a mistake. Fun fact, this is the only time you ever see characters running through the door animation.
Oh, Barry!
Classic line coming up.
That was too close. You were almost a Jill sandwich.
You're right. Barry, thanks for saving my life. But Barry, didn't you say you're going back to the dining room to do some research? Why on earth are you here?
Yeah, that's right.
I just had something I wanted to check. Now, let's get back to searching for the lost captain and Chris, shall we?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Barry.
Yeah.
Yeah, during that sequence, I just realized I made a grave mistake. Because, yeah, it's great that we got the shotgun, and we got that iconic scene, of course, but everybody always goes on about this specific scene, the Jill sandwich line, of course, it's very iconic, but I feel like a lot of games, or a lot of things in this game are iconic, but then I guess it checks out, because this is the very first Resident Evil, one of the first survival horror games ever made. Not the first, but it's one of the progenitors. But one of the forefathers. But it's not my favorite scene we could have gotten. If we went a different way, instead of going over there, we could have seen a different scene that I prefer, a scene that I think is funnier personally. And now we won't get that because we witnessed this scene. This game features a system sometimes where depending on the route you take, you get a different cutscene. And now we're not going to see what is probably my favorite cutscene in the whole game. So that's upsetting, but I mean, I'm not going to restart just because of that. I guess I'll do another run of this game later down the line, and then I can show that off. Damn, that sucks. That sucks. I kind of hate that. How did I not realize that? Oh, I'm bummed out about it. Anyway, let's just keep going. Oh. Well, let's not. Let's just not. So for a lot of the challenge, I feel like avoiding the enemies is my best bet. This one I could avoid. I could get past him, but I feel like he's dead. I feel like it's in my best interest to kill him because I'll be going through this area many times and he'll always be there. So I think it is a low investment to make, 4 bullets, and now he's dead. Of course, it could have taken more. The amount of shots that it takes to kill a zombie is random. But 4, I think, is the absolute minimum you can get. So we kind of struck gold with that one. What's this? Well, this is the very first safe room in the game, which is also iconic in its own right. Of course, there is a safe room theme, that you have already heard before in this stream, but it doesn't play in this specific one for some reason. Gardening tools. Nothing useful. But this is, of course, the item box that I mentioned in brief before. What this does is it allows me to store up to 50 items, I believe, of any type, and they will travel with me throughout the game in the sense that any item box I find, the same items will magically appear in it. So, of course, I should probably leave behind extra weapons like the knife. I'm not going to be using that. And the emblem, I guess I could put it away for now. Yeah, let's do that. And then I definitely don't need all these recovery items, so I'm going to put away the first aid spray and 1 green herb. The chemical, I also don't need right now. Kind of wish my friend was still here to watch, because this chemical has a special meaning to him specifically that I'm not going to go into right now. Anyway, there's also some free handgun bullets here. 30 to be exact, so we'll be taking those for sure. So the point with the challenge, or the point of the challenge, is that if, let's say, I faced a boss right now, and I beat the boss with the handgun, I would put the handgun away in the box, and then and the ammo as well, and then I can't use any of those for the rest of the game. So I need to be very careful about what I choose to use and when. But of course, it's early days. I'm not going to be taking the shotgun. It's early days, so of course at this point, we still have all the weapons we've managed to acquire so far. So no worries. Now you can actually, to avoid having the ammo take up too much space, you can combine them together. I don't know why I pretend like my viewers know absolutely nothing about Resident Evil, but then again, I guess it's better for people that don't know anything about Resident Evil, because this is the first one. So like, if you decide for some reason you decide that my stream, this very stream, should be your first experience with the Resident Evil series, I guess it's good that I explain some of the basics. But then again, I don't think I've ever really done that in other Resident Evil streams, so maybe it's a little redundant. Well, anyway, we'll be done with the basics pretty soon anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. There should also be ink ribbons here. Yes, I could save my progress if I had ink ribbons. Maybe not. Maybe not. I could be mistaken. I guess this goes to show that I don't remember where the ink ribbons are. Yes, it's an old typewriter. Okay, we're not going to be saving now then. I mean, so of course, I'm not going to be limiting how many times I can save, like I said before. But maybe I shouldn't save all willy-nilly just whenever. Because if I do save the game, I actually, this is a good time to touch on this. The way I play these games, always, is that even though I can save as many times as I want, I will only ever use one save slot, which means that I can't save scum, which is to say that if I screw something up, I can't go back to an earlier save because I've overwritten that previous save with the newest one. So you kind of have to commit to every decision you make, and I like playing that way. I think that's the true way to play these games, and that is how we'll be playing this challenge as well. But of course, that means that what does it mean? The zombie interrupted me. It means that I will have to be extra careful when it comes to any little choices I make throughout this run, when it comes to where I use my ammo, where I use my heals, and all that, because one critical mistake could be very bad for me. Could you not do this? I swear you could do that. I definitely don't want to walk into him. Hold on. I took too long rambling. I'm going to go back and reset his position, which is something you can do. I gotta say, I remember the loading screens in this version of the game, this Saturn version, being longer than they are. They are longer than on PlayStation for sure, but they're not that long. They're manageable. But it is definitely a fact that when something needs to load in this game, it takes longer than on PlayStation, like cutscenes and such. It takes a while longer for them to load. Between a rock and a hard place right now, for sure. I think I'm just gonna kill both. I think at this point, I've kind of committed. Nice one. Is the other one still alive? Yes. No, not now. Ah! God. So what happened there is that the magazine ran dry, and I had to reload. I could have reloaded. Like when I wasted those 2 shots in the staircase, I could have reloaded, but I actively chose not to for some reason. I don't know, and then I took a hit because of it. Great. Well, now they're dead. I think. They are dead, right? I can move the zombie bodies around? Huh? That's because he's not dead yet. No, I wasted a shot. Never mind. The important thing is he's dead. That didn't go great. That really didn't go great. The doorknob is broken. That's interesting. At some point, I'm going to have to go here anyway, so I might as well do that now. There's a specific route I would take if I was to play in an optimal manner, not necessarily a speed run even, but just like if I was playing this casually, not doing any kind of challenge that really tests my skills, I wouldn't necessarily be going this way right now, but I guess in the interest of this challenge, it is best to explore every avenue. Wood is put in the stove. A paper is on the wall. Very white. Very, very white paper. It's locked. A carving of a helmet. Okay, so now we've found armor, was it? And then a helmet. Interesting. I'll have to make a mental note of that. By which I, of course, mean I already knew that was a helmet door and I didn't have to examine it, but I felt like doing it anyway for the sake of the stream. It's locked, a carving of armor, of course. Yes, I'll remember that. Okay. You unlocked it. So, the game seems to be sending us on a fairly linear path right now, which helps move the game along, I guess. So that's good. I really don't have to do this. I could just avoid them. But I feel like this early on in the game, making choices like this isn't the worst thing. Especially with handgun bullets. Like, handgun bullets are not that valuable yet, anyway. Of course, it depends entirely on when I want to use the handgun. Like when I decide to, on a boss, I mean. When I decide to finally use it, and then I have to put it away into the box forever. Nothing uncommon. I have to make sure that I've gotten the most use out of that handgun that I can. Because I won't be able to use it afterwards. It's well arranged. So this is that room that had the broken doorknob. We made it in there. Nothing uncommon. common. I also remember there being ink ribbons in this room. Maybe that's the remake? Not sure. But there's something else here. Now, even though this stream isn't necessarily about the story of the game, I'm not going to be skipping it. We'll be reading through these documents because in my the only other time I've played Resident Evil 1 on the channel, I of course skipped all these because it was a speed run. So this time I want to make sure that you get the full experience, even if the main point is the challenge. But still, you know, we can go through these quickly. Botany book about medicinal herbs. So this is where we learn what the green herb that we found earlier does. Or green herbs, I should say. We found multiple. As you may know, there are many plants that have medicinal effects. I mean, medical effects. Since ancient times, humans have been healing wounds and diseases using various plants. In this book, we're going to sample 3 herbs that grow around the Raccoon Mountains and give their outlines as examples of those plants with medical properties. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Each herb has different colors and different effects as medical plants. The green one recovers physical strength. The blue one neutralizes natural toxins, while the red herb does not have any effect by itself. The red herb is only effective when it is mixed with other herbs. For example, if you mix this herb with the herb that recovers physical strength, the recovery effect will be tripled. I don't know if that's exact. I've always wondered about this. Like, what it basically does is it converts a green herb into a first aid spray, essentially. It has the same effect. But I don't know if that's triple the effect exactly, or if there's some other multiplier to it that is close to but not exactly triple. Not sure, but it's close to that anyway. But by adjusting the amount and experimenting with these 3 herbs, you can create various kinds of medicines. But I'll leave the details in your hands because that's the best way to acquire true knowledge. Indeed. A botany book has been filed. Right. So that's useful information for a first timer. Of course, I know what a green herb does, and the other ones as well. They appear in almost every game. While some have slight variations on what it is exactly that they do, the basic gist is the same. Most of the time. It's locked, a carving of armor. I'm also going to kill this guy because he's kind of in the way. Not that hard to avoid, but I'm taking a risk every time I... Wasted another one. I'm taking a risk every time I come through here, so... Wasted yet another one. So I'm taking a risk every time I come through here, because I think, considering how difficult this challenge is going to be, most likely, I feel like health is a more valuable resource than ammo a lot of the time. Maybe not all of the time, but at least right now I'm feeling like health is more valuable than ammo, but we'll see. So I can't push him around, right? I can't really see in the dark if he's dead or not, which you can tell by looking at the pool of blood that comes out of them. If there's no blood, they are not dead. It's locked. A carving of armor. Okay. A lot of locked doors. We definitely need to find that. Well, I guess it's not much of a spoiler to say that there is an armor key. So we need to find that as soon as possible. Going through this door, there might be a cutscene. It depends on certain variables that the game keeps track of, and I, to this day, don't know what exactly triggers it, but there might be a cutscene going into the next area. But we'll see. It's a fun one. Some more classic lines in there for sure, but let's see what happens. Nice.
Barry!
Jill, what's going on? Any clues?
No, but something's wrong with this house.
Whoa.
Whoa. This hall is dangerous. Maybe it's better to secure our escape route
This hall is
first.
one of the only safe areas in the
There
game.
must be a back door somewhere. Let's try to find it first, shall we?
Okay, let's separate again.
Just a moment. I found something.
What is it?
What is it?
It's a weapon. It's really powerful, especially against living things. Better take it with you.
But how about you,
I
Barry?
have this.
I have this.
Thank you. I'll take this then.
You got the acid rounds. Sick. Let's go. Ciao. How nice of Barry. Giving us something that powerful. So, of course, I have to mention it. It's obligatory. At this point, I feel like everybody always rags on about how it doesn't make any sense that he says, it's a weapon. It's really powerful, especially against living things. As if there are things that aren't powerful against living things. But I feel like the point of that line is to highlight how that weapon isn't necessarily best used against the undead, like zombies and zombie dogs, or Cerberuses in this game's case. There is a difference. Look it up. But there may be other enemies that aren't, strictly speaking, undead that it is better against. So I think that's the point of the line. It is often misconstrued. So I just felt like clarifying. This is the area where you would get the other cutscene that I was talking about earlier that we missed out on. I'm going to hold on to hope that we get that still if I wait it out a bit. So let's not go in there yet. Most likely it's not going to work. I'm pretty sure the rules of the game state that if you saw the cutscene in the shotgun room, or by the shotgun room, then you don't get the scene over there. Which is, again, a crying shame, because it's such a good scene. I love it. Damn it. I call myself a veteran and I mess up like that. I think this is a good time to mention that one oddity of this... Wasted another bullet. One oddity of this Sega Saturn version is that, unlike, I think, every other version of this game, except for the very original one, at least in certain regions, the original PlayStation one, not Director's Cut, not the DualShock version, but the one that was just called Resident Evil, released in 1996, I believe that is the same as this, in the sense that, of course, in most Resident Evil games, when you hold down the aim button, the character will aim at the closest enemy, and it doesn't matter if that enemy isn't on screen. If there's a direct line of sight from the character to the enemy and there are no obstacles in between, the character will automatically aim at that enemy, thus revealing that even though you can't see the enemy in the room, there is an enemy there. And then you can keep clicking another button to switch between targets to find out that find out if there are more than one enemy in the room, or there is more than one enemy in the room. Or you can keep tracking a moving enemy by continuously hitting that button, and then the character will always retarget to the current position of the enemy. However, in this version, you don't have auto aim. So what that basically means is that when I hold down the aim button, there is another enemy in this room that isn't making any noise or moving. But I can't tell, because when I hold down the aim button, Jill aims straight ahead instead of around here where the enemy is. When we go into the next camera angle, you'll be able to see that there is an enemy there, but because I have no auto aim, I can't tell. Well, I couldn't if I didn't know. So that's going to be interesting as well. And it's not just useful for finding out that there are hidden enemies in a room, but also, of course, for situations when you're in combat with fast-moving enemies, where you want to keep track of their position at all times, because you can just hit the aim button and the character will automatically aim directly at the enemy, and it'll ensure that you get a hit in if the enemy doesn't suddenly move out of the way, of course. But here, it's completely up to me to manually aim at the enemy. So that's going to be interesting. And there's the enemy, like I said. That enemy isn't really in the way, but I would like to examine that statue next to him, so I'm not sure how I should handle that. I guess the boring way to do it, but the more sensible way, especially considering the challenge we're doing, is to go over to him, get him on the move, and then lure him around. How many bullets do I have, by the way? 4. Yeah, we're definitely not going to be killing him, because 4 bullets might not even be enough to kill him. Yeah, I'm going to run into trouble soon, because there are enemies to kill, but I don't have any more ammo. That should be enough. Probably don't have to wait for longer. Now I can freely examine this statue. But of course you can't actually examine it, you can only push it. Now he's turning around, but it'll be too late by the time he gets here. Oh, whoops. So, one thing I want to mention at this point is that we've been going for a bit over an hour and a half. And knowing how long the game is, it's not super long, but considering that we're still in the first of many areas in the game, and we're not even close to being done with this area, I feel like I might actually have to stretch this out to multiple streams. 2 ideally, but still more than 1. Which is not ideal. Sometimes you have to do stuff like that, because I just straight up don't have enough ammo for that. I can't kill 2 enemies. Maybe later I'll clear out that hallway to avoid potential dangers, but for now we managed. Okay, we're not going to contend with those guys right now. Listen. So like I said, you had heard the safe room theme before, and here it is again. This is what you can expect to hear when you enter a safe room, the only truly safe space in the game. So, while we listen to this calming, but also kind of eerie music, let's get back to what I was saying just now. So we've been going for over an hour and a half, and we're still very early in the game. Like, there's another, hold on, depending on how you want to count it, there's like 4 or so more areas in the game after this, and we're like, I don't know, roughly halfway through the first one. Definitely no more than that. I feel like even if I go on for 6 hours, we're still going to be far from actually beating the game, considering this special challenge and the ways in which it lengthens the playthrough. So maybe I'll actually, even though I said I wouldn't do it, and I really don't want to do it, maybe I'm going to have to stretch this out to multiple streams anyway. It's a drag, but I just, man, all I know is I don't want to still be here at 8 a.m. Like when the birds start singing and the sun starts shining through the window, straight into my eyes, and it'll get bright out, I don't still want to be up playing this. So, yeah, I'm going to give it a good attempt. We'll be going for a couple more hours for sure. But I feel like I might have to do a part 2. And it's fine. It's fine. I have such a bad reputation when it comes to doing multi-parter streams or multi-parter playthroughs, where I must have like a 70% or so track record of not coming back to finish multi-part stream series. So I'm just a little worried about that because I know myself pretty well. But then again, this isn't supposed to be like a one and done thing where I just do one stream and then I disappear again for years. The intent is to come back next month for sure. So if I come back, let's say a week from now, we can just pick this back up again. It'll be no time at all compared to how much time there is usually between my streams. So, you know, it's still in fresh memory. I'll still probably be enthusiastic enough about it, even though it's not really new at that point anymore. So it should be fine. It should be fine. And then after that, we do Silent Hill 2, for sure. Anyway, we'll see what happens, but right now, despite what I said earlier, it is starting to seem like it'd be a fool's errand to try to do this in one stream. Anyway, that's enough about that for now. Vitamins and serums. I can't take them. There should be ink ribbons in this room. That's right, that's right. My TV's making weird sounds. Not sure if the mic picked that up, but we'll just ignore that for now. I feel like in the PlayStation version you get 3 ink ribbons in a batch every time. Well, most times anyway. In this one I believe it's 2, which makes things a bit more difficult, which is appreciated. Because there is absolutely no point in trying to do like a no save run, why don't I just save the game right now? Especially since I already found ink ribbons in a bunch of places and I just ignored them. I can always go back later if I need to get more in order to save, if I end up wasting all the ones I have. So maybe we'll just save the game now, just in case, so I don't lose any major amounts of progress, because anything could happen, you never know. Yeah, there's really no reason not to save. You can save your progress with this. Will you use the ink ribbon? Yes, of course. Now, real quick, I have 2 save files here. Nothing in the internal memory, because this console has a quirk in that the internal memory is reliant on a clock battery. I think the exact model is C2032. Which needs to be replaced every now and again, and if it runs out of juice, it wipes all of the internal memory. Any saves that you might have had here at one point, which I believe I did, have been lost forever because the battery ran dry and it wiped the internal memory. But you know, I didn't have one handy, so we can't use the internal memory. But why would we use that anyway, since I have the RAM card right here, which houses these permanently, at least. Well, I should say indefinitely. You never know what could happen, but yeah, I can be pretty trusting in that these saves will continue to exist here for many more years to come. Anyway, as for what these saves actually are, this one is a clear save, which is to say that this is my last playthrough of the game I did. In the Saturn version, and I don't remember what I did in this. I don't remember what grade I got or if I unlocked anything special, but this is another playthrough we could have. No, actually, no. I was about to say that we could have used this save file and done another run on it. But then I realized that if you do that, it skips the opening cutscene, and of course we don't want to do that because we also want to enjoy the story. So it's best to do it like this. And besides, there's tons of save slots, so there is absolutely no harm in saving to another. But before I save, what's this one? Well, there's an interesting story related to this. I don't want to get too far into it, but the basic gist is that this isn't actually the first time that I intended to do a challenge run of sorts in this version of the game. I'm not going to get into what the challenge was exactly, but I came up with a challenge idea for this very game, and I didn't stream it, but I recorded it offline and I enjoyed the challenge. I think it was quite fun. It produced many funny moments that I think could have made for a pretty good video, but I had designed the challenge poorly ahead of time, so I had to break the rules that I had set myself many times in order to beat the challenge, so that kind of negated the whole point. And I had such trouble with that challenge. It was insanely hard, to the point that I was absolutely losing my mind. It went on for just, I don't even remember how long. It could easily have been like 10 to 12 hours, that whole playthrough. I died so many times in specific spots that were really difficult, and it just, like, if I released it as is, it would just, I don't know, run on for too long, and you'd have to see the same parts over and over again. So if I ever wanted to release that, I would definitely have to edit it first and like cut out all the boring bits, which is an undertaking for sure. But I don't know, maybe someday I'll show that to some capacity, but right now I have no plans to actually release that playthrough, which is part of why we're doing this now. Like, I enjoyed the challenge when I wasn't really struggling with it, and I thought it was a good idea on paper, and I wanted to release a video like that. So I'm just like glad I'm able to do a similar thing now. The challenge is completely different, but the fact that I'm just able to do a challenge run of sorts in Resident Evil 1, specifically on the Saturn as well, I think it's just pretty cool. So, you know, I'm going to take what I can get for now, and maybe we'll come back to the other challenge run at some point, but not in the near future. Anyway, let's choose save slot number 3. Jill, 01. M room. Medical room? Probably that. Medicine room, medical room, something like that. Anyway, now we have saved our game for the first time, so any progress that we have made up until now, including erroneously going for the wrong cutscene, cannot be taken from us. It is permanent. Yeah, but considering how few handgun bullets I have, it would probably be in my best interest to take the shotgun just in case. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Okay. I'll leave an herb. We should examine the acid rounds and the ink ribbon. I'm still committed to that for now. Powerful rounds for the bazooka. Okay, looking forward to that. And then the ink ribbon. It's used with a typewriter. It doesn't explain what it does, but of course when you examine the typewriter, it explains it, so that's all well and good. Iconic stuff. Everything is iconic. I should really come up with other words to describe things, but I mean, these things are iconic. There's no getting around it. Green herbs, safe room themes, ink ribbons. All this stuff is super iconic. There is a reason this game is held in high regard despite its age. Yeah, okay, just in case, I'm gonna equip the shotgun. Ideally, I don't wanna waste a single shot, but if it comes to that, well, then it comes to that. And nothing to it. Well, I might run into trouble later, but, I mean, what's one shell gonna do, really? Not much. It's gonna kill a zombie, that's why. So I realize I missed out on some... No. I realized I missed out on some... it's locked, the carving of armor, again. Yeah, I realized I missed some rooms back upstairs. in the area with the 2 zombies I had to avoid, with the one trying to puke on me, which is the thing they can do. Please, sir, please, let me through. But yeah, what I was gonna say is that there were 2 rooms I could have explored upstairs, but I didn't feel like doing that yet because it's a dangerous area. I don't want to use any more bullets than I have to, and I know for a fact that those 2 doors are locked for now, so until I can find more handgun bullets, I'm not going back there. It looks to be a greenhouse. Well, well. An old pump. Water seems to be sent from here. The lid is open. Interest. So, I knew that was gonna happen, but what scared me was that I expected the camera angle to change first, but it didn't, and the vines just like attacked me before I expected it to happen. But yeah, it looks like we're not gonna go through there. Whatever's in that water, well, it can't be good. But there's stuff on the other side that we definitely want to get to, so we should come back here. This kind of stuff where I go into rooms where I know I can't do anything just for the sake of showing it off, and kind of pretending like I'm playing this for the first time, it's definitely not going to help with like beating this game anytime soon. Hello? You have used the lockpick. Hold on. Let me think. Do I want to go in there? There's another iconic thing in there. It's worth exploring for sure, but right now, I need more handgun bullets. That's really what this boils down to. I really desperately need more handgun bullets. Where could I find some? I really need the... Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Go in there. I'll go in there. Thank you. I actually have some water here. But nothing too urgent is going on. That's right. Handgun bullets. Nice. We're not gonna explore this room in full just yet, but I will take these handgun bullets for sure. That's great. Let's go. Now we'll be... Oh. We'll be swapping back to the handgun, which I didn't do, despite saying it out loud. There we go. Yeah, I'm not even gonna go into the rest of the room for now, because I wanna come back later. But then again, we're already here, so why not? Can't make up my mind. Yeah, there seems to be something on the desk. Let's take a look. Oh no! Take this, Zamboni, you fiend! Luckily the music told us before the blood did that the threat was dealt with. So one thing I gotta say, I don't remember how the remake handles this, but one thing I gotta say about this that's a bit unfortunate is that once you read this note, it talks about that guy in the closet. So it's such a nice little twist that you're reading about a person who's like getting progressively less... Well, I don't want to spoil it yet, but you're talking about a person who keeps going down this dark path, and once you reach like the climax of the story, then at that very moment he bursts through the doors of the closet and attacks you. It's a bit of a shame that it happens in this order. I feel like they changed it in the remake, which is for the better, I think. But it's still a cool moment. Iconic for sure. Shells, huh? These are shotgun shells, of course, which will come in handy for sure. A big box of them. Shells for the shotgun. Nice. They always come in bundles of 7. So, if you manage to find a box of them, you'll be on Easy Street for a good while. With just those 7. Oh yeah, one more thing I wanted to mention is that I was gonna say that this is one of those scenarios where you really want the quick turn, well, not the quick turn really, which is also not in this game. That's a later game feature, but no version of Resident Evil 1. Okay, I can't say that. No old, like no 90s version of Resident Evil 1 has the quick turn from the later games. But what I meant to say is that the auto aim would be really helpful in this scenario, because when I'm here facing the desk and the zombie attacks, if I press R1, or, well, in PlayStation's case it would be R1, here it's just R. If I hold on R, Jill would turn around to face the zombie immediately. But because I don't have auto aim, of course, I would have to do it like this, which takes time that I didn't have in that scenario. But of course, Jill turned around automatically in the cutscene, so that's all well and good. Anyway, let's read this note. Keeper's Diary. I think it is safe to say that this is the most, yes, iconic document in all of Resident Evil. So, let's take a look. May 9th, 1998. At night, we played poker with Scott the Guard, Alias, and Steve the Researcher. I feel like they changed Alias to Elias in the remake, but for now, we'll stick with Alias, because that's what it says. Steve was really lucky, but I think he was cheating. What a scumbag. May 10th, 1998. Today, a high-ranking researcher asked me to take care of a new monster. It looks like a gorilla without any skin. They told me to feed them live food, and this is where it goes a bit downhill for me. I don't like this part, but it's part of the game, so we'll read it. When I threw in a pig, they were playing with it, tearing off the pig's legs and pulling out the guts before they actually ate it. In my headcanon, I'm going to pretend that the pig was already dead. That helps me sleep at night. Anyway. I should mention, this gorilla-like monster that doesn't have skin will, maybe we'll encounter it later. We'll see. Very interesting, though. So definitely there are monsters other than just zombies and dogs, the Cerberuses that I mentioned before, which is what they're called. May 11th, 1998. Around 5 o'clock this morning, Scott came in and woke me up suddenly. He was wearing a protection suit that looks like a spacesuit. He told me to put one on as well. I heard there was an accident in the basement lab. It's no wonder. Those researchers never rest, even at night. So there is a lab in the basement. Good to know. May 12th, 1988. I've been wearing this annoying spacesuit since yesterday. My skin grows musty and feels very itchy. By way of revenge, I didn't feed those dogs today. Now I feel better. There's all kinds of animal-related, what's the word? There's all kinds of animal-related abuse in this document that I'm not a fan of, but there is no denying that it is a legendary document. Let's continue. May 13th, 1998. I went to the medical room because my back is all swollen. It feels itchy. They put a big bandage on my back, and the doctor told me I did not need to wear the spacesuit anymore. I guess I can sleep well tonight. May 14th, 1998. When I woke up this morning, I found another blister on my foot. It was annoying, and I ended up dragging my foot as I went to the dog's pen. They had been quiet since morning, which is very unusual. I found that some of them had escaped. I'll be in real trouble if the higher-ups find out. I feel like the ones that escaped, we might have encountered those in the opening cutscene, in the woods. May 15th. May 15th, 1998. Even though I didn't feel well, I decided to go see Nancy. It's my first day off in a long time, but I was stopped by the guard on the way out. They say the company has ordered that no one leave the grounds. I can't even make a phone call. What kind of joke is this? May 16th, 1998. I heard a researcher who tried to escape from this mansion was shot last night. My entire body feels burning and itchy at night. When I was scratching the swelling on my arm, a lump of rotten flesh dropped off. What the hell is happening to me? May 19th, 1998. Fever gone, but itchy. Hungry and eat doggy food. Itchy Scott came. Ugly face, so killed him. Tasty. 4. Itchy. Tasty. And then imagine if the zombie would pop out of the closet now. That would be so good. And I think that is indeed how they do it in the remake, but I must admit that even though I prefer this original version to the remake for various reasons that I will not be getting into right now, this is certainly not one of them. That is a good change that they made. I very, very much like it. There's nothing over here. Nothing special. So not nothing, but nothing special. Fair enough. Now, there's zombies in the corridor, of course, so I gotta pay attention. I think I'll actually kill him. I have the handgun equipped now, right? Yeah. Yeah. It might be in my best interest to conserve these, but I want to get into the room he's guarding. Better back away a bit. No. 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 Oh, jeez. Yeah, I think he died. Pretty sure. Hard to see. Hard to see. The screen's pretty dark for me, like I said. Anyway, wasted one bullet, but other than that, that went pretty well. Let's see what's in here. Rather than wanting to go in here right now, it's more for future trips through this area, because right now I can't do anything here. Anyway, it reads, some tigers have a red eye and a blue eye. And that's that. It's another small room. I don't have a good memory, or like a small random room that seems quite vertical and doesn't really have much in it. I have bad memories of those, but it doesn't look like there's any immediate danger. Even this tiger. I mean, imagine if there were zombie tigers. That's not a thing in this game, of course, but imagine. But no, this is just a statue. Hello, Mr. Tiger. But yeah, we'll be coming back here later, I'm sure. Once we have some tiger eyes. But I think what we'll do right now is unlock this. Yeah, let's go through here. Let's go through here. Because now this will take us into the corridor where we encountered the very first zombie in the game. And that iconic scene. Yes, again, iconic. It's the only word in my vocabulary, apparently. Right, yeah. We didn't actually come back and take a look at what was going on here. So the zombie was like kneeling over this corpse of Kenneth from the STARS Bravo team. So this is one of the STARS members that was sent into the mansion before, and then they went missing. Well, it's no wonder they lost contact when stuff like this happened to him. Now he's become a mere shadow of his former self. And of course, a morbid little detail that you can see even with these low poly graphics is that his head lies severed on the ground next to his body. So that's nice. I mean, of course, you could see in the cutscene with the zombie when we were here last time, right? That he dropped Kenneth's severed head onto the ground, right? That does happen. Like, I'm not imagining things. Pretty sure that happens, where it like drops on the ground and then it like flips around to reveal his half-eaten face. But that's the thing that happens, right? Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy fruitlessly trying to be entertaining or something. Anyway, Kenneth's body holds some secrets that we ought to make use of. Hangable, it's nice, but not many people know that there's more. I think this is literally the only time in the game where if you examine the same thing 3 times, each time something happens. Something different. So that's good to know. We will definitely be making use of those. My comrade Kenneth, I salute you and your contributions to our great country and the society at large, and we will never forget your service. Goodbye, Kenneth. Of course, here we can use the lockpick, which we now have. Thank you, Barry. Let's see where it takes us. You know, Kenneth is one of the very few characters in this game that doesn't have a single line, which is a shame. They actually fixed that in the remake. They found a clever way to have him speak, which is nice. I like that. In this original, he doesn't, but you know, I guess it's more for shock value than anything that you come in here after the Bravo team, your comrades, only to find that many of them have been brutally murdered. And it works in that way as well, but I'm glad that they actually made him into a bit of a character in the remake. There are certainly things I like about that version. Certainly things they improved upon. But I think overall there's more things that this game does right, so in the end it's still my favorite. Of the 2. Not my favorite Resident Evil, not even close, but of the 2, my favorite for sure, and still a great game in its own right. A fine grand piano. Nice. Well, this is an interesting setup. A shelf in front of a shelf. But what if... Not that way then. Try again. Okay, now we're talking. Will you take the music notes? Yes, please. Let's take a look. I feel like just about anybody can guess what we're gonna do with these, but let's check them anyway. The title is Moonlight Sonata, which is of course a real life piece of music composed by I want to say Beethoven. I should know. Moonlight Sonata is another iconic Resident Evil thing. I should know who composed it. I think it's Beethoven, but I'm not sure. Sorry if I got that wrong. Anyway, let's play. It's Moonlight Sonata, as we already learned. A secret door. Let's check it out. It's another one of those crests. Let's grab it. A gold one this time. Or emblem. Emblem, of course, is what I meant to say. Oh. Well, this is a predicament. Doesn't look like there's a way out. And for anybody that doesn't know, Resident Evil is not one of those games where you can use your weapons to, like, affect the environment, I guess you could say. Like, someone might think easily, not having played the other Resident Evil games, that you could use, let's say, the shotgun to blast this door open, but that's not a thing you can do. So we have to find another way. Even if I had a rocket launcher, I couldn't do anything about it. That's just not how the way works. No, what? That's just not the way the game works, is what I meant to say. It's the hollow that an emblem was in, right? So, of course, if we put it back, the door will open. Right. Not much of a conundrum. What needs to be done here, but right now I can't do much about it, so we'll leave for now. But it's progress. It's progress. That's the important thing. At this point, I guess I could mention that at some point I'll probably have to take a quick break and have a snack, because I just ate before I started this. But if I'm gonna keep going for another 2 hours at least to actually make good progress into this, it's probably in my best interest to eat, because if I'm hungry, it's just gonna make me more aggravated and I'm not gonna be able to focus on the game. It's just better all around for me to take like a 15-minute break and then come back, which will happen at some point. Not yet, but at some point. Ooh, I want to go back to the safe room now, and yes, it is a safe room, not a save room, everybody. I want to go back to the safe room, but honestly, I shouldn't have taken that emblem. Why did I take the emblem? I could just grab it now, and whatever. I'll grab it when I go into the safe room. The zombie body is gone, but that doesn't mean that he'll come back later, or that he's not actually dead or whatever. That's just a thing that happens in this game, where the zombie bodies despawn when you leave the room. There's nothing inside. It's dark outside, and I can't see very far. Right, so here are the remains of the statue I dropped from up above, and it looks like there's something glimmering on the ground. A blue eye. Let's examine it. Lovely. It's shining beautifully. I do quite like the fact that you can examine all the items you find up close, and you can see their 3D models in detail, in higher detail than you can see them in the game environment normally, or like on the character's person or whatever. It's a nice touch. One of my least favorite things that they did with Resident Evil 2, even though Resident Evil 2 is of course a phenomenal game, the original, and it is overall, I think, better than this one. One of the disappointing things it did is that it completely removed the ability to look at 3D models of the items you have in your inventory. And instead they replaced them with static pictures that look nice, sure, but it just loses a little something. Of course, the reason for that is that, well, we'll get into the why of that later. There is a reason, but it's not relevant just yet. Anyway, now that we got that blue jewel, or should I say eye, let's see what happens when we give it back to the tiger. That's right. Well, I have the blue one for you, buddy. Here you go. Ooh. Some kind of secret compartment? That's right, that's right. Okay. Well, since I'm going into the safe room, I'll be taking that. I don't need it right now, but I'll take it. Will you take the wind crest? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Tiger. It might be the remake again, but I remember there being shotgun shells, which is not what was in there. And before you ask, when you put in the red jewel, no, that doesn't result in you getting shotgun shells. That's a completely different thing that I do remember. But yeah, I'll take a wind crest. It represents wind. I think I can see it. Which way am I facing? Hold on. Right, I guess there are certain ways in which you can tell if you look closely. Anyway. Now we'll be heading back into the safe room, which is what I've been going on about for like the last 5 minutes. Hello. No need to contend with him. He's not a concern. No matter which way I come through, he's really no concern at all. This guy, though, okay, not that bad. Not that bad, if I'm honest. I read fairly recently, I believe, that in certain versions of this game they added zombies that move quickly, quicker than they normally would. And I believe this version should have that. I'm actually not sure, but if I had to guess, it is one of those versions. I don't know if that's the case, because I have to admit that even though I'm a huge fan of the series, as you can see based on what I've made videos about on the channel up until now, I have to admit I have never played the original version of Resident Evil. Not the director's cut, not the DualShock version, not the Saturn version, none of the PC ports, the DS version, nothing like that. But the original. I've played almost every other version, but not that one. The one that is just called Resident Evil, that released in '96. The one that I talked about before, the one that also doesn't have the auto-aim function, I believe. And it also lacks the special modes that they added in later versions. This one has the battle mode, and then the director's cut has the range mode and stuff like that. But if this version also lacks the auto-aim, maybe it doesn't have the fast zombies either. But then if it doesn't have the fast zombies, I gotta be honest, I'm well familiar with the director's cut version on PlayStation, but I can't recall there being fast zombies in that one either. So I don't know what that's about. Anyway, since we only have one increment right now, I'm not actually going to save again just yet, even though we have the ability to. I could heal, because we've taken some damage, but maybe I'll wait till I take another hit. Okay, so we don't need the crest right now. We definitely don't need the shotgun shells. The shotgun itself. I mean, there's no temptation to use it if I don't have it on me, but it could be risky to leave it. No, I'm a pro. I know what I'm doing. I'm also leaving this for now. You'll see why very soon. But I definitely want the emblem, and I want the chemical. Just realized I never examined the chemical, which we will be doing very soon. Okay, that's good. That's good, that's good. A chemical to kill the weeds. Herbicide, that is. Mm-hmm. And of course, armed with that knowledge, we know exactly what to do with that. So next, let's go back to some areas we were in previously. I'll drop off the emblem I have to swap it out for the... Whoa, 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 whoa. To swap it out for the gold one. Okay, I managed somehow. I wanted to say something. Oh yeah, the gold emblem. We're gonna get that, and then of course we'll also use the herbicide, and let's do that first, actually. Sorry in advance, Vines. I know you didn't enjoy to... I'm getting ahead of myself here. I know you didn't get to enjoy life as a... How should I describe your current state? Well, I don't know. But yeah, sorry you didn't get to live your life in this state for very long, but unfortunately I need the stuff that's behind you over there, so here you go. Yeah, sorry. It's not fair. You weren't actively out to harm me. We could have been friends, but alas, sometimes you have to do these things to get ahead in life. So, of course, the immediate thing we can see here is that there's 6, count them, 6 herbs. Crazy. That's crazy, dude. There's also one little fun fact I can mention is that I believe that in this version of the game, at least, you can stand here and grab the... I mean, I guess I could try it right now. Can you stand here and grab the herbs? Let me see. How close do I need to get? Maybe it's not in this version. No, you can. Okay, yeah. For sure, you can do that. Do I want to take all the herbs? I mean, I guess it's more useful if they're all in the item box rather than just lying around all over the place for me to remember their existence. Now, of course, we don't have enough room to carry all of them. Whatever are we gonna do? These 2 reds, which of course triple the effect of the green one, are definitely worth taking. So, you know, we should do something about that. And of course, this is where combining items comes into play. But let's examine this first. I think it'll say the same thing as the green one, but yeah. Whatever. So of course you can't use this by itself, but you can combine it. Will you mix the herbs? Yes. And now we have a mixed herb. Nice. Cool. It's a mixture of green and red herbs. Epic. And then if we also take the other red one, we can combine that as well. And that'll leave us with 1 additional inventory slot, which is just as well, because there's 1 more item in this room. Right over here. Can you examine anything else? Probably not. Anyway, what could this be? Will you take the mansion key? Why, yes. I could definitely use some keys. Let's take a look. And this is where I can explain why they removed the feature to look at items in 3D in Resident Evil 2. The reason is, the contrary to this game, where you can spin an item around and find something on the backside, which is why it's always a good practice to make sure that you look at all the new items you get before you just stash them away, because there could be some important clues regarding their use. But in Resident Evil 2, there is nothing like that. There is no scenario in which examining an item will reveal something about it that you didn't already know. Or rather, I should say that it won't reveal any hidden details. It will just explain what the item does, which is useful, but it is a bummer that you can't actually spin the items around in 3D and find that, oh, there's a picture of, or a carving, rather, of armor on the back. Which is to say that this is the armor key. I mean, just think back to how many doors we've found with a carving of armor on them. So that's huge. That gives us access to, like, easily 5 rooms, at least. Could be more. Not exactly sure, but a lot of rooms. That's for sure. Hold on, I started to think. I technically have room to take the... Well, let me just do this. There we go. I don't have any additional space, so I'm not going to go in there, because there's definitely going to be some items for me to take. But at least I've unlocked it now, and that gave me some more time to think. But I think what I want to do instead is to do as I originally intended and head over here. To swap the... I can't swap the emblems because, like, there's no mechanic that allows you to like take an item while you use an item. So you have to have one additional inventory slot in order to take the gold emblem first, so you can put away the other one. But I believe you should be able to put the old emblem back in its original place, thus freeing up an inventory slot. But then if I put it back here, it doesn't matter, because then I can't get the gold one. Well, just for the sake of experimentation, let's see if you can indeed put it back. Yes. But I'm going to take it right back again, because I'm going to have to make a trip to the safe room. Oh well. This is the kind of thing I would never have done back in my heyday, back when I was more actively playing this game. Around the time when I, first got introduced to it. But it's been a while. It's been a couple of years since I last played it. I think my last playthrough was on the Saturn. It might even have been that challenge run I did. Or maybe not. I forget. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But it was definitely on the Saturn, that's for sure. Man, this zombie is a bit of a burden, but it's easy enough to get past him. So I just kind of feel like, oh, it's beneficial for me to keep avoiding him. But basically all it takes is one blunder. One time I take damage from him, and then it's suddenly not worth it at all anymore. So, there's certain choices you have to make, these micro decisions throughout the game, constantly. It can be tricky that way, especially when you do a weird challenge like this. I was gonna say something. What was it again? Oh yeah. Normally, under normal circumstances, when I'm playing on my own, just for myself, and nobody's watching, I would painstakingly organize all of these items. Very specifically, I would have the weapons here first, and then the ammo for the respective weapons in the same order that the weapons are. And then after that, I will put all of the key items up here past this middle point. All the key items will be here for easy access, and then after that, all the recovery items. But for the purposes of making the stream more interesting, I'm just not going to do that. You're going to have to make do with the knowledge that that is how I play this game normally. But right now, it's not in my best interest. So, there are those two locked doors up just upstairs. But I believe you can't go into either with the armor key. So maybe I won't do that right now. I'll do it when I go through that area naturally at some point, but I won't have to go there right now, so we'll leave that till later. Man, I do have to keep dodging these same zombies very often. It's not too much trouble. I can handle it, but I always take a risk. It might be better to just kill them. But it's hard to say. It is hard to say, for sure. It'll only come to light later on in the challenge how stingy I really have to be with my ammo. Anyway, there is, of course, the broken shotgun here. So, real quick, if you're playing as Chris, Barry doesn't come to your aid if you get trapped in the shotgun room. So you have to use this to do that classic trick where you take something and you replace it with something else of an equal of equal weight. Kind of like how Indiana Jones does the switcheroo with the statue thing in the first movie. But we don't need to do that because we already got the shotgun, because Barry was very helpful. Of course, we could have used the broken shotgun if I had gone a different route, gotten the other cutscene I like more, the one I wanted to show off, and then Barry would not have shown up to help me out of that trap, so I'd have been forced to use the broken shotgun. But now, since I already have the shotgun, I guess I won't be taking this. I'd like to examine it, but it just takes up an extra inventory slot, so it's, kind of a drag, kind of a bother, an extra bother I don't need. I'll take it anyway. Just so I can say I took every item in the game. Assuming I don't miss anything, but I shouldn't. Nice. Very rusty. It's too dangerous to fire. Does it have another use? Maybe. Not for me, though. I mean, you can go and put it onto the gun rack in the room where we got the shotgun, but it doesn't do anything at this point, so whatever. I'll just put it in the box. The desk is locked. Will you use the lockpick? And if memory serves, it's shotgun shells. And this time it's actually gonna be shotgun shells. Right? Yes. Sick. That's a bit too much stuff, though. I still have that one extra inventory slot I need, but to get the emblem, of course. But I might want to deposit some stuff. I'll be fine. knowing what I do with the emblem, I think I'll be fine. Okay, okay. Doing good, doing good. So I'm just trying to think about where I want to go next after this. There's many avenues we could explore. Again, there's tons of doors that we just, or tons of rooms we just gained access to with that key. So the world is just opened up by a lot. Previously we were going on a pretty linear path, but now the game is definitely starting to open up in a whole new way. Anyway, let's take the emblem again. Of course, the trapdoor is going to close. But this time, I came prepared. Take that. Nice. Can I still take it if I want to? An emblem is in place. Nope. That's okay. I could definitely imagine myself not really paying attention, accidentally putting back the gold one and then running all the way over to where I took the first one and then putting it back in and then realizing it's not the gold one and I have to go all the way back and do it again. But luckily I was paying enough attention that that didn't happen. Nor do I think it's ever happened to me before, but I could definitely imagine it. Okay, here you go. Here's the gold one, but what's gonna happen? Let's see. I guess I didn't examine the gold emblem. Oh man, I broke my perfect streak. But hey, the grandfather clock that we examined earlier had a secret compartment behind it. An emblem is in place, right? Well, I guess we'll never know what Jill had to say about the gold emblem. Too bad. Now, if memory serves, this is another key. Maybe you can even see it on your screen. I don't know. I can. Yeah, mention key, of course. This is huge. This is huge. It is a key for a type of door that we have not come across yet, for it is the shield key. So that's a crucial one. I'll have to hang on to that for sure. But, well, there will be a time to use it for sure, but it's not just yet. I'm just thinking here. I still have the other key, right? Yes. Okay, so I should try and make it to a safe room as quickly as possible because I have just way too much stuff on me right now. Honestly, I should probably go back again. Okay, I know what we're gonna do. There's the ink ribbons there. I'm not gonna take them. I can't afford to. I don't have the space. At some point I probably will, but there's no rush. I guess I could have saved right then and there, but whatever. There'll be time later. Now, we're going to go into this area where the cutscene would have played. And hopefully, it still will. I don't think it will though, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure the rule is if you see the shotgun cutscene, you're not going to see this one. It's one or the other. Ah. Blood. Hope this is not Chris's blood. Spots of blood are here and there. That's cool. And some more here. I hope this blood isn't Chris's blood. No, but I hope this blood isn't from my teammates. I'm not too hopeful, Jill. I'm sorry to say. Now, I believe we have made it outside for the first time since coming in here. That's right, we're on a balcony. Not looking too good there, buddy boy. Oh yeah, so Barry is not here, which is to say the cutscene doesn't play, and that is a real shame. Oh man, I'm still so bummed out about it. It's a great cutscene. Anyway, there's a bit of a consolation prize here, at least. Will you take the bazooka? Yes. 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 What's the worst that can happen? Nothing. Great. Anyway, hello there. It's Forrest. He's been pecked to death by crows. Crows, you say? Ah! Sorry, Forrest. Gotta go. I could make jokes about how there was a forest in the background and the guy's name is Forrest, but I'm not going to. I'm above that. Only highbrow humor on this channel, you see. But yeah, that is Forrest from the Stars Bravo team. So that's another dead member. Technically not from Jill's team, so whew, I guess that blood wasn't from one of ours, but it was Forrest's, and he too met a gruesome end. I bet there aren't too many people out there who have been killed by crows before, though. Anyway, we got something good out of it. A gift from Forrest, late Forrest. Speaking of the late Forrest, I salute you and your contribution. Yeah, whatever. The bazooka. Explosive rounds loaded. Now, this guy is very important considering the later parts of the stream. This weapon is really powerful. And when loaded with the acid rounds that we got earlier, especially against living things. So yes, the acid rounds that we got from Barry before are for this weapon. But it is currently loaded with a different type of round because, yes, indeed, there are multiple round types for the bazooka, which is really cool. Of course, you'd only learn what the explosive rounds do through experimentation because the game doesn't tell you. But I can say that the explosive rounds are best used against not very tough threats, because there are more specialized types of ammo, like the acid rounds, that have a very specific use. I would say the explosive rounds are kind of like general purpose. They're pretty good against everything, but they don't excel against any one particular threat. Other than zombies. I mean, these completely shred through zombies, but what doesn't? So, you know, that if anything would be a waste. It's cool. It's cool seeing a zombie getting blown to bits when killed with an explosive round, but it is a massive waste, so I don't think we'll be doing that. Now I can open this with the armor key. I'm not going to go in there though because I don't have any room left. I can open this with the armor key. And there's another room in this next corridor. And then I think two other ones, I believe. If memory serves, there's two other ones in addition to this one in the corridor. Another fun fact. in certain versions of the game, maybe it's just like a demo or something, I forget, but in certain versions of the game, there is text written in blood on the wall here. I forget what it says, but it's a shame that it doesn't appear in most versions of the game because it's a cool detail. I guess Jill has nothing to say on that. You know, going in here, we might be in for another cutscene. Let's go see. Could be wrong, but remains to be seen. Hello? I just realized that one thing I should do for sure is to confirm that the stream still works fine. So let me do that. Let me just like move around a little so I can see that the game works. I can definitely see myself in there. That's all well and good. Yeah, seems to work. And then it's a 1080p 60 FPS, real nice. Oh, I should mention, this is my first stream I've ever done, I believe, that is in 1080p 60 FPS. So, hope you guys are enjoying that. I think going forward I'll definitely be doing streams like this. I'm not such a stickler when it comes to FPS, especially with older games, but I mean, there's no denying that the best experience you can get on YouTube is 60 FPS. At least I don't think you can go higher than that. In any case, I'm not going to be going higher than that. 60 will have to do. But it is a big step up from 30, so hope you guys enjoy that. One more thing I should check is if the audio works. So hold on. I should say something so I can actually listen to it. The gameplay audio sounded like it cut out for a bit there. Don't know why. But it should be fine. Should be okay. I mean, I don't know why. Oh, sorry. I don't know why it would be cutting out. There's really no reason for that. Like, if my mic audio isn't cutting out, the gameplay audio definitely shouldn't be cutting out either, because it's not cutting out for me, and the game audio that I hear is coming through the same source that you hear, which is to say the capture card. So anything you hear, I should hear as well, unless it's a stream thing or a network thing, which it doesn't seem to be, because I don't think my voice was cutting out. Well, anyway, I certainly hope that whatever that was, it was just a one-off thing, and it won't happen again. Can I examine this guy? No. Is there an herb in this room? I can't tell. Maybe that's a remake thing. Probably, yeah. Here's hoping for a cutscene. I think because the audio isn't cutting out, it probably won't trigger a cutscene, which is a shame. This is another situation where I don't know how to trigger the cutscene. It just happens sometimes. There could have been a cutscene here. Maybe there could be a cutscene here later if I come back, which I will do. Maybe I ruined my opportunity to get the cutscene by going into that room too early, or like at the wrong time. But I'm hopeful that we'll get to see it later. So I'm just not going to go in there right now. It's another fun one. Nothing crazy, but I'll take what I can get. There's only so much time you can spend with other people in this game because you're mostly on your own. So any chance I have to talk to someone else, I will gladly take. Yeah, this is another route to get to a safe room for sure, but it is, it's safe, but it's considerably less interesting, and it is a longer route as well, so not ideal, but I guess safety is a virtue in this run specifically, at least. Now, I'm very close to the room where I could just use the broken shotgun mode because it doesn't do anything. Oh wait, I can't even go back because the trap ceiling that would have crushed me lowered all the way down, and now it's stuck at the bottom, so I can't even go into that room again. So I literally can't do anything with this broken shotgun. But I have it, so that's cool. I'm gonna put away the shotgun shells now, and I believe in this game you can't combine them like this. No, so I have to take out this other batch of shells. I have to combine them out of the item box, like so, and then put them back in. Starting with Resident Evil 2, they fixed that, and it is a nice quality of life update, even if it isn't a huge deal. The shield key. Definitely gonna put away the bazooka. I'm gonna be putting this away as well, for now. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. At some point, I'm definitely gonna have to start picking up some of those ink ribbons because I only have one right now, and I don't want to lose my literal last one. I would always want to have at least one to spare, so I won't save until I find another one. And of course, I could go back to an earlier area and let's go back. Let's actually go back. Because it's highly beneficial if we can exhaust the uses for the armor key early, because it opens many doors, but if you can unlock them all as quick as possible, you'll be able to get rid of it. And it won't take up an inventory slot, so of course that's in our best interest. Now, there might actually be another door in this room, or this corridor, that you need the armor key for, but I could be wrong. I gotta be honest, I don't remember. I don't remember literally everything. Most things, but not everything. But yeah, as you can see, I can't go in there anymore. So, no broken shotgun for me. There we go. I think it would be a terrible mistake to go in there right now, so I'm not going to do that. Later, though. Now, these two zombies here in this corridor, and yes, there are two zombies. It would be great if I could get past them and try the door. I might actually have to kill them, because I'm going to be going through here quite a bit later on. Oh, he died. Okay, great. I don't think he's dead. No. No! Come on! Get off of me. Damn. Damn. Got the drop on me. Little bitch. Now I should heal. But first, check. Okay, let's find a better camera angle. Okay, hold on. Okay, so you don't need the thing, armor key for this. Well, I guess we might as well solve the first puzzle of the game while we're in here. The title is Give Me Peaceful Sleep. Is this puzzle different in the Saturn version? I'm not actually sure. Let's see. Give me peaceful sleep. I don't remember it saying that. Maybe it does. It's not like I have to really examine these carefully most of the time. I remember how this puzzle goes. Anyway, a picture of a tired middle-aged man. There's a switch below. Will you push it? No. A picture of a newborn baby. There's a switch below. Will you push it? I don't think the puzzle solution is different. Also, high crows. Or are they ravens? Well, anyway. Hello, nonetheless. Don't mind me. A picture of a young man. Yeah, so I don't think the puzzle solution is any different, but I think the description for that first painting was, if memory serves, a picture of an infant. Okay. A picture of a lively boy. A picture of a bold-looking old man. No. Then there's a message. Give me the peace of death, and I'll give you the joy of life. Is that what it says in the PlayStation version? I distinctly remember a phrase, cradle to grave. Cradle to grave. I could swear that there's a version of the game that has that line in it relating to this puzzle. It's not the remake, though, because the remake has a completely different puzzle. I swear that's different. I swear that's different. Anyway, there's a switch below. Will you push it? Absolutely not. If I don't want to die, I should not push that. Anyway, of course, the aim of the puzzle here, I think it's a lot clearer in the PlayStation version. And yes, I'm going with that right now. I'm gonna go with that. How should I put it? I'm going to go with this supposition of mine as fact. And that said, I believe that the PlayStation versions the things I'm saying right now don't make any sense. Ignore me. What I meant to say is that in the PlayStation version, with the cradle to grave hint, it is more obvious what you're supposed to do. So I kind of like that this is slightly more obtuse, because it's not a... Oh. Oh. Yeah, I got it wrong. Let's try that again. Yeah, the cradle to grave hint is more obvious. Kind of appreciate that it's a little obtuse. But, of course, because I know the solution, and I knew it before I ever played this version of the game, it doesn't really mean much to me, I guess. But I appreciate it on a conceptual level. Okay, newborn baby. And then an infant. Yep, that's right. And then a lively boy. Then a young man. And a tired looking middle-aged man. Or just tired, I guess. And then finally, a bold-looking old man. Cradle to grave. And if I got this right, they should give the speaker here the piece of death in exchange for the joy of life. Let's see. Just to be clear, if I get this wrong, I believe, this has never happened to me, but I believe the crows or ravens or whatever will attack me. Of course, with me being in caution right now, it's not good. I've always liked this music a lot. It's very ominous. But yes, I did indeed get the puzzle solution correct. And it gives me the star crest, which I guess equates to the joy of life. I mean, I guess it's the joy of life just in the sense that I get to live. I don't get murdered by crows, much like... Oh, right, they said that forest has been pecked to death by crows, so they're not ravens, they are indeed crows. Yeah. Not facing the same fate, I guess that counts as the joy of life. But yeah, the music is very ominous. It's too bad that it only plays in this one sequence, and it only plays for a very short time, and nothing comes of it. But then again, on the flip side, I kind of appreciate that they have bespoke music for such a small little moment, and I also kind of like the fact that nothing comes of it, because the fact that the ominous music plays but it never leads to anything kind of makes it even more ominous. But this is the other door that we now gained access to because I killed the two zombies here. So we ought to go and check what's up. We're not going there though now. Not yet. That's another way to make it outside. Last time I had to face all those crows, so if it's anything similar to that, no thanks. It's locked, and it requires a helmet key. Got it. I should probably pick up some health from the item box. And, heal. Not that hard. I just couldn't think of the word. You know what? I don't actually need to heal, but I will put away the star crest. I mean, I guess we could examine it. Why not? A carving of the star. I totally forgot I haven't reloaded my handgun yet, so let's do that now. Check this out. Nice. So, I was gonna wait with the heal until a bit later, but then I realized that that might be a mistake, so I'll take one right now, just to be sure. Nice. Back in the green, baby. Like, if I'm not gonna be saving right now, the least I can do is heal. Because it would be, I mean, just dreadful if I were to die over a silly mistake now and lose easily an hour's worth of progress. It could be more, an hour and a half even. I don't remember exactly what time it was when I last saved, and of course you can't check either, so I mean, I guess I could open the stream on my phone and then just keep going back until I see the moment that it happened, or find the moment that it happened, but whatever, it's not that big a deal. I don't need to know the exact time. Now, I wasn't actually supposed to come here, but I changed my mind along the way, so whatever. These are all things I have to do at some point, or should do anyway, so it doesn't really matter what the order is, I suppose. Interesting. Will you take the lighter? Of course. Nothing else here, right? Nope. A hidden item in the corner. Nice. I'll take that. I'll take that for sure. Usually when I play this game, because the handgun isn't great, especially for later game enemies, and there's many better weapons available with quite a bit of ammo for them as well, if you're conservative at all, at least. I will say, in this challenge specifically, every time I get hang of bullets, I'm like, oh my god, yes, please, thank you. Because it is very valuable when I play the game like this. Anyway, cool little tidbit you may not have known. I really appreciate this detail. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Is that a remake thing as well? Or is that only in the PlayStation version? Or there should be a bit of flavor text here where Jill says something to the effect of for some reason there are scratch marks going under the bed, something like that, or footprints going under the bed or something like that, which is pretty creepy and doesn't amount to anything. It's just a cool little detail, but apparently this version doesn't have it. I gotta be honest, I'm not an expert on this version specifically. I don't know all the differences compared to the PlayStation version, but that's kind of partly why we're here. Like, the reason I didn't play the PlayStation version but instead the Saturn one is that I can showcase all the cool differences. Some of them I might not even remember. I'm starting to lose hope that Barry will show up here later and give us a cool cutscene, so maybe I'll just examine this now that I'm here. There's some ink ribbons for me. Maybe I shouldn't have taken that, because there's going to be some stuff in the room, but yeah. Damn, I really want to show off all the cool cutscenes, but I keep missing all of them. Anyway, researchers will. My dear Alma, the fact that you have received this letter is both a joy and a sadness for me. I could not even talk to you because of that guy in the sunglasses. Alma, be calm and read this. I think I've told you that I moved to a pharmaceutical company's lab. If it's your wife you're talking to, why wouldn't you have mentioned that? That's pretty big, pretty important. They've headhunted me. Last month there was an accident in the lab, and the virus we were studying escaped. I mean, I guess if you lived here in the mansion already, and then you just moved into the lab in the basement, I guess it's not that notable. Yeah, never mind. I take back what I said. But yeah, anyway, last month there was an accident in the lab, and the virus we were studying escaped. All my colleagues who were infected by the virus are dead. To be accurate, they've become the living dead. They still wander around. Some of them are knocking on my room door desperately right now, but there's no sign of intelligence in their eyes. That cursed virus takes away all humanity from the human brain. Love, joy, sorrow, fear, humor, pain, end, theory, eternally. And Alma, even the memories of the days I spent with you. Yes, I'm infected. I did everything I could, but I could only delay the progress by a few days. The most frightening thing is that I forget more about you by the day. So I chose a peaceful death, rather than becoming the living dead. Within an hour, I will have entered my eternal sleep. I do hope you'll understand my decision. Goodbye, and forever yours, Martin Crackhorn. Nothing else on that. It's well arranged. Well, that's good to know. Interesting. It's too heavy to move. That can be moved as well. There's clearly something behind there, but I can't get to it yet. Right. No. The fish tank is in the way. It seems someone has surged here already. Maybe it was Barry. It appears to be a switch. Will you push it? This presents us with a problem. Can you actually examine this? Oh, right. There's something at the back of the shelf. Right. So, just as with enemies, you can reset their positions by exiting and re-entering the room. You can also reset the positions of pushable objects, which is good, because otherwise I'd have soft-locked myself. Well, soft-lock myself out of the item in that little safe. Not necessarily soft-lock the whole game. Because I can reveal right now that there is nothing crucial. Well, okay, nothing... There's nothing in there that actively prevents us from beating the game, but there is something in there that I definitely don't want to miss. There we go. And it is... explosive rounds! Let's go. 6 of them, in fact. Which is the amount that you always get of those. Sick. I'll take them. Let's take a look. Powerful rounds for the bazooka. Let's also examine that. The lawyer. Some fluid is left. That's nice. Okay, that's that area taken care of. And unfortunately, we missed another cutscene. Well, let's not dwell on it. There's plenty more to do, plenty more to see. Why am I going here, you may ask? Well, you shall find out very soon indeed. Again, wood is put in the stove, and a paper is on the wall. The very, very, very bright paper. But what if I were to light the fire? Is that a second floor map I see? It's a map of second floor. Well, you take it. Yes, of course. You got the map of second floor. Nice. This gives the room a lovely cozy quality. Knowing what's past this red door, though, or maybe it's, I don't think it's actually red, it just looks red. I think it's brown, like wood color, as many of the other doors are. Knowing what's past that door, it kind of ruins the cozy vibe, but, you know, we don't have to worry about that for now because that is the helmet door, and we won't be getting the helmet key for a good while. Anyway, as promised, we'll take a look at the second floor map now that we have it. Wow. Okay, so there's still a good few rooms to go through. The one we're right next to, of course, and then about 8 or so other ones. So a good few. We're far from done. Of course, some of those doors need other keys. Speaking of keys, I should definitely make it over. I should probably drop off some stuff as well. Yeah, let's do that. Since I'm here, I'm going to drop off some stuff, and then I will try and make my way over to the main hall, because the last armor key door, if I'm not mistaken, is there. There's one more door in the main hall that I've never gone through, or attempted going through, and I think that's an armor key door, if I'm not wrong. And of course, once I unlock that, I can get rid of the key, which is great. And I don't actually have to bring the key back to the item box, but I can just directly discard it, knowing that I will never have to use it again. That's great. Because I don't know what kind of situations I'm going to end up in later, I'm not going to combine the red herb with anything right now, because sometimes there could be situations where I want to just heal with a green herb so that I'm at full health or close to it, but I don't want to waste a full red and green combo. I guess we could save. Okay, here's what we'll do. I'm going to keep these ink ribbons on me. I'm going to head to the... Yeah, I'll head to the main hall. I'll pick up the herbs in there. I mean, ink ribbons. And then I'll save. Maybe not immediately, but soon after. One thing I should mention is that now that I have the bazooka, and I have more explosive rounds, in any other Resident Evil game, I believe, well, most others, maybe not the more modern ones, but like any of the classic Resident Evils that play in this similar style, apart from this one, you can put as many rounds into the bazooka, or in later games the grenade launcher, as you want. So like if I have 50 bazooka shells, I could put them all into the gun at the same time, and I don't have to carry any extra ammo taking up another inventory slot. But in this game you can't do that. They've added that in 2. So I actually, if I wanted to carry all 12 shots I have right now of the explosive rounds, I would have to take the bazooka and the ammo separately, and once the bazooka is completely out of ammo, then I can reload it. And yes, indeed, you cannot reload the... No, wait. No, okay, hold on. I think you can reload the bazooka with the same type of ammo if you have more. But if you have another ammo type, like the acid rounds, you have to empty the magazine first, or the chamber, I guess, before you are able to fill it up with a different ammo type, which is also a quality of life feature that they added in too. But that's okay. We'll make do with what we have. So I'll bring... I think I'll bring all this stuff with me, yeah. I won't save. Not just yet. I'm not in grave danger at the moment, knowing what's coming up. So now let's make our way to the last armor key door. It might seem like a small thing, but it's actually pretty huge. That the armor key that you constantly carry around with you because of how many uses it has, you can finally get rid of, and it will never take up an inventory slot again. So I am very much looking forward to being able to do that. Now that we're here, I guess we could solve the puzzle in this adjacent room right here. But hold on, how many free slots did I have? 3. Yeah, I can do that. Let's do that. Let's just, it's good to take care of little errands like these, little busy work when you're around the area, even if I don't have to technically do this right now. But puzzles are always cool, so why not do some? Something can be seen in the showcase. A weird hole opens. Right. And then there is a switch. Will you push it? I would like to show what it does, but poison gas is escaping. Help. That doesn't happen to me too often, because I know better. But showcasing it now, I gotta say that sound effect sounded pretty alien to me. Like, I don't think it sounds anything like that on PlayStation. You know what? I bet I've never heard it on Saturn. That's probably why it sounded so weird to me. But of course, as with many other things, the situation in the room has reset. So this time, let's actually cover up those weird holes. I didn't take damage, did I? No. I think the way the poison gas works is that every few seconds, Jill will go like, "Ugh!" And that's when she takes damage. If it doesn't have the chance to happen a single time, even if you're exposed to the poison gas, it doesn't do anything. And of course, that didn't happen just now, so I think I should be good. So I guess that's the best of both worlds. I could show it off in the video, but and nothing bad happened to me. Anyway, now we can push the switch for sure. Right? That's right. One slightly strange leap of logic in this puzzle is that for some reason, by covering up those holes, this mechanism realizes that now it's okay for the showcase cabinet to open. I mean, I guess there could be some kind of system that recognizes where the statues are. But I don't know, it seems a little elaborate. I think what would make more sense, like if we're thinking about this in a real world context, if something like this were to exist, I think what would make a lot more sense is that by pressing the button, yes, you can open the showcase, but then poison gas will be flooding in, so you had better make it quick. But you can fast track it like that. You don't have to solve the puzzle. Anyway, a carving of the sun. I liked it more when it said it represents wind. I think that was fun. It's a little boring, a little unnecessary for it to basically just say the same thing that the name of the item already says, but in a slightly different way. But whatever. Oh, by the way, at this point, I can, what's the word I'm looking for here? Report. I can report that it is totally fine to play the game with the Type A control scheme, in that A button, or the A button is used to run, and the B button is used to shoot and confirm. And I guess that would also mean that the A button is used to cancel. If that's important, which it is not. I have a bad vibe about this area. What could happen? For some reason, I was expecting someone to run out from the other end of the corridor and against the wall. I don't know why. Weird.
Richard, what happened?
Richard! Oh no.
Oh, Jill, this house is dangerous. There are terrible demons. Ouch!
I know, Richard.
You're wounded. What kind of demon attacked you?
It was a huge snake, and also poisonous. Ugh.
Poisonous? Oh, no. Richard, hold on.
Huge, you say?
There is serum.
Sorry, Hugh.
Oh no, I should have brought some with me.
No problem. I'll go and get it.
Thanks.
Well, it looks like time is of the essence. I mean, we gotta save poor Richard, right? And I think I may know where that serum is. But of course, the game will show me anyway. I lied. That wasn't the only time we were gonna see the time we got the first floor map wasn't the only time we would see the first floor map in the stream. There it is again. There you go, map lovers. Anyway, there is a time limit to this. If you take too long, Richard will die, and I don't know how long the time limit is exactly, so we better hustle. The most direct route would be to go upstairs, but I think we have just enough time for a quick little detour. Also, there's zombies upstairs, so zombies are tough to avoid. So, that's not great. Nice, I'll take them, but I won't save. Not right now. Time is of the essence. Richard is dying. Yes, I was correct. This is an armor key door, and that allows us to get rid of this. This key is useless now. Discard. Yes. Excellent. So the reason I was okay with taking the sun crest is specifically because I knew we could get rid of the key here. So that's great. Or I was pretty sure, at least. And I was indeed correct. Of course, the serum is also in a safe room, so we can just put stuff in the box once we make it there. But before we get there, we're going to have to get through some Zambonis. Now, this area is interesting in the sense that the zombies usually don't grab you. If they get into attack range, they'll usually try to puke on you. But yeah, like so. It's honestly not that bad. But now that we're over here, let me check these. It's locked. A carving of a helmet, as I surmised. But then a numeric key panel. You don't know the pass number. Right. We haven't seen anything like that yet, so we'll remember that for later. Good to know, though. That's some additional data that is helpful to us. Well, I mean, I already knew, but I don't know. I just like showcasing every part of the game. Every part I can. Of course, that doesn't include the cutscenes, which I missed. But, you know, most of the stuff that there is to see. Okay, I know time is kind of the essence here, but I'm gonna put away this and that and that and not that actually. Here's the serum. I'll examine it as well because this is the only time we'll get to do that. Only one dose is left. Oof. Okay. Lucky us. Honestly, the quickest way back is probably the way we came. It might be a little treacherous, but it should be okay. But I gotta focus. I could easily take damage from the zombie vomit as well. Nope. Honestly, I'm not even sure if they can grab you. They certainly don't seem to try. Let's hope Richard is still with us. Honestly, I love Richard. I know I already called Barry my man, and I called Wesker my man, but if I have a third man, that's definitely Richard. Richard's great. I mean, of course, all of the voice performances in this game are cheesy, but Richard is on another level. I mean, he's so quotable. Here's one. Well, okay. Hold the thought for just a bit. He's dying.
Here's the serum.
After all.
Richard, hold on. I'll give you a shot now.
Please, Richard, pull
Jill,
through.
Here's my radio. You should keep it. I'm...
No! Richard!
Jill, be careful.
Damn it. I salute you for your service, Richard. You were a brave fighter who gave his life for his country. We will never forget your sacrifice. Farewell. He deserves a proper send-off because he is the man. Well, one of the men. Richard is dead. There is no getting around it. He's gone. Now, for first-time players / viewers, you might think, okay, so you didn't make it in time. But no, the way this works is that if you don't make it in time, he's already dead by the time you make it here, and you don't get that last scene with him. So your reward for making it on time is getting one additional scene where you can have a conversation with him, but then he dies anyway. There is no scenario in which he lives. Of course, they might have changed that a little in the remake, but in this original one, that's the way it works. However, I still believe you get the radio, which is now here, and that's cool. Neat. You can also look at that in detail. The battery is still charged. And honestly, the models are pretty detailed. They look great. Well, at the very least, we got Richard's radio, if nothing else. Not that we wouldn't have gotten it if he had already died, but, you know. I still consider it a bit of a gift from him for helping the poor man out. Anyway, he mentioned something about a Hugh snake, which was also poisonous. It's wrong to say that a snake is poisonous. It is venomous, of course, but still, we all understand what he meant. So what's that about? A huge snake that is venomous. Let's go. I had an inkling that he might have had ammo on him, but I wasn't sure. Thank you, Richard. Thank you. You brave soldier. Okay, so I have a decent bit of handgun bullets now. That's nice. Yeah, so what I was gonna say is that he's very quotable. Like, not just the lines he has, but the way he says them. Like, when Jill says, "What kind of demon attacked you?" And then he goes, "It was a snake, and also poisonous." And then, "There is serum. Oh no, I forgot to take some with me." And so on. I don't know. I just love the guy. And it is very sad to see him go. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Is he dead? I think so. There's actually this one video on YouTube that kind of expands on Richard's role in the game, which I think is really cool. It's called Resident Hazard. It's this kind of parody video where certainly it can get a little crazy at times, but one of my favorite bits in that is when the Richard subplot is expanded upon. I don't know. It's just, it doesn't make any sense, but for some reason it's really funny to me. Man, I always remember that guy fondly, for sure, despite the fact that he's in the game for a very short time. Also, I should mention that Richard is another Bravo team member that went missing, and now he's dead too. So one of them got eaten by a zombie and decapitated. One of them got pecked to death by crows, and now there's a third one who got poisoned by a giant snake. Safe to say, like Jill said before, something's wrong with this house. I think that's Richard's bloody handprint after he got hurt. Yeah, for sure. We're not gonna go up here just yet, but there is something we can do. And that is to use the shield key. And that is the one and only time you use it. So we can discard it now. Great. And now we've freed up another inventory slot. Let's head in here now, though. Ooh, I actually, if memory serves, I need the lighter in here, so we can't do much, but we can still examine. No, it's not that dark, but I'm pretty sure you actually can't pick up any items here unless you light these candles with the lighter. A candle. But let's try. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh no, okay, so you can take items. There's a specific item you can't take if you don't have the lighter on you. And that is an item I need. Or an item I definitely should take anyway. Nice, more ink ribbons. So it's in here behind this shelf or cupboard in this secret compartment. Now, is there a zombie in there in this version or no? I'll back into it so I can make a quick escape. Okay, no. It's too dark to see anything. I can understand that. Okay, that checks out. I go into this little cubby hole with no light sources in it. I can understand why that would be a bit too dark, maybe. I'll have to go and get the lighter and come back a bit later. Other than that, what else is there left for me to do? Other than heading up there. Let me think. Oh, Richard. Gone too soon. If I'm not mistaken, I've done everything else. There's just that one... Oh, no. There is the last armored key door I unlocked. Yeah. Okay, let's go there right now. I was going to go for the safe room. I was going to go get the lighter, but let's actually go take a look at that room in the main hall. Yeah, that's a better idea. Let me correct my posture a bit. I've been like sliding down the couch slowly but surely since I started. That's a bit better, I guess. But is this the only other thing I haven't done yet? Of course, not long ago we looked at the second floor map, and we found out that there was still a whole bunch of rooms we haven't got into, but a lot of them require the helmet key. Should I go and get the ink ribbons from that little side area in the adjacent room? The ones I found before and ignored. Well, I'll think about it. An object of art. Certainly I don't need them, but I might. We'll see. Will you take the clip? Yes, of course. Maybe I'll do that later. Oh, there's another mirror. Nice. Looking good there, Joe. Yeah, maybe I'll, Oh, right. He was awfully quiet.
Oh.
One thing I gotta say about these RE1 zombies is that I actually quite like the moans they make, the moans and groans they make. I would say in terms of icon status, the sounds they used in RE2 and 3, and I think Code Veronica are definitely more, well, iconic. But I think these zombie sounds are creepier. So I like that about them. Of course. Shotgun shells. Let's go. I think we're in a pretty good spot. Oh, hey, 69 handgun bullets, nice. I think we're in a pretty good spot in that I haven't used the shotgun a single time yet, and we keep getting more ammo for it. Various things. Nice. Yeah, so I think what I'll do with the ink ribbons is that I'll get them later if I need them. If not, then maybe I just won't go there. Hello. No, he's not too difficult to avoid. There's another mirror. Now that I'm in this screen, I can concentrate on explaining the door in this room. Not the door I came through, obviously, but the other one. I can't go through that because you need a special key for it, and you only get the special key by playing through the game once and then playing through it again using the clear save you get. And then the key will be automatically added to your inventory, and then if you take it here, you can actually enter a special secret room where you can, get this, change costumes. And that's really cool. Basically all the Resident Evil games have that, but I think the implementation of it here, where you have to play through the game once and then you get a special item and then you're like, I wonder what I need to use this for, and then you take it around with you, and then you find this one door that you may have spotted before in your previous playthrough, but then you forgot about it because it didn't lead anywhere. And then you're like, oh, it's for this, and then you go in and you're like, yo, you can unlock different costumes in this. Awesome. But sadly, I will not be able to showcase it this playthrough because I don't have the special key. If we used the clear save I already had, we could have gone in there, but of course, like I said, we would have skipped the opening cutscene, which I didn't want to do. Is there anything more in here? No. More ink ribbons. Somehow I get the feeling I'm not going to need those. Early ones I found. This is actually, I'm going to go back and examine that door. I want to see what it says. But about that zombie, it's kind of normal to me because I know that's a thing that can happen, but if you're a first timer, yes, the zombies can crawl. That is a thing they can do. It's rare. It doesn't happen a lot, but it can happen. You don't have the key for this room. Nothing major. Okay. So, I think that's everything taken care of for now. Unless we get the helmet key or the passcode for that one door, we can't go anywhere other than where we used the shield key. Everything else is just about done. Unless I'm mistaken, which I don't think I am. Oh, I am. I am actually mistaken. There is one more place. And we'll go there. Which way, though? So I could go through the dog corridor. Oh, I can't believe I didn't say this during that sequence. But of course, that is another one of those iconic Resident Evil moments. Like, what's more iconic than the dog window jump scare for Resident Evil 1? It's so iconic. Like, I think it's probably the most iconic jump scare of all time. If you played Google, well, not a Google, if you maybe go for the original instead. If you played Family Feud with Resident Evil related things, and you asked a question about what is the most iconic moment, I think the top answer would probably be this one. Of course, it depends on who you ask, but in general, I would say that people consider this to be extremely iconic. And if you asked specifically about horror games or like horror game moments, iconic jump scares, this would be at the very top. And then, of course, right at number 2, it would have the... Well, anyway, I don't know why I did that. That has absolutely no bearing on anything in this stream, but hey, that's a thing that happened. Yeah, which way? The iconic dog corridor or the boring way where nothing happens? Well, it is a challenge. It is a challenge. Speaking of the challenge, though, I will have to say that so far there haven't been any like particularly difficult spots. Like, yeah, there have been some tight spots before where I was like between two zombies and I had to make quick decisions, or situations where I narrowly managed to juke a zombie. But for the most part, it's been pretty normal. But of course, we haven't gotten to a single boss yet, so we haven't really gotten to the meat and potatoes of the challenge. I wonder when that will happen, though. I mean, of course, the challenge is worth keeping in mind all the time because obviously, like I've been saying this whole stream, I should carefully conserve ammo whenever I can, and I have been doing that a lot of the time. Like I've been skipping the zombies that I can reasonably avoid while killing the ones that are majorly in the way and a real risk, especially as the challenge goes on. Basically zombies that could be juked, but they're always going to be in the way when I go through areas that I frequent. There is also the outside area over here, there. Did I examine this? I think I did. But I can't get in there anyway. So, the outside area. No, I'm not going to go there yet. There's no point. I'm not going to say why yet, but you'll see in a bit. Going in this next area without healing is a bit of a risk. I didn't actually save. I do have heals. What am I saying? I do have heals. Actually, I think I have too many items. I'm gonna have to go back. I didn't even realize how many items I had. There's no point in going there. I'm only gonna go there once. I can tell you that. That last area to explore before we head into the attic. So, with that in mind, I should definitely go there with enough inventory space. You know, I'm just trying to think here how long I should keep going for, because we're getting up to the 4-hour mark in just a bit, and it's close to 3 a.m., which isn't too late. I could definitely still keep going for like an hour, but I'm just thinking it would be kind of satisfying to end things once you reach the end of a level. And the end of the first level, the mansion, is coming up pretty soon. So I'm just thinking whether I should keep going till this level or the next one as well. I think I'm going to be an idiot. I'm not going to save yet. I'm going to go into that next area without heals, after all, and hope for the best. So, yeah. The gist of this current situation is that I can either keep going for like another, let's say, 30 minutes or 2 hours. That's basically where things stand. The next level is considerably shorter than this one, but it's not short. It's got some length to it for sure. Because it is another full level. It's just a smaller one, but still, it's a sizable level. So here, we unlocked this door before, but we never went through. And I think this is the last area we haven't gotten to yet that we can. And of course, once again, it leads outside, which can never be good. Hello. So the thing with this area is there's like 6 herbs here, but it's all about how much damage you take while trying to get all the herbs. Like, is it even worth it? And of course I came in here with 5 slots for 6 herbs, I believe. So I'm not going to be able to grab them all. I basically have to take damage in order to be able to take them. And again, I'm not coming back, so that's a thing. It's either 5 or 6. I forget which one. Oh, doggy, please. Don't be nice. Be nice. He's been pretty nice so far. But okay. He keeps turning around. But I feel like my luck is just about out by now. Whoa. Hold on. This would be a great time to leave. I got 4 herbs and I can't grab that. Why did I do that? I can't grab it. Okay, here's what I'll do. Damn, that's good. That is really good. That's very, very good. I didn't get hit a single time, and I got 5 of the 6 herbs. I'm going to leave that one there, and I'll try my best to remember it later if I need it, because you can always come back. There's nothing in the game that prevents you from coming back to old areas if you want to grab some more items. So I think that's what we'll do. I made it away scot-free, so I'm not gonna lost my train of thought. I'm not gonna worry about that last herb for now because I got 5. I didn't take a single hit, which I don't think has ever happened to me before. That was very lucky. So, yeah, I'm not going to push it. I will take what I can get. And if I desperately need that herb later, I'll go back for it. But for now, it doesn't seem necessary. Getting 5 herbs and not taking a single hit is huge. Anyway, a lighter, yes. Okay. We are at a point in the game where we are right on the cusp of the first boss fight. I wouldn't spoil it if I could help it, but I think it's an integral part of this whole stream that I stop and discuss my options here and plan things out so that I don't go in expecting to win, not knowing what the plan is. So we're coming up to a boss, and of course right now I have the knife, I have the Beretta, I have the shotgun, and the bazooka. The bazooka is great against the boss, which I'm sure you could guess. The shotgun's also pretty good. Knife, I would never ever try using against that boss. And the Beretta, I've never tried, but it seems doable. Difficult, but doable. But what makes this so interesting is that I'll be getting dozens upon dozens, maybe even hundreds. Not like 300, but maybe like 200 bullets for the handgun throughout the rest of the playthrough. So throwing away the handgun now, I think, would be a huge waste. trying to defeat the boss with the knife seems like an impossibility, honestly. Like, if I'll manage, I'll be going through all of my health in the process, and I don't think that's worth it. Then there's the shotgun, and if I get rid of that, I will literally not get any use out of it other than the one time I use it in that boss. And the bazooka, I mean, we have not even, like, we've barely scratched the surface of the full potential of that weapon. I mean, not to say, or not just because I haven't used it a single time, but because there are more than just 2 ammo types. It would be a real shame not to get to show off all of them. So, yeah, this is the whole point of the challenge. This is why we're here. It's such an interesting choice to have to make. I have to get rid of one of these 4 weapons, but all of them are really good and, like, very useful at this point in the game, except for the knife, obviously. So the obvious reason, or not reason, but choice, the obvious choice to make is to get rid of the knife. But if I get rid of the knife, I mean, on paper, that sounds good. But have you tried beating the first boss with a knife? There are knife-only rounds, of course, of this game. There are. Oh. So the thing is, because I'm playing this on a plasma TV, not an OLED, but a plasma. Sorry. I'm actually gonna put something else on, so this the image doesn't burn in, because I'm doing some critical thinking here. Okay, so speaking of knife-only runs, of course, the way knife-only runs usually work in Resident Evil games is that while the name suggests that you'll be killing all the enemies with the knife, which sounds really impressive, what it actually boils down to in reality is that you'll be skipping every fight possible, because the knife is so bad that not even the pros can realistically defeat every single enemy. Maybe somebody could, but that would be insane. The knife is so bad. Like, I don't even want to show it against the zombie, like show it off against the zombie, because it is terrible, so terrible. Like, last night I was doing some stream prep, some last minute stream prep, and like the last few touches, putting the last few touches on this stream setup of mine. And I tried using the knife against the first zombie, just for fun. And, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. But of course, I don't need to use it against zombies. I only need to kill a boss with it. Easy enough, right? However, what I just realized is that in a knife-only run, players don't defeat the first boss with a knife. And you know why? It's because the first boss is optional. You can go in, you can get the key item that's in there, and you can run straight back out. You never have to beat the boss. So is that our crutch? Is that our solution to this puzzle that we're faced with? Well, obviously, that is the sensible thing to do. But like I said, according to the rules, there are 6 bosses in the game and 6 weapons. And I have to defeat each boss with one of the weapons, but only that one. I can't mix and match. I can't do like half of the health with a handgun and half of the health with a shotgun. That's not allowed. It has to be one single weapon. Any one of the weapons I have, anyone I choose, but it has to be that one specific weapon. So I think those rules pretty clearly state that you have to kill every boss. It doesn't matter if they're optional or not. There's even another boss later on in the game that is similarly optional. So wouldn't it just completely nullify the whole point of the challenge if I if I like, there's a specific phrase I'm looking for here. Hold on, it's coming. If I use the fact that you can technically skip 2 of the game's bosses because they're optional as an excuse not to have to use the knife and another bad weapon in the game, that'll just completely defeat the point. Like, why even bother with this challenge if you're not going to use the 2 worst weapons in the game to beat any of the bosses? So that's not in the spirit of this challenge, and thus we will not be doing that. So now we're right back where we started. Which of these 4 weapons, the knife, the handgun, the shotgun, and the bazooka, are we going to be using to fight the first boss? Choices. Obviously, this is a point where I'm going to be saving, because we might have to do this a couple of times. But I mean, if I could defeat this boss with the knife, that would be huge. But is it doable? I think we gotta try it out. I think we're gonna have to try it out. That sounds like fun. It also sounds like a terrible idea, but that's kind of what this challenge is all about. Facing off against bosses with the worst possible weaponry. Okay, so, I will need a lot of health for this, if I'm going to be using the knife. So I think what I'll do here is I'll leave behind the handgun, because I can't use it anyway. I'll get the knife. And, yeah, okay. It's a little boring to watch, but here's what I'll do. I'm going to go do the thing with the knife. Not the knife. Sorry, the lighter. I'm gonna go do the thing with the lighter that we found previously. I'm gonna light the candles. I'm gonna get the item. Then I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna deposit the item into the item box that I get from that, and I'll take as much health with me as possible, and then I'll save, and then it's go time. And maybe you could surmise, but the boss is waiting for us in the attic, so that's why I didn't go there before. And that's why that is the literal last place we can go to that we haven't visited yet. I think it's a very fitting place for the first boss. I think the attic of this huge mansion, it's a pretty bossy area. I couldn't really explain why, but I don't know. It just feels appropriate for a boss fight. Especially since it's a pretty big attic. Which is to be expected for a mansion of this size, I suppose. Regarding when I'm going to be stopping, we'll do this at the very least. For sure. I mean, I think it would be a huge missed opportunity not to have the actual main point of this challenge not show up a single time in this first stream. So we're not going to be skipping it. However, I don't know what's going to happen once we beat the boss, and then soon after this first level. It could be that I'll end it there. Or, alternatively, we could keep going for the duration of the second level, which would be interesting, and of course it would put me in a pretty good spot regarding the nice, that's cozy, regarding the some fluid is still left. Nice. I'm not sure if you use that again. You might not, I can't remember, but it is still usable. But check this out. Acid rounds. At some point in the challenge, those will become very useful, but that time is not now. But yeah, that was definitely worth doing. That's huge. 6 acid rounds, especially in this challenge, in this economy. Yeah, for sure. I'll be taking those. But yeah, like I was saying, it would put me in a pretty good spot regarding the second stream I'll be doing early next month, probably in about a week or so. Like there's a lot less to play through when I've already beaten the first 2 levels. Sorry, Richard. Rather than just the first one. But then again, it's a big commitment. It is a big commitment because it's already 3 a.m. and I'm guesstimating that it will take me about 2 hours to beat that level. Like if it took me 3 hours to beat this, of course there was the usual preamble I do, which lasts for like 30 minutes. But I think overall, I'm not sure what I was going to say there. But yeah, just like, I don't know. Okay, so if it took me to... Wait, hold on. If the preamble took me about half an hour, then wouldn't that mean that it's taken me about... I mean, a little over 3.5 hours to get to this point. And if it took me that long to get to this point, yeah, I think 2 hours is definitely not at all exaggerating. I think that's definitely about how long it would take. Let me put the acid rounds next to the other acid rounds. I'll actually use that single ink ribbon so I can get rid of it instantly. So I don't have other... I have mixed herbs, of course, but I don't want to go through all of my good stuff for this, but I might have to. Yeah, so it's definitely not a stretch to say that the second level will take 2 hours or so if this one took, or is going to take about 4. I think 2 hours might not even be enough. But then if I make this like a 5-hour stream, and then I leave all the remaining levels in the game till next time, then that stream's gonna be like 8 hours long. Well, let's beat the boss first and then see what happens. Like, who knows how long this will take? There's no point in making any concrete plans at this point. We don't know how this is gonna go. Anyway, if I expend all this health that I have on me right now, I'm going to be left with 2 green herbs, 1 red, 3rd green, 4th green, 5th green, 6th, 7th, 8th green, 9th, 10th green herb. Okay, 10 and 1. That's not a bad situation to be in. And of course, there's 1 more in the dog area that I can go back to if I must. Although now there's 2 dogs roaming in the area all the time, I think, so it's more dangerous than it was last time. But you know, that's an option. Going through 3 full heals and 3 partial ones, and then being left with 1 full heal and 9 partials. I mean, it is... I guess it's less than half. Is it even less than half my health? Because you can make a full heal by combining 3 green herbs. So if I have 9 green herbs and then 1 full one, 1 mixed herb in the box, that would amount to a total of 4 full heals. I mean, okay, yeah. So I'm technically using exactly half of my current health, excluding the extra herb that I didn't get in the dog area. So yeah, going through half of my health in a single boss is not the best. But then it will, of course, take a while before I encounter the next boss, and I'll be able to gather quite a bit of health in the meantime. Well, I guess we can try it. Just as a little teaser. Of course, there's 3 ways you can attack. Down, directly ahead, and up. I'm thinking in this boss, we're going to be attacking up quite a bit. But we'll see. We'll see. Again, I have to stress this. I have never tried using the knife in this boss before. Actually, I don't think I've tried using the knife in any boss before, so this will be pretty interesting. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I am not facing this boss without having saved first. Yeah, this one, for sure. Don't want to replace my clear data. O2. I think it's mention storeroom, probably. So, of course, now I have an extra slot. Honestly, though, if I can't beat the boss with this amount of health, it's not worth it. I must be able to. It's not great that I have very little experience using the knife in this game because of how bad it is. Because that experience would definitely come in handy now. Well, it should at least make for a pretty interesting sequence, if nothing else. Apologies that it took 4 hours to get to this point, but now we're finally getting to what this challenge is all about. So, brace yourself. It's gonna get crazy. Certainly this isn't the first time that a player has attempted to knife only this boss. And when I say knife only, I really do mean knife only, rather than taking the item and running, which is the coward's way out. I mean, if I was doing a knife only run, that is what I would do. There's no point in trying to beat the boss when it's not necessary, but that's not what this challenge is about, so wish me luck, Richard. Oh, I'm not gonna like this. Let me have some water. I need water. Awfully quiet. Almost like there's nothing here. So, I feel like there's some ammo in this room which I would like to take. But, I'm not sure. Books and gadgetry. Nothing useful. Are you sure there's no, like, shotgun shells or something? Maybe not. Well, I'll have plenty of time to explore once I beat the boss, of course. Anyway, you guys ready? 'Cause here we go. I'm ready. Yawn. I'm not ready. Here he comes. Or she. I like to think that Yawn is a mother. So that's what we're going with. Hi, Yawn. You've never seen me like this before, have you? Honestly, I'm so out of my depth, I don't know what I'm doing. Yawn? No. Take it. Take it. I mean, I don't have to hit her in the head, which is good. I should heal. I should heal. Ooh. Danger. First time we're on danger. Red health, that is. But we're also poisoned, which is not great. The poison status means that I will continuously be taking damage throughout this boss, so even if I don't take damage actively from the boss, I will be going through it slowly just by existing. So that's not great, but yeah, definitely gotta heal. One thing that's worth mentioning is that in this boss, if you're at too low a health percentage, Yawn can insta-kill you. So you gotta be very careful about that. I'm not sure what the threshold is exactly. Is it yellow? Is it orange? Not sure, but there is a threshold. And if you get caught at the wrong spot with the wrong amount of health, it's over, and you can't do anything about it. So I have to try and avoid that. Standing directly in front of her face is usually a pretty bad idea. So I'll try to avoid that. But I will say this. Now we're trying to be tactical about this, and we have to be tactical about this. There's a mechanic in this boss that not a lot of people know about because nobody bothers to learn the mechanics of this boss, because you can just like tank your way through it, which is what almost everybody always does in the videos that I've seen anyway. And the mechanic is that if you damage Yawn enough, even if she's coming at you, she will suddenly start to ignore you for a bit. I guess the reasoning behind it is that when you deal enough damage, she'll be so hurt that she can't focus on coming for you, and instead she'll just like withdraw for a moment. And it's actually very much viable when you're using the shotgun. Like it's a good strategy to just like fire like 1 or 2 shots, and she staggers, she moves backward, and then you can reorient, create some more distance between you two, and get ready for the next wave, I guess you'd say, or next attack. And you can do that with the knife. It just happened there, but instead of running away, I just incessantly chose to keep slashing away at her, which wasn't necessarily the smartest idea. So maybe I'll have to take use or make use of that mechanic since I know of its existence. And clearly with the knife, you can also do it. It is fortunate that despite the fact that the knife probably deals piss poor damage, or I can only imagine that it does. Of course, I don't know for a fact. We'll see. But it's fortunate to know that you can definitely stagger her with the knife as well. Anyway, here we go. Oh, there's the shotgun shells. Ow. Might want to heal. I'll use one of those, just so I don't get eaten. Take this. Take this. That's not good. Also in front of her face, which, like I said, is not the place to be. Duh. I'm not sure if she takes more damage in the face. I'm unsure. That's the reason I said I would be aiming upwards with the knife a lot, because I was like looking to slash at her face, but honestly, with the way this is going, maybe I'll just settle for getting a hit in. Maybe that's enough. Whoa. Whoa. That was pretty decent. What's my health at? It's very risky to try and tank another hit before I heal, but I feel like I might have to do it. Otherwise, I'm gonna die. Whoa. Let's friggin' go! Let's go! Oh man! Yes! Yes! Hell yeah, dude. Well, now I'm glad I didn't take another hit. Dude! Dude, we beat Yawn with a fucking knife! Let's go! Man. And I didn't even have to go through all of my health. And as a reward, we get the moon crest. And like I said, because I'm poisoned, I keep going down in health. I was just in the orange state, caution, and now I'm in danger. So that's not good. I should get going, but we did it. It's the hole where that big snake came out of. That's right. We shan't crawl in. You couldn't see it properly because of the camera angle, but that's also where she went back into. I mean, clearly she didn't die. She was just damaged enough that she decided to withdraw completely. A carving of the moon. Okay. So, yeah, I took the shotgun shells, right? Yeah. I'll take that. I will take that. That is a W in my book. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. First try as well. I mean, yeah, I did go through a lot of health. 3 full heals. But first try, dude. Hold on, I could do better. Nice. As for why I'm not healing, well, for starters, when I'm in the poison status, it doesn't make sense to heal because you'll keep going through that health anyway. And once you reach the very lowest bit of health you can be at, which I like to call the magic pixel, and I think at least in Resident Evil Revelations 2, this is going a bit off topic, but in Revelations 2 at least, you can also equip this skill called the magic pixel, which refers to the very lowest point of health that you can be at. So that's why. But yeah, if you're at the very lowest point of your health, the magic pixel, I'll call it, you can't actually die. It can drain your health all the way down to the very bottom, but you can't get killed by the poison status. So as long as I'm poisoned, healing just doesn't make any sense. If I'm not going to end up in combat, which I don't expect to, I shouldn't heal because I'll just be wasting part of it looking for a way to cure my poison status. And of course, from the botany book, you might remember that they mentioned that blue herbs can neutralize toxins. So we just have to find one of those, I guess. And of course, if it's not obvious, the reason I'm poisoned is because I took hits from the venomous snake, but I'm sure you could figure that out. Yeah. So, not sure if I wanted to say something else. Other than, let's go! Let's go!
Am I poisoned?
Yes.
Give me the serum.
Sadly, I gave it to Richard already, and he died. That's not good. But who's that? A mysterious stranger, or maybe someone we know. Who's gonna help Jill out?
Barry?
So it was Barry, huh? Too bad he's not here right now. But, man, I gotta say, this music is so lovely. There's this thing I like to do, where when I end my stream, I'll find a nice spot in the game with nice music, and then I'll let that play for, like, the last minute or two of the stream before I end it, after I've already, like, how should I put it? switch to a different scene where you can no longer see gameplay and you can't see my face cam and where I've already muted the mic. Just to do this little outro thing where people can, like, ideally, if there were people in chat, they could just, like, say bye to each other and whatever it is they might want to say before the end of the stream. I give them a little moment to do that before I end it. And this would be a great track for that. But of course, we haven't even reached the end of this first level, so sadly we won't get to make use of it in that way. So there is more serum. Maybe not that specific serum. Anyway, yeah, sadly we won't get to use that this track for that purpose, but it's still nice to listen to all the same. One of the rare moments in this game where there is absolutely nothing threatening about the situation, absolutely nothing stressing or stressful about any of it. It's just nice. Not eerie, like not nice sounding, but eerie, but just nice. And of course, Barry didn't just bring us to safety here and give us this great music to listen to, but also, check this, full health. And that is why you don't save after the boss. Of course, the alternative is that you just don't take a hit during the boss, and then you never get poisoned, and you never get this whole sequence. But not only was this nice to show off, like, you don't get this music, you don't get this cutscene if you don't get poisoned. That is, of course, the real reason I took damage. I didn't have to take damage. I could have done it no, without taking hits, but I wanted to show this off for you guys. No, but seriously, I have never been able to do it without taking damage, even with more powerful weaponry, I don't believe, but it gives us this nice cutscene and full health anyway, so why not take advantage of that? But you know what this means, guys? The knife has already been unequipped by the game because it seems to know what's going to happen. And what's going to happen is as follows. In goes the knife, and it's never coming out again. Now, I would like to somehow mark items clearly that I'm not supposed to be using anymore. So I think what I'm going to do is I'll move all the stuff above this yellow line here down a little, and that way I can keep all of the banned items above the line. Is that all of it? Yeah, that's all the items. So I actually need the crests now. The reason I couldn't progress without going into the attic was because I got the moon crest, and now I have all 4 crests. Sun, moon, star, and wind, wherever that was. There. I don't need that. I don't need these, but I'm gonna combine them with the rest of the shells. Now, we're totally saving after that. Yeah, no doubt. But I could stretch this out a little bit, I guess, and not save immediately after. But then again, it's not like we're gonna run out of ink ribbons anytime soon. But yeah, the knife. There it is. The combat knife has been placed into the item box, and it shall never be taken out again. Thank you for your service, knife. You served me well, but it is time to say goodbye. But seriously, that is huge. The fact that we were able to get rid of the worst weapon of the game this early on, it's honestly a bit of a shame, because it would have been interesting to see how some of the later bosses would have gone with the knife, But then again, I would almost say that that is the toughest boss in the game. The first one, you wouldn't think it. But the second one is, the attacks are so clearly telegraphed that it's, if you pay attention, it's not that difficult. The third boss is, let's not get into the third boss right now, actually, but, okay, the third boss might be harder. Yeah, the third boss, okay, the third boss is probably the hardest one in the game, but this might still be the second hardest. The fourth boss, not very difficult. The fifth one, even easier. And then the final one is pretty tricky, but depending on your weapon choice, it can be very manageable. I would say, regardless of the weapon you use, the toughest two bosses are number 1 and number 3. So it is a bit of a shame that we got rid of the worst weapon already, but I think this was a great place to use it, and I just love the fact that I was able to figure out that not only is Yon beatable with the knife, she's actually very beatable. Like, yeah, okay, I went through 3 full heals, but I think that is a small price to pay for being able to get rid of the knife this early. This is massive. Next time, though, of course, and I don't mean next stream necessarily, I mean when we face off against the next boss, I will have to get rid of one of these 3 weapons. I don't think you get any others before then. So I will have to say goodbye to one of these weapons in the next boss. So that ought to be pretty interesting. But the fact that we were able to get rid of the knife now, that is setting us up for victory. It's not guaranteed. Nothing's guaranteed at this point, but that is huge. I cannot overstate that. Anyway. Should I take some heals? Probably not. You know what? Knowing what's coming up, I'm just gonna put these here because it's convenient. I'm not gonna abandon them yet. But I'm not gonna need weapons in the next section, so I'll just leave my inventory open for all the items I'm gonna get. Yeah, but should I save? Yep, I mean there's no point in not saving. So let's just do that. Where are the ink ribbons though? There. Honestly, let me just do one quick little change here. I'll grab the mixed herb and I'll put it here so I can put the ink ribbons back here. It's a more convenient place for it. Of course. Yeah, after that boss, after that performance, absolutely. Let's go. Never in a million years did I expect that I would, I guess the music's gonna go away now, and it's not gonna come back if we go in there again, sadly, so. That's all we're gonna get of that, but we did get a good few minutes of it, so I'm not too upset. I really do love it, though. So calming. But, yeah. Never in a million years did I expect that I would actually beat that first try. Yes, I went through a lot of health. Damn, that's okay. That's okay. I didn't go through a lot of health, but I think it's worth it. Man. So, I'm going to make the executive decision of leaving the last green herb in the mansion, or in the current rooms that I'm able to go into, behind as I head into the next level. But maybe we'll cross paths again. Who knows? But for now, I will leave it behind because I don't want to risk taking hits from the dogs outside. I don't think I'll have the same kind of luck I did last time where I don't take a single hit. especially since circumstances have changed, as I previously explained. If I took the lower route, I would get to where I need to go quicker, and I would also be able to go and get the green herb, but I'm just not going to do it. No, I'm not going to do it. Not worth it right now. I'll get it later if I'm desperate. So I'll just take the safer route, the boring route. Sorry. So it looks like we weren't able to find the helmet key yet. And of course we don't have the passcode either, so it seems like we're gonna have to come back later. But like I said, we'll be heading into the second level very soon, so I guess it means goodbye mansion for now. I think here's the game plan regarding this stream and the next. I'm not going to be quitting just yet because I just saved, and I mean, I'm not about to quit just yet because I'm still going. I think what I'll do is I'll keep going for a little bit longer. Like I'll start the next level, and if at some point I just feel like it's a bit too much, I'll end it and come back later. I think even though I really like ending my streams at the ends of levels, as I did with Silent Hill. I wasn't able to do it with 2, but for every episode of 1, I did do that. Even though I really like doing that, I don't know if it's the end of the world if I can't. So maybe I'll just see how far I can get and then quit when it feels like the right time to do that. So of course hey doggy. Of course we're back here again. This time we have to go here though, because this is the pathway into the next level. Hold on. When the sun sets in the west and the moon rises in the east, stars will begin to appear in the sky, and wind will blow towards the ground. Then the gate of new life will open. It sounds like a cool puzzle, nothing too difficult, but like a nice little puzzle where you have to organize the crests in the right way. But unfortunately, all you really need to do, while having to contend with the doggy, of course, is this. You just plop them in a random order. You can see the dog's face already. He's coming. He do be coming though. Oh man. So you plop these in a random order, and the game just arranges them for you. That's a bit of a shame. I don't really like that, but oh well. Whoa. Luckily he made that weird turn, otherwise I'd definitely have taken damage. Thank you though, doggy. That's very kind of you. Whew. An old barrel. So now, a strange camera angle. And it looks like there's something up there as well. No items? No? Right. Just some old barrels. Yep. The corners of rooms are pretty good places to hide things usually, so good to take a look, but doesn't look like there's anything there. Hold on. Oh. Guys, it's tough to see. It's a little dark for me. It's it's really nowhere near as dark for you, which is, like, it's good for the purposes of being able to see what's going on, but honestly, I think it's a little too bright. It doesn't look bad, per se, I guess, but I think areas that should be dark sometimes aren't. Maybe I'll edit it in post. We'll see, we'll see. But anyway, I got the crank. Let's see what the game has to say about it. Nothing important. Okay. Now, this is one of the few times that the game has to load for an extra long amount of time. The reason is, we have now entered the second level. I'm not sure if it's smart taking all of these right now, but I can carry them, so I think I will. I could be mistaken, but I think there's a map in this area which I might want to take, but it's also very risky, so I don't know if I should. Because again, I don't need it. It's just for fun, really. No, actually, you know what? There will be a time, a good time to pick it up later. So I'll do that then. No need to do it right now. Anyway. Okay, there's blue herbs. Hello? I'll get the blues later if I need to. But right now it doesn't seem necessary. After all, I'm not poisoned anymore. Thank you, doggies. Very kind of you. Very, very kind. I'm not sure if it's a well-known thing, but you can definitely prevent the dogs from aggroing if you don't go too close to them, if you don't look at them funny, and most importantly, if you don't run. So I'll definitely be making use of that. A water passage. There's a ladder. I will say the water doesn't look nearly as good as on PlayStation here. Because the Saturn, the way it renders graphics is a bit different. It's, you know, I think it's an interesting look. I don't dislike it, but I think objectively it just doesn't look as much like water. But you know, it's about the best they could come up with on the Saturn, I guess. It's cool. It's cool. I like it. I mean, the Saturn is known for not being able to do transparency. Whenever a game does a transparent thing, it's actually, I believe you have to fake it somehow. You can't do true transparency. Anyway, here's a cutscene. An FMV for once. That is so dark for me that I can't see anything on my screen. Luckily, there's the other one I can make use of. The water is running down the opposite side. No, 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 no. No, don't do that. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button again. Did it say something about this? I forgot to. There's a square hole. Did I examine it? I'm not sure. I wasn't paying attention. Whatever. That's what you use the crank for. Oh. Oh, 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 oh. I'll pay attention this time. Because last time, for half the cutscene, I was looking at my own screen, desperately trying to make out something. And then I realized, oh, I can just look at this. But I missed the first half, so now I was actually able to see it fully, so that's cool. Anyway, of course, it was a bit of a stretch to just assume that this would go into the square hole, not knowing anything about the crank, but of course, if you examine it more carefully, like so, Jill will say that its end is square-shaped, and now it is the square crank. Of course. Almost forgot. Anyway, now the water is drained, and we can keep going. A bit of a random side tangent, but if you wanted to know why I consider Yon to be female and a mother, more specifically, the reason for that is that there's baby snakes. And just like mama snake, those ones can be pretty mean. If they get a bite in, there's a pretty good chance you'll get poisoned. So you don't want that to happen. Now I will be honest, out of all of the areas in the game, this is the one whose layout I always forget. But let me see if I can navigate this. There's also dogs in here, so that's not great. Over here, like towards the camera, there is a waterfall I could examine, and then Jill would say something like, "There's a waterfall here, I can't get through," because there is a passageway behind it. I'm not going to do that, because I feel like the dogs are going to, you know, I can't think of the word again. The dogs are going to, it certainly doesn't help that it's almost 4 a.m. I'm getting kind of tired, but the dogs are going to ambush me. That's the one. I feel like if I go into that narrow corridor. But there is a waterfall, which you can hear as well in the background, and of course the dogs are guarding another thing, but I feel like since I don't need to go there right now, sorry. Since I don't need to go there right now, I'm not going to. Hold on, let me fix this up below. There. Yeah, we'll do that later. This garden area, or the courtyard, this is an area of laters, you could say. There's a bunch of things I want to do here, but there's a time, and it is not now. Hi. Maybe I should take a green as well. I mean, a blue. Should I? Hold on, let me think. I could heal, but then again, I don't necessarily need to heal just yet. I think what I'll do is, because I'll find more blue herbs in the areas coming up, I'll leave them for now, and I'll come back and grab them later if I need to. I think just in case, because the dog's getting pretty close, I'm just going to leave the area and reset them. Or not. There is another. They're very mellow today. Extremely so. Lovely. Another long load. What could it mean? Is this the third level? No. That was... if we're being specific, that courtyard was kind of a passageway between levels, and this the guardhouse. This is the true second level. What we just went through is like a connecting pathway between all the levels of the game, and or most of the levels of the game, but this is the actual true level. So welcome to the guardhouse. So there's blue herbs there, I think 3 of them, in fact, which I did remember, so I don't need to, I most likely won't need to go back outside and grab the other ones. Let's start with this. Let's go in here, because this is a safe room. Nothing quite like it. Nothing special. I see that up there. And there's another hidden item. Well, it's hidden from me. You guys can see it pretty clearly, apparently. Okay. We will not need the crank for the time being, so let me just put that away. I'm gonna put away this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. I think this is a pretty good time to mention that, as opposed to every other Resident Evil game in existence, this item box is actually very limited in terms of the amount of items you can put in there. Like I think I said previously that there's 50 slots. I'm pretty sure it's 50 slots, and it's a very real possibility that at some point throughout the game you'll run out of slots to put stuff in. I mean, even right now, there aren't that many left. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 out of 50 slots. That's not much. And of course, the big reason is that I have tons of health. Because the guardhouse, I mean, not the guardhouse, the courtyard, gives you a lot. Of course, I had a good few already. I could combine some herbs. Like if I combined all the reds with greens, that would free up some space. But I think I'm not going to do that yet. I'll do it if I need to. But right now, I feel like I'm okay. I'll also be taking these, so that's another 2 slots freed. Saving at this juncture? Maybe. I mean, why not? Having to make the trek all the way over here if I die is not going to be fun. Of course, so far I haven't been that close to death. Well, maybe during the boss. But that was basically the only time. So maybe I'll just save. That was a bit of a non sequitur. I made it sound like it was like a logical continuation from the previous sentence, but it was definitely a non sequitur. I was like, I haven't been dying a lot, so I guess I'll save. Like, that doesn't make any sense. What I meant was that even though I haven't been dying a lot, I feel like I should save, because if I do end up dying because of a silly mistake or whatever, you know, I've got plenty of ink ribbons to go around, so I shouldn't get stingy with them. Anyway, let's put that away, and this, and I'll definitely find some more green herbs. I don't need to take one with me, I don't think. There's probably some more ink ribbons by the typewriter anyway, so I'll just grab them while I'm here. No? Hold on. Not yet. No ink ribbons. Are you sure? Let me use the brighter screen to determine. No ink ribbons. Okay, that's fine. It's actually a thing I don't particularly like with the later Resident Evil games, where every time you find a typewriter, there's always ink ribbons, very reliably. In this game, There's a bunch of times they don't do that. And sometimes they put increments in random spots that aren't anywhere close to typewriters. So that's pretty neat. One thing I wanted to mention is that I think we're starting to reach the point where the handgun is becoming a little obsolete. Not necessarily like in terms of being able to handle smaller enemies, non-boss enemies, but in the sense that if I keep it around for a while longer, if I get rid of any other weapon in the next boss, I'll be in for a world of trouble later on because, well, obviously I would rather throw away my least powerful weapon rather than one of the two that I also have but have never used. So yeah, I think the guardhouse will be the last hurrah of the handgun. We will be saying goodbye to it at the end of this level, but there's still quite a bit left to go before then, so let's make the most of it. But that is definitely the game plan. I feel like my smartest move is to use my handgun for the next boss, which, if memory serves, I don't think I've ever done either. That doesn't seem as impossible as the knife did initially, but it is still a new experience. I don't think I've ever done it before. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Interesting to see how many handgun bullets it takes. Right, that is a real threat. If I keep using only the handgun bullet, or a real concern I should say, if I keep using just the handgun throughout this level, guardhouse. I have one thing to say about that, but first I'll say what I was going to say before, which is that it is a real concern that if I exclusively use the handgun throughout this level, and then I try to beat the boss with it, I might not have enough ammo left at that point. So I think it's definitely a great idea to save now, and then in the worst case scenario, I can just replay the level and use a different weapon, but maybe it would be smart to just grab the shotgun and use that in certain scenarios. I think I'll do that. It's a little bit annoying that I saved first and now I'm gonna make changes to my equipment, but whatever. I'll take the shotgun, but not the shells. I'll definitely be finding more shells, so that'll be a little bit annoying, but then I can just... Well, I guess if I use 7, I can just fill it up again. I definitely don't want to use 7. I'm thinking more like 1 or 2. Like, if I can avoid using like 4 to 7 handgun bullets, and instead get away with just using 1 shotgun shell, 2 at most, I think that might be worth it a couple of times if I don't overdo it. So I'll do that. I'm not going to take health with me. I think what I'll also do is I'll equip the shotgun so that if I end up in a tough spot, I can just whip it out quickly and go blasting. But yeah, I'll definitely use the handgun as my main weapon, and I'll use the shotgun if necessary. Oh, what I wanted to say about when I saved is that this level is known as the guardhouse. When I get the map, you'll be able to see that it's called the guardhouse, the full level, but the save point is also called guardhouse because indeed this is a considerably smaller level than the previous in the sense that there's only 1 safe room. I think that is a good example of how much smaller this level is. So it's doable now, but obviously it's gonna take a while still, so yeah, better get cracking, I guess. The music in this room and most of the rooms in this area is great. I love it. This would also be a good end of stream track. It's very mysterious, very cool. Like the interesting thing here is that I have no idea how many handgun bullets the next boss will take. to go down. So it's tough to try and estimate how much of the handgun I should be using right now, or if I should pivot to the shotgun instead for normal enemies. Because I could end up in a situation where I use too many shotgun shells, or I could end up in a situation where I use too many handgun bullets. It's quite tricky. I think a good balance of both is probably in order. So I'm gonna switch to the handgun and kill this guy with it. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Well, first of all, I'll reload. Since there's two enemies in here, one of them got knocked down onto the floor. I'm gonna run in, I'm gonna kill the other one with the shotgun, and then I'll finish the first one with the handgun. I think that sounds smart. Oh, he died already. Check this out. Fuck! No, I waited for too long. Check this out. Headshot. That was not ideal. I guess I'll go back and heal. It was still cool. It was still cool. That's one of those silly mistakes that you can end up making very easily if you're not careful. The desk is locked. Will you use the lockpick? Yes. And once again, it's shotgun shells. Great. At this juncture, let me check that the stream is still running okay. I've been going for a while. I actually have 2 likes on the stream, which suggests that somebody else has been here as well. I wonder who it could be. I mean, it could be another one of my friends who just didn't actually tune in, but just came to leave a like and then left. Maybe, hard to say. But that could be it. That's more likely that's the more likely option rather than that some random just came in, left a like, because that doesn't tend to happen. That would be cool. That would be really cool, but I doubt that that's what it is. Right. What was I doing? I reloaded. Took some damage. And then here's this. Will you take the red book? Yep. Let's read it. Right. All pages are blank. What's it for? Blank book. Interesting. In every one of these dorm rooms there is a bathroom, so it's definitely worth it to check this one out as well. There's enemies in some of these and not others. I don't remember which ones have enemies in them and which don't, but I'll have to be careful. Nothing major, huh? Now this time, there is actually something in the bathtub. The bathtub is filled with muddy water. Will you unplug it? In other words, will you push, will you put your hand in? Or I guess there might be like a cord that you can pull. Not a cord really, but like a chain. Anyway, what's in there? Will you take the, well, I know it to be the control room key. At least I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Yep. Knowing what it's used for. I will take the control room key. Let's examine. I don't know if it applies to the Saturn version, but I believe in the PlayStation version, this item has the wrong description. I think it has the description of one of the crests. Maybe the moon one? let's see. Oh, a key to enter the control room. I guess that adds up. That if this version was released after the original, that they would have fixed that. Then again, that issue is also in the director's cut. It's not really relevant, it's not really important, but I want to find out if the director's cut came out before this version. Let me do that real quick. Resident Evil director's cut. I guess it doesn't have its own Wikipedia page. September 1997 is when the director's cut released, and the Saturn version released earlier, July 1997. And the game actually also takes place in July, which is a fun coincidence. Huh. Okay, so this came out earlier, but they fixed an issue that is still in the following release. Weird. Okay. Weird oversight, but whatever. Did I read that out loud? I'm not sure. A key to enter the control room. I think I did, but just in case I didn't, there you go. But yeah, in the PlayStation version, it definitely says something like, the director's cut, that is. It definitely says something like, a carving of the moon, or similar. But yeah, that's definitely going to be helpful. Nice one. Oh, right, I didn't actually say anything about it, but when I was checking out the stream, yeah, it works well. No problem. It looks like the gameplay is smooth, the face cam is smooth, everything sounds okay, looks okay, no problem. Which is great. Around this point in the previous stream, 3 years ago, the Silent Hill 2 one, I started noticing that the stream kept cutting out, like there was a problem, apparently, with my connection. And I bet that was like a one-off thing, or a thing that doesn't happen every time, certainly. But I'm just a little worried when streams go on for like 5 hours or more that problems may crop up, but so far it doesn't look like anything has. Which is fantastic. Yeah, okay, so since I'm gonna be healing anyway, I might as well show this off. Let go of me, please. Not again. I'm not sure how much damage that deals, but not a lot. Not a lot. Because it wasn't enough to knock me from orange to red. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna heal before I move on, just in case. I think a simple green will do it. I think it'll probably bring me up to yellow. I'll also definitely put the other stuff away. Yeah, okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, literally, it's fine. Funny joke. In any other Resident Evil game, it wouldn't be fine because yellow is considered caution starting from 2. But here you don't have yellow caution and orange caution, but you have a green fine and yellow fine. That's a bit of a difference there. So these key items are important, but I don't know if I should carry them around with me yet. This is of course the only safe room, so I will always have to come back here to get stuff. But I will be using these 2 items pretty late in the level, so maybe I'll just get rid of them for now. Oh, right. Let's do that. It'll allow me to save a little bit of space in the box as well. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, here we go. I still have the shotgun equipped, of course, just in case. It's better to have the shotgun at the ready because if something unexpected happens, I can quickly get in a headshot. But if I have the handgun equipped, I might not have the time to switch to the shotgun. Okay, so I got two bad options. I can either push this this statue of something or other. Can I actually examine it? No. On top of that hole in the floor where the vine comes out of. It really does seem like vines have something against me, which checks out, I guess, because I did kill the last ones. But yeah, sorry about that. This time I'm not killing them though. I'll just prevent them from coming out. It's not exactly right, but it doesn't matter. Like, if you get it approximately right, the next time you come through this area, the game will auto-correct it to be covering the hole fully, so that way you'll know you did it right. If you didn't do it right, it'll respawn back to the old spot. That should be good enough. Yeah, okay, so I talked about bad options. I don't know, like, honestly, this option over there, not really that bad. I could go there. But then again, that will lead deeper into the level, whereas this is a single room. It's just that I really, really, really hate this room. I will say this. The very first time I played this game, when I went into this room, I immediately turned around, came back out, and I could not bring myself to continue the game for a good 15 minutes. I was basically in a fetal position, maybe not crying outright, but like it upset me so much that I like had to step away from the game for a bit before I was able to continue. And even then, I wasn't exactly having a good time. Why do I spoil this beforehand? Because I wanted to explain this thing, but if I tried to do it during my explorations in that room, nothing would come of it. I wouldn't be able to concentrate, so here we go. You'll never guess what phobia I have. The only one I have. Hang on, bullets. Let's go. Those are some increments. I'll take them. So, after having played through the game like a good 10 times, maybe not quite, but close to, for sure. They don't really scare me that much anymore. But the first time I played this, oh my god. Oh my god. It's broken. It's a broken. Is that what you said? No. That was just my mistake. Okay, so the good thing about this situation is that the spiders, known as web spinners, can't come in here. They're actively trying to poison me. If I get hit by that, I will likely be poisoned. They're also venomous. But luckily, the pool table is protecting me. And this is actually related to a puzzle. I'm just trying to think about how I'll make it out of here once I'm done. A 3-ball. The thing with this puzzle, I believe, I could be mistaken, but I believe the thing with this puzzle is that for some reason the devs decided to actually tell you the solution if you interact with like that end of the table. you get 3 hints from each of the other 3 sides. But if you go to the end where the balls come out of, you will learn the solution, or at least it will like give you such a clear hint that anybody would be able to figure it out. So I'm not going to do that because I want to solve this on my own. I think it's a cool puzzle. So again, there's a 3 ball here. Not that you can see it on screen, but just trust the game. Just the game. There's a 3 ball here. And then I should somehow find a way to examine the other parts. Maybe I can lure them in a different spot or something. I'm pretty sure it is this end, the end I'm at right now, that tells you the solution. Basically. I mean, it might as well. Okay, let's try. Ah! That's not great. Oop. Okay. That didn't go well. I'm gonna have to be quicker. I need to beat the spiders to the pool table. Otherwise, I'm probably poisoned, right? Oh, no. Okay. Got lucky. But yeah, I'll probably need to beat the spiders to the pool table. Otherwise, I won't be able to examine the sides in time. And of course, technically, I could just kill them, but they're easy enough to avoid normally, so I don't think it's worth it. Also, I just don't feel like it. Oh, right, you can't do that. That is a Resi 2 thing. Let me combine these. Yeah, I should probably heal again. Honestly, it might be worth it to take a blue herb in there. I'll do that. I'll actually do that. I'll go get a blue herb from the entryway, vestibule, whatever. And then I'll be set. Oh, and I don't think the statue resets, so I did get it right. No. Okay. It did not. Hi. A 9 ball. A 6 ball. That's all I need. Oh, wait. That's not all I need. That's definitely not all I need. Hold on. No. I know what to do. Examine it. Okay. Now the game's paused, so I can take a look at this. Okay, so if this is a 3, on the opposite side we have a 9, and at the bottom then we have a 6, and of course up top we have 12. But instead of it just telling you that it's a 12, I think it'll be a lot more obvious about it, a lot more obvious about what you're supposed to do. Oh no! Now I remember. Okay, so the thing with this puzzle is that the pool sticks, is that what they're called? Pool sticks? Whatever, that's what I'm gonna call them. Or billiard sticks. I'm gonna look up what they're called. Pool cues. Are they called pool cues? Ah. Okay. I mean, I know the term cue ball. I'm familiar with that, but I didn't know that it's called that because the stick is called a cue. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so the pool cues on the table, they form the hands of a clock. And if you go to the end that should have a 12 ball in it, and maybe it even does, I can't remember, but in any case, if you examine that end of the table, it will actually tell you what time the pool cues spell out, essentially solving the puzzle for you. Of course, you then need to figure out what to do with that information, but I think the major part about this puzzle, well, part of it is to realize that that is a clock in general, and the other part is to realize what time it's trying to tell you. And the game tells you both of those if you examine the specific end of the pool table, so that's not what I'm about. I'm going to solve this on my own. So this is a 3-ball. It's a little unclear which side of the pool cue is supposed to be the end of the clock hand that actually denotes time, I guess. But I believe the darker end is not it. I believe you should look at the thinner end, the end that you use to actually hit the cue ball. And if that's the case, then I think it is 4:45. Is the one that's pointing diagonally is shorter in the sense that I mean, how do I explain that? You can see that it's shorter. Like the point where the two pool cues intersect, the part of the pool cue, the part of each pool cue that continues past that point is a lot shorter for that diagonal pool cue, which suggests that that is the hour hand and the other one's the minute hand. So I think the correct code is 445. It could also be 0405. I forget how many digits it has, but it's something like that. But if I got it wrong and it's actually that the dark ends are the ones I should follow, then of course it would be more like 10:15, something like that. This whole clock thing reminds me of that Richard parody I talked about before. I won't get into it, but it crucially has to do with time. But yeah, it's either 10:15 or so, or it's 4:45. Got it. Whoa. He just totally snuck up on me. Like I thought he was nowhere close, and then suddenly he was right on top of me. Sly devil. So I'll just have to remember the combination, because I won't be able to use it just yet. I'm not gonna keep the blue herb around, I don't think, because if I remember correctly, this is the only area currently where there are spiders. And if there aren't spiders, I don't have to worry about getting poisoned. Not to say that there aren't other enemies that can poison you, it's just that the ones I'm really worried about are the spiders. I'm gonna take this key now. I think now is a good time to use it. Or take it. Because I will be using it soon-ish. You know, now that I think about it, this level actually really is not that long. I should definitely be able to do it in under 2 hours, which is great if that's possible. because if it takes me, let's say, an hour and a half from now, I'll be going to bed at 6 a.m. at the earliest, and that's not what I'm about. So, you know, here's hoping it doesn't take me that long. But I'll definitely say it right now. If I manage to beat this level, that is as far as I'll take it, and then we'll have to continue from there next time. One thing I wanted to mention is that, interestingly enough, there seem to be a lot of vines growing around the walls, which is disconcerting. First one comes out of the ground and tries to strangle me, and then the stuff is growing all over the place. It's not hostile, of course, here, but still. Ooh, 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 ooh. This is an area where you can get another optional cutscene. It's great. It's great. I need you guys to see it. I need you guys to see it, but I don't know how to trigger it. So the thing is, if I examine this door, the cutscene might play, but if it doesn't, I think I enter the room and then I give up on the opportunity to see the cutscene. I will try my best. I mean, all I can really do is hit the B button and see what happens, but like, I guess I should say I'm hoping for the best. I'm really, really hoping that this triggers a cutscene. It could be, there was the 003 door right beside this one. If I go through there first and I come back, maybe then that will trigger the scene, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. I'll try it. Oh, okay. Right, so you couldn't even go there if you wanted to. Good to know. Now, what do we have here? Let's hope trying to interact with the door won't interfere with the cutscene. That's also one of those ones where I really don't know what triggers it. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But sadly for this one, most of the time, it doesn't happen for me. And I don't know why. Oh, there's some kind of little nook here. I've never noticed. That's very interesting. Let's go in. Let's go in. Of course, I'm almost filled up, but I just need one item from here, and then I'll scram. Oh, this is a fun-looking room. It won't move at all. It seems to be obstructed from the opposite side. Now, I can't see it, but I feel like there should be, or if a memory serves, there should be a red herb in here. Is there, or isn't there? Hold on. Jesus. Jesus. You took your sweet time. I thought they weren't going to show up at all because it took them so long. I don't think there's a red herb there, though. So speaking of other enemies that can poison you, here's some. They're not too bad. This is the only area in the game where they appear. This very room, or this very hallway, is the only area in the whole game where they appear. Sort of. Sort of. They will only be a threat in that area. And they're not too tough, but if they manage to get the drop on you, you can end up in trouble. Now, please, please, Barry, please, I need your guidance. I need to hear your voice. Once again, it's been too long, please. Oh, but before we do that, let me actually check the dormitory key. I know where it goes, but yes, it is indeed the 002 key. The number 002 is engraved. Right. I guess if I could offer one point of criticism to the game, it would be that when it always says nothing important, if you're supposed to turn it around, it kind of, at a point, it becomes obvious that if it says nothing important, then of course you're supposed to turn it around. So it's not really much of a puzzle. But, you know, it's a cool concept anyway. And it certainly doesn't happen every time. It happens a lot of the time, but not every time. Anyway, please, Barry, please, please. Barry. Please, Barry. Of course, this is a single-use key, which is good. Barry, please. Oh. Oh. Tell you what, I'm not even gonna go there. I'll go and deposit my items, and I'll go do something else, and I'll come back later, and hope that the cutscene triggers then. I'm not 100% sure if that means that I won't get the cutscene. It could be that it happens later. It's entirely possible. I think if you go through that door, you will reach the next major area in this level. And if you go in there and back out, I don't think you'll get the cutscene at that point anymore. But I think there is still a chance if I don't go there yet. It could be that it's a lost cause, but I'm willing to try, especially since I need to get rid of items anyway. You know, honestly, maybe I should start thinking about healing. Like, even when I'm on yellow. But, yeah, I don't know for sure. What should I do? What should we do, Wesker? That's a line from the other campaign that we won't get to hear. Okay, what's the worst that can happen? I'll heal this one time, so I don't have to carry around a heal with me, and then I'll just go. That's actually another thing we won't get to see. We'll get a Rebecca thumbs up in the other campaign, but not this one. Because, in this version of the story, it's like Rebecca Chambers doesn't even exist. And similarly, in this Jill version, I mean, that's literally what I just said. I mean, in the Chris version, similarly, it's like Barry doesn't even exist, which is an interesting choice. It kind of muddles, or like muddies up the waters when it comes to what's canon and what's not. But I guess it's some blend of the two, where all the characters were involved, but it's mostly Chris interacting with Rebecca and Jill interacting with Barry. Anyway, speaking of Barry, please, Barry. No. No. There's still another thing I can do, which I will. Oh, we're coming up to a part where, depending on which character you play as, you may or may not be able to do it. Like, it's a thing that can change things in an interesting manner. for anybody who knows the game, I'm thinking about V-Jolt. I'm thinking about the possibilities of that. So as Jill, you have access to V-Jolt, but should I use it? Is it against the spirit of the challenge to use it? Anyway, what I was about to say, I can make it anyway and then decide, but what I was going to say is that because there's going to be a part coming up where if you play as Chris, you can't do a certain thing. It just reminded me that I was supposed to say earlier when I was playing the piano, the Moonlight Sonata, you know, if you play as Chris, you actually can't do that. It's pretty funny how that scene goes. Maybe I won't spoil it, but I'll just leave it there for now. Like, if you're playing as Chris, you have to find another way to open up the secret passageway that is unlocked by playing the piano. It's pretty fun. Anyway, this is the place where you need to input the combination from the pool table puzzle. There's a panel with number keys. Will you push the keys? Yes. So the way this works is that when you punch in the correct combination, all the lights up top will light up. So you can basically try and follow how many lights are lit up to see if you're going the right way. I guess, sort of. It's a little obtuse, but it also doesn't really matter. Like, you don't need to understand how the lights work to be able to solve this. Or maybe there is some kind of method to it. Maybe you can kind of brute force it without understanding the pool table aspect to this puzzle. But I believe the puzzle solution is 4, 4, 5. It is not 4, 4, 5, in fact. It's also not 10. It's definitely not 10, 15, though. Oh, it's 3, 4, 5. It's 3, 4, 5 actually. I just realized. Yep. It is. I was just thinking like the hour hand was approximately where 4 o'clock would be, but I didn't take into account that because it was 3:45. It's actually going to be pretty close to 4. If it was 4:45, it would be closer to 5. So that's a little mistake on my part. Sorry for that. But I figured it out. So this is where you make V-Jolt. There should be... Yeah, there's a document that explains what it does, so we'll get more into it. We'll get into it more later. But for now, let's just make it. Oh, but, ooh, the supposedly transparent bottle really doesn't look that great on Saturn. It hardly looks transparent. Like, you can tell what they're going for, but it doesn't really look transparent. You know what? Maybe we should come back here later, because, you need a document to be able to solve this puzzle. And even though I know the solution, I feel like that's cheating. So maybe I'll come back later. But now I have unlocked the area in which you do the puzzle. Now I just need to find the file. And then we'll read it, and then we'll know the solution. I just don't remember where the file is. It might be here, but I can't go there yet. The plate says 003. Yeah, I don't have that key yet. If it is in here, it's not good. It could be. The other option is the 003, or sorry, 002 room. That's right here. I just realized that this room, or door actually doesn't say 003. I just knew that the 003 room is in there. But that's not the specific door. I don't know, it's not really relevant, but I wanted to clarify. Because I did call that door the 003 door, which it is technically not. Anyway, the file might be in here. Looks like it. Plant 42 report. I don't think the necessary information is in this document, but this is certainly very interesting, so we'll be reading this for sure. I mean, we'll be reading every document, but yeah, whatever. 4 days have passed since the accident, and the plant at, 4 days have passed since the accident, and the plant at point 42 is growing amazingly fast. It has been affected. It has been affected. Maybe that's not wrong. I'm not actually sure. I would say affected rather than effected, but yeah, whatever. It has been affected by the T virus differently than other plants have been, and shows a unique shape in addition to its size. The T virus, huh? Looking at the way it behaves, it is now difficult to determine what kind of plant it was originally. There are 2 ways in which plant 42 gathers nutrition. The first one is through its root that reaches into the basement. Immediately after the accident, a scientist went mad and broke the water tank in the basement. Now the basement is filled with water. It is easily imaginable that some chemical elements were blended in the water and promotes the incredibly fast growth of plant 42. Another part of plant 42 from the basement grows through the duct and hangs down like so many bulbs from the ceiling of the first floor. Many vines come out of those bulbs, and they are the second source for its nutrition. Once sensing movement, plant 42 shoots its vines around the prey and holds it. Well, that sounds familiar. Then it starts sucking up blood using the suckers located at the back of its vine. It also has some intelligence. It blocks the door by twining its vines around it, especially when it captures prey or is sleeping. That also sounds pretty familiar. Blocking the door, I mean. Several staff members have already fallen victims to this. May 21st, 1998. Henry Saturn. Plant 42, huh? Now, contrary to many others, I don't think this one actually has shotgun shells. If I'm remembering correctly, it's gonna be ink ribbons. Could be wrong, though. Maybe it is shotgun shells. It is shotgun shells. I'll take them. And of course, there's the map, the obvious map. A dormitory sketch. Will you take it? You got the map of dormitory. Now, I know I said that this would reveal that the name of the location, the level we're currently in, is the guardhouse, but hold on. There, guardhouse, first floor. I guess it goes by 2 different names. Both kind of make sense, but I like to call it the guardhouse. But as you can see, we're almost done with the first floor of this area, which is considerably smaller than the first floor of the mansion, which I will show right now, just to show you guys how big of a difference there is. Like, look at this, and then compare it to this. And the amount of rooms that there are to explore is considerably lower. And then we can go into the basement and see that it's even smaller than that. And there is no second floor to this. So yeah, it's actually a lot smaller. I don't know why I thought it would take so long, but it's honestly not such a big level. And then there's the courtyard, of course, which, well, we don't have the map for it, but we mapped it out by just going through the areas physically, which also takes care of the job. all the same. Not every single area is lit up, I don't think, but most of them are. Or maybe I'm mistaken. Could be wrong. One thing I have to say is that this is the only Resident Evil game where it actually like shows a bird's eye view of the whole area of the game, and I think that's really cool, where you can see where the mansion is in relation to the courtyard and the guardhouse. I really do like that. And you can also see the general shape of the areas. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Right, okay, well, guess I'll go in here. I don't know where that Barry is, but he's a no-show again. We've already missed out on 3 cutscenes with him, and it sucks, man. Why don't you take that and shut it? So, I think I'll switch back to the handgun now, because I'm starting to build up a pretty good reserve of handgun bullets, and I know I'm going to be getting at least 30 more in the basement. So better start using them, otherwise I'll waste them, and that's no good. No water is left. Okay. Well, some might say it's not a good trade-off to use a shotgun shell to get handgun bullets, but 15 handgun bullets is very valuable to me, especially with the plus coming up. Whereas 1 shotgun shell, well, it's valuable for sure, but it's not 15 handgun bullets valuable. There's no enemy in the game that takes 15 handgun bullets but only 1 shotgun shell. That's not a thing. Right. Okay. So normally I would say that I should probably deposit these before I move forward. But the thing is, I'm going to be getting many more shotgun shells very soon, so it's kind of worthless to do that. And I'll be getting rid of this key very soon, so let's just keep going. But sadly, we didn't find the file, so we can't solve the puzzle yet. And since the 003 door is locked, we can't go and check that place either, and I think that is where the document is. Unfortunately, so I guess we'll solve the puzzle later. The document wasn't in the puzzle room, was it? I don't think so. Well, it doesn't matter what order I do things in. I can just... We're definitely not getting the cutscene, guys. We're definitely not getting the cutscene. Oh, man. But yeah, I guess I can just head into the basement first, and then... and then I can deal with the puzzle later. There is a reason to do the puzzle before going into the basement, but I'm technically not supposed to know the solution yet, so I'm not going to cheat. Speaking of going to the basement, though, this is actually one situation in which I think the map is utilized very well. You see, if I look at this first floor map, you can tell that the room I'm currently in, there's this weird dark area at the far end. So you might be thinking, well, what is that? What's that supposed to be? Well, let's go over and check. It's pretty subtle. It can be hard to notice, but there is, in fact, something behind these 2 cupboards, which can be pushed. When you push them both out of the way, it reveals a secret passageway into the basement. There's a ladder. Will you descend it? Yes. The music down here is actually quite unnerving. I quite like it. Descending into a basement filled with unknown horrors in a game like this, I think it is very fitting for the music to be quite haunting. Right, I have the handgun equipped as I wanted. Already forgot about that, but yes, that is a thing I said I would want to do. Or would like to do. So the thing here is, well, let's get into it in a bit. Water settles here, and I can't pass it. Right, because there's water in the way, I can't go over. Jill can't jump, and it's a quite a long jump anyway. So, of course, what I need to do is solve a bit of a block pushing puzzle. These aren't some of the most exciting things in the game, but you know, it's a nice change of pace. So there's one. I don't think I can go over to it just yet. Yeah, I need all three, but that's not a problem. Let's just do it. Now you can definitely jump over. I guess she's just lazy. Doesn't want to exert herself too much. Now this isn't a crazy puzzle, but you know, it's something new. There'll be another block pushing puzzle later in the game, which is a bit more involved, but you know, I think it's nice to start with a fairly easy one and then ramp up the difficulty later. Although I do have to say I'm glad that there's only two, because these aren't very exciting, and especially when you know the answer already, the solution, it can be quite boring. Especially if you do mini playthroughs, because these puzzles, they're all always the same, regardless of which character you play. There might be, or I actually do think that there are different solutions in certain special modes in certain versions of the game. Not this one, but like the director's cut, for example. I think the puzzle solutions are different in certain modes, but I'm not 100% on that. These block pushing puzzles are always the same though. Pretty sure about that. I have to say. Anyway, I guess it's time to descend into the flooded zone. The water looks, I gotta say, the water looks awful. It just does. But hey, I mean, it's the fact that there's like foam on it or something, and it doesn't move at all. Like, it's just a static texture. It doesn't look good. But at least the splishy, splashy effects when you're walking in water, those are pretty nice. You know, in a horror setting, sorry for smacking my lips like that. I try not to do that. It's annoying. It annoys me. But yeah, sorry. I'll do better. So in a horror setting, it's not one of my favorite things when I'm in like waist high water. Not the best scenario to be in, certainly. But it doesn't look like there's anything in there, so that's good. At this point, I think I can pretty confidently say that I'm going to beat this level, because there's not too much left to go, and well, okay, only if the boss is really, really difficult for some reason with the handgun, maybe then, but in any other situation, I will be beating this. I will definitely give it my best attempt. So here's the routes that were mentioned in the document. it looks like a plant root. Right. And once again, someone uninitiated might think that maybe you can shoot at it, but that's not a thing you can do. There's a bag here, nothing useful inside. Despite this room being fairly large, I don't actually think there's any items in here. So let's just go. Yeah, there's the plant root. The root of plant 42. Let me actually just in case, check the stream again. Some paranoid like that. It works. No problem. Great. Great, great, great. Let's keep going. But of course we weren't gonna have waist-high water with nothing in it, were we? Uh-oh. An FMV and everything. What's it gonna be? Oh. It's another mama and her babies. Those are Neptunes. That is their name. Which is actually, it's quite fun because I believe, hold on, I'm a little hazy on the details, but I feel like it's either that the Sega Saturn's code name originally was Neptune, or alternatively, Sega were planning to do a follow-up to it that was called the Neptune, but then they like canceled it and made the Dreamcast instead. Or maybe they were gonna make, or at some point they were planning to make one after the Dreamcast that was gonna be called Neptune, something like that. I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure that there is a Sega Neptune out there, or at least there was in the conceptual phase at some point. So that's pretty fun that we're playing Resident Evil on the Saturn with an enemy called the Neptune. So there's a lever here which I could pull, but I'm actually not going to just yet. It's locked. Based on what's written next to the door, I feel like there might be some good stuff in there. That, or it's a bunch of severed arms. I guess that could be it as well. There's no keyhole. That's cool. Oh, I didn't expect him to come from there. Okay, so I think there's a button over here somewhere that you can press, but I believe before you can do that, you need to hit the lever. There's a lever. Will you move it? Yeah. Sorry, Sharkies. And now the water is drained. And now that reveals the button we can press, and this button, upon pressing it, there was a sound from the room next door. Will have unlocked the other door. And what's unfortunate about the situation is that I think the Neptune is a really cool enemy, but the fact of the matter is that we will not be seeing any more of them for the rest of the game, and the threat that they posed just now has been completely eliminated because the water is drained, and now they are flopping around helplessly on the floor. And I don't like that. I don't like that. The babies too, not just the mama, but the babies too. That's just mean. That's just mean. I'm sorry, guys. So I've never tried getting too close to them when they're flopping around. Maybe they can still deal damage. I think it would be cool if they could, but I haven't tried it. I kind of want to try it. Tell you what. Once I've saved the game, next time I'll come back and we'll try it. But yeah, now we made it into the arms room. There's a bunch of good stuff in here. This is what I was talking about when I mentioned how I shouldn't take the shotgun shells back because it's fruitless. I'll just get more. But that's not everything. I think there should also be something more. They're all wet and useless. There should be more stuff. I mean, obviously there's the glimmering key here. The 003 key, that is. Yep. Pretty sure there should be handgun bullets in here. Like I'm like 90% sure there should be handgun bullets in here. Maybe not in this version? Oh, I was banking on these handgun bullets. Well, I still have 110. And there are no more zombies for me to use the handgun. No, that's not true. That's not true. But there's like 1 or 2 more zombies for me to use the handgun on. So I feel like I should beat the next boss with 100 bullets. It should be okay. But we'll see. We'll see. And let me just clarify this. Once I beat the boss, if I decide, okay, this is the combination, the odd couple I'm going with, I have to commit to that, which is to say that then, starting from that point, I cannot use the handgun anymore. It's not that I can't use the handgun once I put it back into the box. Once I've beaten the boss, that is when the handgun is already banned, which is to say that if I leave around enemies after the boss fight, I still can't use the handgun. I have to do that before the boss. That's I didn't specify it in the rules, but that is how I planned it, and that's what we're going with. But I guess there aren't any more handgun bullets. I thought for sure there were. Maybe in the PlayStation version then. Okay. Well, let's leave then. I mean, I will gladly take. They're here. Okay. 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 Yeah. Glad I checked. Glad I checked. Okay. So now, armed with 140 handgun bullets, I should be on easy street. No problem. I mean, no problem in terms of ammo. There might be other troubles, like surviving long enough to be able to use all that ammo and not wasting too much health. But we'll see. It's a large water tank. That's where the Neptunes were before the accident. It's just, I don't like that. I wish I could just leave him swimming around, but you literally can't beat the game if you don't do that. So, nothing you can do about that. How many slots do I have? 2? I'll definitely take this one then. There's no more, right? Yeah, no, I don't think so. Let's examine this as well. I mean, we all know what it is, but still. The number 3, or 003, 003 is engraved. Okay. I think the stuff they do with the Neptunes, or rather, the stuff that they don't do, it's a huge missed opportunity. I really like the enemy. I really like the idea of having a shark enemy, like a mutant shark, in a horror game. But like you having to be out of your element, wading through water, while the sharks are very much in their element. But they barely do anything with it. Luckily, that whole sequence is expanded upon greatly in the remake. That's another thing that it does pretty well. I do like that. I still like the Neptune area, but it's a far cry from what it could be, what it could have been. You know what? At this point, I don't think I'll be taking a snack break. I'll just eat after this, which is great. It'll save me some time, and it'll make it nicer for you guys as well when there won't be like a 15-minute segment in the video where nothing happens. What am I doing? I got the key. I can go into the 003 room now. Let's go in, and I'll see if I can carry all the stuff in there. I don't think I can. I actually need to get something from the item box to use in here, but at least I'll be able to get rid of the 003 key, which is something. And in the worst case scenario, I guess I could combine 2 greens. That's a thing that you can do, for sure. Yeah, I'll be using the handgun for this. Wait, no enemies? Oh, right, okay. I misremembered then. But this is the room that has the document in it. These are ink ribbons. Okay. Let's make a little bet. If these aren't ink ribbons, I will delete my channel live on stream. Ink ribbons. Looks like we're gonna keep going for a while longer then. Oh well. A row of red books. There's one white book. Will you take it? Of course. This is what we've been looking for this whole time. V-Jolt report. Here we go. As I stated in the last report, there are some common features found in the cells of the plant infected by the tyrant virus. So that is what the T in T virus stands for. We also have found another interesting fact through some experiments. We found an element that destroys these plant cells rapidly in UMB number 16, one of the series of UMB chemicals that we used for that experiment. We named this UMB number 16 as V-Jolt. In our calculation, it will take less than 5 seconds to destroy plant 42 if we put the V-Jolt directly on the root. So, okay, one thing I'm pretty happy about is that I thought it was UMB 18. The number is very important, and had I tried to solve the puzzle like that, I wouldn't have been able to. So I actually didn't know the solution, even though I thought I did. So I had to find this document first. So that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I think it might be 18 in the remake. I hate that I remember the remake better than the original. That shouldn't be a thing. I've beaten the remake like maybe 3 times, and this like 10, as I've said before. So by all accounts, I should remember this one better. And for the most part, I guess I do, but certain things I get mixed up all the time, apparently. 5 seconds. if we apply the V-jolt on the root? You need to mix some of the UMB series chemicals in a specific order to create V-jolt. But the UMB series chemicals may generate a poisonous gas which is harmful to the human body. Extreme caution should be taken when handling these chemicals. So that's basically what happens if you fail the puzzle. If you get it wrong, it doesn't happen every time, but it is possible that it will create a poison gas, much like in that one puzzle room before where I had to push the statues around. That will then harm me until I leave the room. So better get it right the first time. That's why you don't want to do it if you're not absolutely sure. Anyway, following are the types of UMB series chemicals and their brief characteristics. UMB number 2, red. NP003, purple. UMB number 4, green. Yellow 6, yellow. Makes sense. UMB number 7, white. UMB number 13, blue with a stimulating smell. And V-jolt, finally, also known as UMB number 16, brown. We'll come back to this, I'm sure. No point in memorizing it right now. No, a book is missing. A book is missing, huh? I see. What's my health at? In the green, baby. Hold on. It looks like one of those pushable cupboards, but I guess it isn't. There's definitely an enemy in here. Definitely an enemy in here. Better be ready. Let's hope the handgun is enough to take care of him. Stay away, fiend! Oh, he died. Nice. It may be hard to see what's on the ground, but let me tell you, it is something pretty special. Let me just drink real quick. Let's see what it is. Will you take the flame rounds? Absolutely. And that is the third and final bazooka ammo type. Now we have them all. Sick. Powerful rounds for the bazooka. Nice. Did it say something different for the acid rounds? I remember it potentially saying something more specific about the acidity of the rounds, but I could be wrong. Not sure. Anyway, I can reveal right now that the best weapon against the next boss is the bazooka with these. But obviously, if I do that, I'm gonna have to get rid of the bazooka wholesale, so no dice. But it's great to have all the ammo types. I have to say, I don't remember this camera angle. This isn't exclusive to this version, is it? Probably not. Most likely I'm just forgetting about it, but it doesn't look familiar to me. Nothing major about this wash stand. And there's another mirror. They really like those, don't they? I mean, if they develop the technology to be able to show reflections. Of course, it's a fake reflection. It's not like ray tracing or anything, but still, if they went to the trouble of making that, why not make use of it? I think that's a fine idea. Dust collects inside. The bath towel is dirty. Okay. So I reloaded the gun. Right. Okay. So I'm not going to be killing any more zombies for the rest of this level, or using the handgun bullets for any other kind of enemy either, apart from the boss. So I guess we're going into the boss with 136 handgun bullets, which is not bad. It should be enough. It might even be too many. But then if we consider how many times I've used the shotgun, like how many shots have I fired? 2, 3 tops? It's not too bad. It's really not too bad. I would, like, even though I might end up with some surplus handgun bullets, it's not because I used other weapons too much. It's simply because I had more handgun bullets than I needed. That's fine. If that happens to be the case, that is absolutely fine. But the main thing is that I didn't overuse the shotgun. I just tried it a couple times, basically. And that's it. I'm not going to go solve the puzzle right away because you actually need a lot of inventory slots for that. 4 to be exact. Without going into too much detail, those 4 flasks that you use in that puzzle are a major reason for why that previous Resident Evil Saturn challenge I mentioned earlier didn't pan out. But anyway, let's deposit these flame rounds. Or at least I remember that being the case. I'm not 100% sure. It's been a while. Let me tell you, it wasn't just yesterday that I did that. I think, oh man, it must have been a couple of years before my 3-year hiatus. So it's I would say it's been at least 5 years since then. So, you know, it can be hard to remember. Anyway, let's combine those. Nice even number, 10, that's good. Of course, we'll be using 1 soon, but still. Actually 2. Before the boss and then after. Of course, if I say before the boss, I will then have to basically commit to beating the boss with 136 handgun bullets, but I think that's going to be fine. Or I can, of course, switch weapons if I want to, but the point is, I can't go back and preserve more handgun bullets. Then I have to work with what I have. Okay, so first things first, I need this. You'll never guess what it's for. And I guess what I should do is to, yeah, I should, okay, let me get my stuff ready for the next boss battle. It's not coming just yet. It's coming up. It's around the corner. But even though it'll still take me a little bit to get there, especially with the puzzle and everything. Oh, the puzzle. Yeah, I still haven't decided what I want to do about the puzzle. Well, I'll just put this away for now. And I have the book, and I have the handgun. Let's go solve that puzzle. I'll go use the book, and then I'll solve the puzzle. And after that, we'll be heading into the basement for that quick little experiment. Okay, just wanted to confirm that it's still running fine, and it is. Great. Yeah, so the whole Neptune experiment isn't really in the best interest of this challenge, but since we're so close to finishing for tonight, I guess I might as well try it, because I've literally never done it. And I am curious. I think it'll be a fun little thing to try at the end, for a bit of levity. The puzzle. The puzzle, the puzzle, the puzzle. And then the book. We'll solve the puzzle first, and then I'll go deposit the book. Okay, we're back in it. So, yeah, there's UMB number 2. You need a container to obtain it. Right, of course. There is, I just remembered that there is an important bit of lore revealed in this area if you're playing as Chris, but only if you're playing as Chris. So I'm just like kind of torn on whether I should reveal it to you now, for anybody that doesn't know, or not. Is it a cool tidbit, but technically you're not supposed to know it at this point if you play as Jill. Well, maybe I won't spoil it. Because the intended experience is not to know it at this point. I'm pretty sure the devs want you to play Jill's campaign first, and then Chris, because Chris's is harder for sure. Maybe not harder in terms of this challenge, but no. I want more of those empty bottles. There's definitely 4 of them. Where are the remaining 2? Am I blind? Huh? Because you have UMB number 2 here. But I don't want it. You have UMB... Oh, okay. There we go. Right, yeah. Okay, I get it. Like, I tried to take this bottle, and then it gave me a different prompt, so I got confused. Anyway, now we have all 4. Let's make some V-Jolt. Something is written on the wall. Water equals 1, red equals 2, purple equals 3, and green equals 4. Yep. And then here's some more scribbles. Something is written on the wall. 1 plus 2 equals 3, 3 plus 4 equals 7, 2 plus 4 equals 6, 6 plus 7 equals 13, and 13 plus 3 equals 16. Hey, this isn't first grade math class. Brownie points to anybody who gets that reference. Anyway, I don't really even know what brownie points are. I've just heard people say that. Anyway, yeah. So, initially this can just seem like a bit of simple math, but of course the point of the puzzle is to like keep track of the color of each liquid that you're using in this, each chemical, and then combine them in the right order to come to the final conclusion or final solution that is 16, aka V-Jolt. Okay, so we should start by combining 1 and 2 to make 3. That's the initial thing. And of course, the other scribble said that 1 is water, so we'll put water in one of the bottles. Water. Let's actually examine these. A glass bottle to put chemicals in. there's water in the bottle. Oh yeah, for sure. And then we need UMB number 2. Yep, that one. Red, as it should be. Then we combine the water with UMB number 2, and we get NP003, which is purple. I don't know about you guys, but I think it's really satisfying combining these and getting different kinds of colors. I somehow really like that. This is definitely my favorite puzzle in the game. I don't know, it's just fun. It's just fun. Okay, and next I think I need to make 7, which requires me to make 4 first. That's right, yeah. And 4 can be made as simply as combining UMB number 2 with UMB number 2. Or you could combine NP003 with water as well, I believe. But I think this is the simpler solution because I need the NP I already made. And if I waste it for this, I'll need to make more. This is the more obvious solution. Let's combine them. And of course, it only makes sense that when you combine 2 liquids of the exact same red hue, it retains its color. I guess technically that is not a mixture of anything. Yeah, good point. Good point. Hold on, let me think. So now that I have UMB number 2, I could combine that with a 4 and make 6. But in order to make 4, I believe wait, hold on. I'm an idiot. I don't need to make 4. I already have it at the ready, and it is green, as it should be. Now I combine 4 with, I'm getting ahead of myself here, 3 to make 7, which is white, UMB number 7. This is not the chemical I need. This is needed to generate V-jolt. I'll take another batch of 4. I do have to admit I'm getting kind of hungry, but I mean at this point it doesn't make any sense to take a break, so I can come back for another 10 minutes or whatever. Or I mean I guess it depends on how well I do in the boss, but the point is I'm not going to take a break now. I'll just stomach it until the end. What a riot I am. Especially at 5:30 a.m. Anyway, let's make that yellow 6. Nice one. This will probably just be the same. This is not the chemical I need, that's right. And now I combine yellow 6 with UMB number 7 to make a blue chemical called UMB number 13. Yep, that's right. And then I need to combine that with 3, so I need another set or another batch of water, and then UMB number 2. This isn't exactly difficult, but, well, maybe it's difficult for some, like a certain other protagonist you may know. But even though it's not difficult, I don't know, it's just really satisfying for some reason. I really like it. Anyway, when I combine NP003 with UMB number 16, we get a brown liquid, also known, well, that is to suggest that a brown liquid is an official name for it. We get a brown liquid, which is called V-Jolt. Let's go. Okay. And then let's check it. Also known as UMB number 16. Now I can destroy that Ivy monster. Let's spin it around a little. Let's zoom in. Whoa. Incredible. There we have it. One thing I've never actually managed to do myself is make a concoction that would produce a poison gas. I've seen it happen, but at least I'm pretty sure. But I've never done it myself. The book. But, you know, it would be nice to try it for myself, but at this point, this late into the stream, this late into the night, or should I say this early into the morning, yeah, I'm not gonna try it now. Maybe some other time. I'm not done like I was back when I was streaming this game for the first time, even if we've been streaming for almost 7 hours, and it's 6 a.m. soon, or pretty soon at least. I'm not done. I'm not like super tired or anything. I'm just hungry mainly, and because I know I should definitely go to sleep soon if I want to get any sleep at all. That's why I'm kind of not rushing things, but I don't want to do anything extra other than the Neptune experiment, of course, but that will have to be it when it comes to experimentation. It does move. Amazing. These books are well arranged. That one book is a lot thicker than the others, but sure, whatever. Now, it would be a huge mistake to go through that door now, so let's not. If you look at the map, you can see where it leads. It leads into the very last area and this whole building that I haven't been into yet, and it is the area behind that set of double doors over there. You'll never guess what's in there. So now what I'll do is I'll go into the safe room, I'll grab all the stuff I want for the boss, and then I'll go into the basement. We're actually getting really close, guys. I don't know how the boss is gonna go, but we could be done in 10 to 15 minutes. I didn't actually pay attention to what time it was when we made it to this guardhouse level, so I'm not sure if this did take 2 hours or not, but it hasn't felt like too long. I've been enjoying myself. I'm not upset that I decided to do this. I don't regret it. Now, of course, these bottles I will not be using again, so let me just put them away somewhere. But now I am faced with an important choice. The way V-Jolt works is that, contrary to what it says in the manual that I read earlier, or the report, V-Jolt isn't actually powerful enough to completely kill Plant 42. And yes, I guess I can confirm now that yes, in case you couldn't figure it out, Plant 42 is the boss we're going to be facing in this level. But yeah, this stuff is not powerful enough to kill the whole plant completely in 5 seconds, but what it does do is it weakens it, and essentially what that means is that the boss will be considerably easier for it. So basically, you can see my problem here, I'm sure. Just as with the first boss, Yawn, the fact that you can technically skip that boss and completely negate the whole point of the challenge, I think this kind of, in a way, negates it as well by making the boss easier. So I think it'll be a lot more interesting if I don't use V-Jolt. So I think, even though I made it, because it's just fun, I probably won't use it. And hey, that way I get to carry it for the entire rest of the game with me, which is a thing that not too many people have done, I'm sure. Because it just doesn't make any sense. Like, if you made it, why not use it? Well, I don't want to. And that's that. I should probably make some herb mixtures. I also want this, though. Let's do a green. You know what? Let's do 2 greens, 2 reds, and then I'll leave myself with 1 red. 1 red. Okay, I guess. Sure. If I didn't miss any. I'm not super aware at this point anymore, so apologies if I missed one. Don't yell at me. I will mix the herbs, yes. I think I'll go into the boss with the same health setup as last time. So basically, this is how we'll do it. Actually, hold on. I'll do one other thing, before I save and go into the basement. Not to use V-Jolt, of course, but to try out the Neptune thing again. One other thing I want to do is I'll grab these easy blue herbs just in case. Because this will be this is by far the easiest way you'll ever come into these. So if I get poisoned at any point, it's good to know that there's a couple of them in my inventory, or item box. And if I happen to run out of space, I can always combine these with other herbs, which is a thing you can do. Just because it doesn't need to be combined with another herb doesn't mean you can't. Green, green. And then the ink ribbons, of course. Yeah. Consider me armed and ready. That's right. And now we're committing. No save scumming here. 136 hanger bullets, right? It's gonna have to be enough. It has to. It has to. This actually happens to be the very same spot where I saved in the previous challenge run. Like, not just the same safe room, but actually like literally the same point in the game, just before I'm about to head into the boss of the area. Which is a fun little fact, I guess. Yeah, anyway. I definitely did save, right? Like, you saw it. I definitely saved. I had 10 ink ribbons, and now I have 9. Yeah. I just don't want to end up in a situation where I go into the basement, I get killed by Neptune, and then I realize, oh, I didn't save. At that point, sad as it would be, I think I would have to forfeit and just, like, go to bed. And I'd have to redo this whole level next time. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I saved. I can get compulsive about things like that occasionally, where like there's something important and I feel the need to check it like 5 times before I actually believe that I really did do it. I guess that's some form of neurosis, right? But I mean, I haven't been diagnosed or anything, so, you know, whatever. It's not a thing that really affects life that much. It's just a little annoyance at times. By the way, are you impressed with my ability to navigate the levels without looking at the map? You shouldn't be, though. It's not that hard. Once you've played these games as many times as I have, you'll kind of learn them by heart, by accident, even if you don't make a conscious effort to. Hi. Okay, well, it's time to test it, guys. Maybe nothing will happen. Hard to say, but, well, that's what we're here for. Hi, Neptune. If that's the case, let me take this opportunity to bring Mama Neptune over to the babies. Don't worry, Mama, I'll help you. There we go. Now you're all together, like you should be. Considering the fact that they're still very much alive and kicking, I'm going to hold on to hope that because they're mutant sharks, they can survive on land, and that they'll be okay. Still, sorry about all the trouble, but at least now you're together. Okay, well, now we know that the Neptunes can't harm you if they're out of water. Also, in case it wasn't clear, the roots that you could see in the room with the long table and the bag that had nothing of note in it, that's of course where you need to use the V-Jolt, but I'm, again, not going to do that. The only scenario in which I might consider it at this point is if I try to beat the boss and I find that 136 handgun bullets is not enough. In the hard version of the fight, the non-V-Jolt version of the fight. But I don't think that's the case. I think it'll be just fine. Well, in terms of bullets anyway. I don't know if it'll be easy exactly, but we'll see. Well, now we're all set. With health in tow and the handgun equipped with all the bullets we've managed to accumulate up until now, I think we're ready to face the next boss of the game. The boss of the guardhouse, Plant 42. Of course, as I teased before, it is the secret door behind the cupboard or bookcase or whatever, where we need to go. You know, I believe, actually, by deciding not to use V-Jolt, I think there is another thing I'm inadvertently doing, which isn't necessarily the best, and that is that we'll be missing out on another cutscene, yet another one with Barry in it. Because if you use V-Jolt, not only is the boss fight easier, but there will be a point where Plant 42 grabs you in a cutscene, and then Barry comes in and saves you and kills the thing. Or maybe that happens when you don't use V-Jolt? I'm not sure. We'll see. I can't remember. There is a cutscene like that. I just don't remember which version of the fight it appears in. But anyway, okay. 3 full heals, 2 small ones, green health, and a fully loaded Beretta, and 121 handgun bullets, which amounts to a total of 136. Let's go, Beretta. You have served me very well, but now it is time for your last hurrah. Are you ready, guys? Here we go. Time for boss number 2. 42. Hi. So the thing with this boss is that you don't want to go too close to the center, but of course, because I'm not using the knife or anything, I don't need to. If you go too, if you go too close, you take damage, because he keeps swinging those, damn it, he keeps swinging those vines around. Luckily those don't deal too much damage. So yeah, as long as you keep your distance, he can't harm you with those. Not having the auto aim definitely makes this harder because it takes ages to turn around. Maybe I should just do this. It's a little slow, but it does the job. I would like to get 2 shots in every time, but it's just too slow. Okay. Oh, I should definitely reload. Whoa. Whoa, hold on. Jeez. I got too close. You don't want to do that. I think that missed. The point of this boss is really to just like not get too aggressive with it. You position yourself, you fire off 1 or 2 shots, and then you move. If you get too aggressive with it, you're just gonna get hit. And of course, you also need to be pretty quick about it. There's not a lot of time to aim your shot. I definitely missed that one. Damn it! I can stomach at least one more. But I don't know if I can take another one of those vine swings. Or I guess at this point you should call them tentacles more than anything. I think oh yeah, I need to reload. This is a great time to heal. No problem. Ooh. But I think this is only the end of phase 1, if I'm not mistaken. Although I might get grabbed now, and then Barry comes to my aid. Oh yeah. That's definitely gonna happen now. Oh no, who's gonna save me? Uh-oh.
What the hell is this?
Barry!
Jill!
Barry, please help. Yeah. Take that, Black 42. So like I said, the flame rounds are the weakness of this boss. And similarly, the flamethrower is also pretty good against it, as you can see. Whew.
You saved me!
Yeah.
That was close. Thanks, Barry.
Don't mention it. What a monster. I can't believe. What the hell is this place anyway?
Why did he say it like that? Hold on. Did I take a wrong turn somewhere and... Am I headed towards the ending where... Well, I don't want to spoil it, but... Am I headed towards the bad ending? Because that's not the line delivery you usually hear. Usually it's more like, what a monster. I can't believe... What the hell is that thing anyway? Or however that line went. Something like that. He sounded so dejected for some reason. Huh. That's a little disconcerting. the only explanation I can think of is that because of one of the cutscenes I missed, I've been set on the bad ending path. Maybe I can still change things, but that doesn't bode too well for me.
Okay. I'm gonna stay in the soldiers' area and take a look around. Though I'm sure there are still things in that other mansion as well. Anyway, let's start searching separately.
Okay.
As we have been doing up until now. Thanks for the assist, though, Barry. Really came in handy. So, okay. That was actually... that was surprisingly easy. Could it be that if I do this using V-Jolt, Barry doesn't come to my aid? I'm glad we saw the cutscene. But could it be that the V-Jolt version of this boss is actually harder? Because I know Barry doesn't come to your aid in both scenarios. So actually the one where he does is the one I just did, where you don't use the V-Jolt, which kind of makes this easier, because there's supposed to be a phase 2 to the fight, but... Or is it that there is never a phase 2, but that the phase 2 is skipped in this situation when Barry comes to your aid, and in the other situation, phase 2 is skipped because you used V-Jolt? Let me look it up real quick. I want to see which one is harder, because I want to do that again if I actually played the easier version by accident. Just a sec. Oh, okay, I see. Right, that makes sense. If you make certain choices up until this point in the game, it is possible that Barry doesn't come to your aid, and then you have to do both phases. But because of the way I've played up until now, I'm not sure exactly what affects it, but because of the way I've played up until now, the game recognized that Barry should come to my aid in this sequence, which he did. So it's not about whether or not you use V-Jolt, but simply that there are choices that you have to make before this sequence that determine if Barry comes to your aid or not. Or rather, whether you're able to skip the second phase of the boss or not. There's two ways to skip it. Either Barry helps you, or you make V-Jolt. But if you've made the right choices, or the wrong choices, I guess, there is a scenario in which Barry doesn't come to your aid, but that requires you not to use the V-Jolt like we just did. So I did the correct thing in this boss, but I actually made a wrong turn somewhere, and because of that, Barry came to my aid when I didn't want him to. I mean, again, I'm glad we saw the cutscene, but I didn't need help. That's not the point of this challenge. Now, this is the only part in the game where you actually get help in a boss. Well, not really, but it's the only part in the game where the boss becomes easier due to your choices earlier in the game. Actually, even that might not be true. I'm not gonna get into why exactly, for time reasons, and also because it's a bit of a spoiler. But yeah, the point is, this is the only time Barry beats the boss for you. So there's no worries about that happening later on. But I gotta say, I mean, that was a decent boss. He got some hits in, and I was doing pretty good with the dodges, but sometimes he got the better of me. And I did go through a decent bit of handgun ammo, but obviously I was still left with, I mean, I only spent like, what, 30 to 40 handgun bullets? Not that, about 30, slightly over 30, no, exactly 30 actually, I believe. Yeah, that's not a lot. I thought I would easily have to use at least 50, but no, no, 30 was enough. Of course, if it had the second phase, then it would have been more like 60 or so, which is about what I figured. But man, that's a bummer. That's a bummer that the game beat the second phase for me. And I don't think going back and trying it without V-Jolt, I mean with V-Jolt, is going to make a difference. Because I think V-Jolt makes it easier. Or it would make it easier if you made the wrong choices earlier in the game and Barry doesn't come to your aid. If Barry comes to your aid, then there is no difference, effectively. It's just about how you clear the second phase. Or skip the second phase, rather. But let me still look into this a little bit more because I want to be absolutely certain that I shouldn't try again with V-Jolt. Of course, it is man, I didn't realize that if I wanted to make sure that Barry doesn't come to my aid, I should just play Chris's campaign because Barry isn't in it. So if I wanted to do it on my own, the harder version, I should do Chris's campaign. I guess that's one of the most notable difficulty differences in Chris's campaign, in that no matter what you do, wait, no, if you don't use V-Jolt, but don't you have to use V-Jolt in Chris's campaign? I think you might be forced to use it. Huh. Well, no, it's down to your choices again. I think it's down to your choices. Right. It's always a choice-based thing. It's a little more obvious in Chris's campaign, though, what you need to do if you don't want help in the boss. Anyway, hold on just a sec, and we'll wrap this up. Yeah, it seems like everybody's saying that. It seems like everybody on forums is saying that whether you use V-Jolt or not, if Barry comes to your aid, it is essentially the same thing. It's just two different ways to achieve the same end result, which is to say that you skip the second phase of the boss. Well, I think, if I'm being honest, that is a little bit of a letdown, but uh, I made the wrong choices, I guess. And that's why I didn't get to fight both phases. I don't know exactly what I did wrong, but something, for sure. So, yeah, not much I can do about that at this point, I guess. I think doing it again with V-Jolt is just going to result in the same, or is going to produce the same end result, with the difference that it's not Barry that comes barging in and saves me, but instead I just beat the first phase of the boss and then it dies. and that's it. Well, okay, I guess I'll just have to take it. But hey, I managed to beat the boss with the handgun pretty handily. No problem, really. And I took some hits. I definitely went through some health, but nothing too bad. Last time I was left with 1 full heal, and I was left with 2, and also I'm at full health. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame that I have to throw away 106 handgun bullets now, but I mean, I guess that's just the way it's gonna have to be. If at some point later down the line I find out that by using V-Jolt you could actually have made the boss harder somehow, I'm gonna be really bummed out, but I don't think that's the case. I think based on my research just now, I don't think that's the case. Anyway, there's the remains of Plant 42. Sorry, buddy. And here in the fireplace is a little something for me. A mansion key. Well, what do you know? That's actually very easy to miss. It's kind of random that there's just a key in the fireplace. Though I guess it makes sense in the sense that Plan 42 was protecting it, and now that you beat it, much like how when you beat Yon, you can get the crest. Not that you need to beat Yon to get the crest, but you know, much in the same way, you get the mansion key for your troubles, which is, of course, more specifically, the helmet key. And there it is finally, which is to say that next time we will be heading back through the courtyard and into the mansion all over again, and we will finish off the rest of the areas that we couldn't get into before, which should be pretty neat. We'll get to wrap up things there, and then we'll move on to a completely new area, and we won't be going back to the mansion after that. So a little bit of cleanup at the start next time, and then it's the last 2 areas after that. And I would say, considering that the mansion section at the start is by far the longest in the game, this guardhouse part, not that long. The second mansion visit, not that long. The one after that, not that long. And then the final one, maybe a bit longer. I would say maybe about comparable in terms of length to the guardhouse, approximately. I think basically you'd say there's 3 tiers of length to these levels. There's tier 1, which is, I guess you could say, yeah, let's go with that. There's tier 1, which is the shortest, and levels 3 and 4 fall into that category. Then there's, I can now hear the birds singing outside, which is what I was talking about before. High time to go to bed, I guess. It's also starting to get bright, little by little. Anyway, we're just about done here, so doesn't matter, I guess. But yeah, levels 3 and 4 fall into that category, and then levels 2 and 5 fall into tier 2, and then the only one in tier 1 is the first one. And I wouldn't count the courtyard. It's not really a full level. It's more just like the hub area that connects all the other levels. So what I mean to say by that is that if we beat like a tier 3 length level today and a 1 tier 2 level, I think overall the length of the session next time should be about the same, considering the length of the levels. So we knock down a tier 3 and a 2, and next time it's going to be 2 1s and a 2. Actually, next time might be shorter even. But of course, I'm generalizing. It's not like the levels are the exact same length. If they fall in the same tier, I mean that's just my own method for categorizing them anyway that I just came up with on the spot. So like don't put too much stock in that. But that's at least the basic gist of it. That's how I feel it is. Anyway, the next 2 levels will be pretty short. That is for sure. But yeah, that's about it. Let's get back into the save room and save. Let me say that again. Let's go back into the safe room and save. Because I was a bit unclear there on whether I said safe or save. Anyway, my commentary is getting worse by the second, so let's just wrap this up. Let me see if Barry has anything else to say.
Okay. I'm gonna stay in the soldiers area and take a look around. Though I'm sure there are still things in that other mansion as well. Anyway, let's start searching separately.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you, Barry. I'll see you later. But again, the way he sounded so dejected for some reason, that really bothers me. Man, what is that about? It's so weird. Are the bees still in here? Or wasps, hornets, whatever? Yes? Yes, that's a yes. Speaking of wasps or hornets or whatever, though, there's one last thing before we go. One more person to meet. Wesker?
Jill, so you're safe.
That's what I was going to say.
That's what I was going to say. Where on earth have you been? You disappeared from the hall all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry, but I have my reasons. Perhaps you guys have met them? It was all I could do to protect myself against those strange creatures.
Oh, right. I guess that checks out.
Is that right? Anyway, it's good to see you're safe.
Jill, our first priority is to get out of here.
Yes, you're right.
You're right.
Now, there are a lot of rooms in that mansion that we can't get into because they're locked up.
Yep.
I have been looking around for clues.
Okay, I'll go to the other house and see if I can find any clues.
Will you do that? I'm counting on you.
For sure, for sure. You got it, Captain. So yeah, I already touched on it, but Wesker just confirmed it. We do indeed need to go back to the mansion and use the helmet key to enter the rest of the rooms that we couldn't before. Nice to see Wesker and I, nice to see Wesker. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Safe and sound. Safe and sound is the expression I was looking for. Yeah, these are the wasps I was speaking of, and this is also the last time we will see these. I did say before that there is only one area in the game where they are a threat, and indeed that is the case, but this is the only other time that they appear. After this, we will not be seeing them again. I don't want to step on them though, please. Thanks. You can step on them, and then they pop like party balloons. I don't want to do that. That's not nice. That's not respectful. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Anyway, I'm not going to go back into the mansion now. I will save here. I will pick things up from here next time. Now, I'm not going to make promises on when exactly that'll be, but I'm hoping to be able to do it at some point early next month. But if not, no sooner than probably by the end of the month. But there is every chance that I'll manage to get around to it in about a week, maybe a little more, something like that. But we'll see, we'll see. But contrary to my previous plans, of course, now I have to admit that we have no choice but to come back to this one last time next time. So we will do that, and after that, we will definitely be getting back to Silent Hill 2. You can bet on it. But yeah, okay, well, the Beretta served me very well throughout this run so far, but now it is time to say goodbye and switch to the shotgun as my daily driver, you could say. My main weapon of choice. And then there's a couple more shells. Just a couple more. Let me combine them. Because this guy is going to be doing the heavy lifting next time. For sure. I'll decide what I want to bring with me as the last thing before I go. I think I'll bring one green herb. And then the shotgun, its shells, all of them. And then the helmet key, of course. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Although, I do actually need the, where is it? The square crank. I do need that. If I don't take it now into my inventory, I'll definitely forget about it next time, and then I'll run all the way over to the place where I need to use the crank, and then realize, oh, I don't have the crank, and then I'll have to run all the way back, and that's not fun. So, yeah. Yeah, my health situation's still pretty good. Nothing to it. Yeah, but, okay, so the final total of handgun bullets wasted, so far, I mean, of course there's more handgun bullets later in the game, because the game doesn't know I won't be using it anymore, so it'll keep showering me with handgun bullets. Even going forward, well, maybe a little bit less so, because we're starting to reach a point in the game where the handgun isn't as useful anymore, but still. But the final total of handgun bullets wasted right now is 106, and that is a lot. But again, at the same time, I don't feel like I wasted really any shotgun shells, and of course I haven't used the bazooka at all yet, so I would say I'm in pretty good shape. Not too bad. It's more so about the fact that I just completely overestimated how many bullets I would have to use to defeat Plant 42. And of course, I would have expended another 30 or so if Barry didn't come to my aid, but he did. So, not much we can do about that. But yeah, that's a pretty good setup for next time. Let's just take the ink ribbons now, and yeah. Let's save it. And once I hit yes, we're going to be locked into this path. The handgun cannot be used anymore. All of those bullets will go to waste, and I will not get to try the boss again with V-Jolt. But I think we just have to accept it. So yes, please update the file. Okay. Well, that's about it then. I'm gonna keep the post-stream convo pretty short because I gotta go. I really seriously gotta go. But it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the challenge a great deal. And even though it was a bit of a disappointment that I didn't get to fight the hard version of Plant 42, I think in every other regard, this was really fun, and it provided me with a decent challenge. Of course, I could have spared a few more handgun bullets for some of the enemies instead of always juking them, but you know, it's not that bad. Or I mean, I guess that's the point. It wasn't bad enough. I shouldn't have been as conservative with my ammo. But then again, I guess the point of this challenge isn't to make it as hard as possible, but more so to just see how hard it is. And I gotta be honest, it wasn't as hard as I thought. But next time, things will probably get pretty interesting, because we'll be trying out a bunch of new weapons, and of course, when we face the next boss, which will be coming very soon, in fact, way sooner than what the gap between the first and the second would have you believe. Although you do kind of get to choose when you want to do it. There's no specific point where you need to, but if you want to do it as early as possible, it'll come really soon. But we'll see what happens. But at that point, I will actually, for the first time, get rid of a really good weapon. So it'll be very exciting to see what happens after that. I feel like this gave us a pretty good introduction into what this challenge is going to be like, but the real hard part is coming next time. So it should be plenty exciting indeed. But yeah, I guess with that, I'm going to have to say good night, or good morning, rather. I really gotta go. I really, really, really gotta go. But yeah, it was fun. Thanks everybody for tuning in. If anybody tuned in for even just like a minute and didn't say anything in chat, thank you. And anybody who watches this after the fact, thanks a bunch. I appreciate every view I can get, but of course I don't do this for the views. I just do it for the fun of it. So even if literally nobody sees this, I'll still keep doing it. I'll still be back next time and finish this challenge. But yeah, that's the Odd Couple challenge for you. Next time we'll really be kicking things into high gear, but I think this gives you a pretty good idea of what it's like. So yep, hope you enjoyed it, and thanks again. But now I gotta go. I will leave you for just a minute or two with this haunting but beautiful, iconic, of course, safe room theme from Resident Evil 1. See you next time.